Chapter 413. The confusion of time left Nieli at a loss. Time flew by in the blink of an eye as he cultivated. However, 20 years was still a long time. It was as if he'd been dragged back to reality from a long dream. Just by sitting in meditation and cultivating, one's cultivation would progress very slowly. It would be much slower than normal cultivation, but it wouldn't make up for the long period of time. But once he'd reached this level, it was useless to just cultivate. He wasn't far from the heavenly axis realm. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. As Nieli stabilized his cultivation, he smiled at Xiao Yu and said, "I just entered a mysterious state. That's why my cultivation rose so quickly." "Did I disturb you?" Xiao Yu asked apologetically. She just called out to Nieli a few times. Nieli waved his hand. "Not at all." At that moment, a strand of intent was observing Nieli in the void, illusionary divine palace. This kid has the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. He's like a robber. He stole everything from my void, illusionary divine palace, even the void, illusionary divine array. I thought the secrets of the void, illusionary divine palace were already extraordinary. I never thought that this kid would have an even more shocking secret. The intent murmured, then smiled strangely. "I'd like to see what you'll do after you open the void, illusionary divine palace." That thought flashed by. Nieli sensed something and looked in the direction of the void, illusionary divine palace. After condensing his 9 fate stars, Nieli's perception had improved. Although he didn't know what that thing was, Nieli was certain that it wasn't a living creature. Otherwise, it wouldn't have tried to seize his body. The intent of the void, illusionary divine palace? What an interesting thing. Nieli understood that it was difficult for him to open the palace in front of him. Therefore, Nieli didn't even try. However, it wouldn't take long for him to open it. As long as it was within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nieli didn't believe that that fellow could run anywhere. Although he had condensed 9 life stars, he was still a life star. But in terms of strength, it was still far from enough. After hiding in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains, painting for another 10 days, Xianming Xinjin's men would have already returned. At that time, he could finally leave the painting. Nieli looked around. As he flew through the space within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, he landed on one of the deity's lakes. With a wave of his right hand, he swept away all the spiritual stones within the deity's lake. After nourishing the deity's lake in a myriad miles, rivers, and mountains, painting for so long, it was finally time to harvest. Just one deity's lake had given him more than 300,000 spirit stones. There were also more than 500 spirit stone essences. After collecting all the spiritual stones and spirit stone essences, Nieli continued towards the second deity's lake. All the spiritual stones and spirit stone essences from the 50 deities' lakes had been collected by Nieli. After a quick calculation, he estimated that there were more than 20 million spiritual stones and 30,000 spirit stone essences. This was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Nieli estimated that his wealth was already comparable to half of Hagami Myunyan. He had to convert these spiritual stones into strength. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful, Nieli thought to himself. Suddenly, he recalled something and his eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about this? 15 days later, Gu Clan's clan assembly. The Gu Clan's elders had gathered together to discuss the matter of Gu Bei destroying someone's deity's lake. In the spacious hall, the Gu Clan's patriarch, Gu Tianlong, sat at the head. On both sides of the hall sat a row of Gu Clan's elders. Gu Bei, Gu Heng, and the rest of the Gu Clan's younger generation stood in the middle of the hall. Cousin Gu Bei has indeed gone too far in this matter. I hope that patriarch and elders can uphold justice for me. Gu Heng cupped his hands and spoke with an extremely wronged expression. At the same time, the Gu Clan is also a member of the Gu Clan. Cousin Gu Bei, why are you in such a hurry to kill each other? If Cousin Gu Bei inherits the position of patriarch in the future, please treat us clan's younger generation well. Hearing Gu Heng's words, the Gu Clan's younger generation looked at each other in dismay and secretly conversed. I didn't expect Cousin Gu Heng to suffer such a huge loss. I heard that Cousin Gu Bei recently established his own power. He's developing very quickly, but I didn't expect him to defeat Cousin Gu Hong. This is really unimaginable. Cousin Gu Hong wasn't defeated. It was Gu Bei who used some tricks to destroy Cousin Gu Heng's deity's lake. Destroying someone's deity's lake is a bit too ruthless. After all, we're from the same clan. Cousin Gu Hong has always treated people kindly, but Gu Bei is being too overbearing. If Gu Bei inherits the position of patriarch, will there be any way for us clan's younger generation to survive? This person was obviously siding with Gu Hong as he spoke in a slightly loud voice. After hearing this, Gu Bei frowned and cupped his hands towards Gu Tianlong. In the outside world, there's always competition. Senior Gu Hong gathered outsiders to destroy my demon league. Am I not allowed to retaliate? After Cousin Gu Hong lost, he ran over here to weep and even gathered a few elders to impeach me. As for his intentions, I'm sure you can tell with a single glance. Gu Hong looked coldly at Gu Bei and said, "It is true that there's competition in the outside world, but Cousin Gu Bei is being too ruthless. How much hatred does he have for destroying the deity's lake? How many deity's lakes are there under Hagami Myunmyun's control? Anyone who destroys, it will weaken Hagami Myunmyun. Cousin Gu Bei, could it be that you were sent by the Yaoshan sect?" "Both of you shut up," Gu Tianlong shouted. "The disciples of my Gu clan should be united. It's fine if the two of you kill your own clansmen, but you even quarreled in the clan meeting. If word of this gets out, the Gu clan will lose all its face." Gu Tianlong exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Both Gu Hong and Gu Bei didn't dare to speak. "Elders, what do you think?" Gu Tianlong swept his gaze over the surrounding elders. Third elder Gu Yuntian coldly said, "Since Gu Hong is my disciple, I shouldn't say anything in this kind of situation. I don't want others to say that I'm biased. However, I still have to say something. Destroying someone's deity's lake must be severely punished. If this continues, there will only be fewer and fewer deities' lakes. Elders, what do you all think?" Gu Tianlong looked at the others and asked. After a moment of silence, Guya said, "The cause and effect of this matter are complicated. We need to consider it carefully. Can everyone listen to me for a moment?" An elder at the side stood up. It was the 8th elder, Gu Bai. The 8th elder had always sided with Gu Hong, and this time would definitely be the same. It seemed like Gu Hong was prepared. This time, Gu Bei was in deep trouble. Destroying someone's deity's lake was indeed Gu Bei's fault. If this matter was pursued, the punishment would be extremely severe. Chapter 414. Gu Bei has indeed gone too far in destroying the deity's lake. The 8th elder Gu Bai said in a low voice. Hearing Gu Bai's words, the corner of Gu Heng's mouth curled up. The 8th elder was one of the elders who supported him. But Gu Bai's words suddenly changed. There's a reason for this. I believe all the elders of the Gu clan are aware of it. We've all seen what Gu Hong has done all these years. What's right and what's wrong will naturally be decided. Although I've always been on Gu Heng's side, I can't be partial to him this time. Gu Bai's words left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone in the Gu clan knew that Gu Bai had a close relationship with Gu Hong. Gu Bai was one of the elders who had jointly impeached Gu Bei. Why did Gu Bai suddenly change sides? Hearing Gu Bai's words, Gu Hong was furious. He glared at Gu Bai. He hadn't expected Gu Bai to be so ruthless and suddenly turn the tables on him. The 3rd elder, Gu Yuntian, frowned. What's wrong with Gu Bai? Why did he suddenly help Gu Bei? As soon as Gu Bai's voice faded, the 9th elder Gu Feng couldn't hold back anymore. He thought that Gu Bai was really good at picking the right time. Gu Bai obviously wanted more benefits. That's why he jumped out so quickly. Gu Feng also stood up and said, I agree with Gu Bai's words. Gu Heng's actions these past few years have indeed been a little excessive, and Gu Bei's revenge was a little out of line. However, this shows the unyielding nature of our Gu clan's disciples. He is the most suitable successor to our Gu clan. Gu Feng snorted in disdain. Furthermore, the killing in the outside world is something that the entire Divine Feathers sect has approved of. Just because you suffered a small loss, you're running back here, crying? What's the meaning of this? Elder Gu Feng, aren't you one of the people who jointly impeached Gu Bei? You're such a two-faced villain. Gu Heng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Gu Bai and Gu Feng's words made him want to vomit blood. He had never expected that after so many years of painstaking effort, the relationship between him and these two elders would develop. In the end, for some unknown reason, the two elders changed sides at the same time. The third elder frowned. He didn't expect Gu Bai and Gu Feng to change sides at the last minute. It seemed like Gu Heng was doomed. Even though he was Gu Heng's master, he was still a genius. Of course, they supported Gu Heng, but they also understood that Gu Heng's reputation in the clan was not good. Now that the elders who supported Gu Heng had thrown their lot in with Gu Bei, Gu Heng no longer had any hope of competing for the position of the family head. Gu Heng, how can you say that? Gu Feng's face darkened. He said coldly, I was right to impeach Gu Bei before, but that's because Gu Bei did make some mistakes. But Gu Bei's mistake pales in comparison to yours. Gu Heng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Several elders next to him stood up. I also support the two elders Gu Bai and Gu Feng. Me too. The elders who jointly impeached Gu Bei expressed their opinions one after another. There were a few elders that Gu Bei hadn't visited, but after seeing the situation, they immediately turned to Gu Bei's side. Looking at Gu Bei's posture, even the 8th and 9th elders had been moved. It was obvious that she was determined to get the position of the family head. At this time, they naturally knew how to judge the situation. Gu Heng was a man who was down. Originally, the relationship that Gu Heng had established with these elders was based on money. If Gu Bei offered a higher price, it would be easy to move them. Gu Tianlong, Gu Ye, and the other elders looked at each other. Those elders who supported Gu Bei didn't need to say anything. Gu Bai, Gu Feng, and the other elders were already cheering for Gu Bei. Their faces revealed gratification. It seemed that Gu Bei had done a lot of things in private to be able to make so many elders support him at the same time. This proved that Gu Bei indeed had the ability to control the family. As for the elders who were neutral, if they could only choose between Gu Heng and Gu Bei, they would naturally choose Gu Bei. Although Gu Bei destroyed the deity's lake, at least she did it openly with Gu Heng, unlike Gu Heng. In order to fight for power, she secretly poisoned her own clansmen. Gu Lan was Gu Bei's elder sister. It was understandable that Gu Bei hated Gu Heng so much. This kind of situation caught Gu Heng by surprise. Gu Heng was in a daze. Why did it turn out like this? After so many years of hard work, he thought that the position of the Gu clan patriarch was already in his grasp. But who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Since things have come to this, then let me announce how to deal with it. Gu Tianlong said in a deep voice, the internal strife between Gu Bei and Gu Heng's family, and the fact that Gu Bei destroyed the deity's lake was indeed inappropriate. However, on account of the circumstances, he will not be punished. However, in order to answer to the disciples of Hagami Myunyan, he will be punished by donating 500,000 spiritual stones to Hagami Myunyan and 1 million spiritual stones to the Gu clan. He will be ordered to pay the full amount within 3 years without any delay. As for Gu Heng, he did not repent for his mistake in the first place. Instead, he was the first to complain. He will be punished by facing the wall for 30 years. Patriarch, wait. The third elder was about to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Tianlong. I have already decided on this matter. If anyone wants to stand up for him, they will have to consider the consequences. Gu Tianlong said in a deep voice. Gu Heng's eyes were filled with confusion. He still could not understand why he had come to this step. Gu Tianlong punished Gu Bei's spiritual stones because he wanted to answer to Hagami Myunyan. On the other hand, he knew that Gu Bei was very rich. He could use this as an excuse to fill up the family's treasury. However, he did not know how much money Gu Bei had. If he knew how much money Gu Bei had, he would definitely feel that the punishment was too light. To an ordinary person, 1,500,000 spiritual stones was an extremely shocking amount of wealth. Although Gu Bei was being punished by donating spiritual stones. To Gu Bei, this was actually the lightest punishment. On the other hand, Gu Hong would have to face the wall for 30 years. A cultivator's best years of youth were spent in these 30 years. They should be training and improving their cultivation, but Gu Hong had to face the wall instead. By the time Gu Hong came out of his solitary confinement, his cultivation would probably not be able to catch up to Gu Bei and the others. Gu Hong would no longer be a threat to him. Most of the elders in the family were on his side. What else could Gu Hong use to compete with him? By the time Gu Hong came out in 30 years, the patriarch would already be Gu Bei. No matter what, this transaction was worth it. Gu Hong had gathered so many elders to impeach Gu Bei, but he didn't expect that he would go for wool and come home shorn. In the end, he had lost his own life. If all the elders had supported Gu Hong, even Gu Tianlong would not have been able to do anything to Gu Hong. However, who would have expected that all the elders would side with Gu Bei? Gu Hong had thought too highly of himself. He had thought that the relationships he had built over the years would not collapse so quickly. However, the truth was completely out of his expectations. The third elder, Gu Yu, stood up and swept an indifferent glance at Gu Bei before leaving. Gu Bei looked at third elder Gu Yu's back with a deep gaze. Chapter 4:15. Gu Bei knew that the biggest threat to her in the Gu clan wasn't Gu Hong, but the third elder, Gu Yu. Gu Hong was merely a chess piece that Gu Yu had pushed onto the stage. However, this chess piece was now crippled. Gu Hong was dazed. Gu Bei coldly glanced at Gu Hong, then cupped her hands towards Gu Tianlong, Gu Ya, and the rest. Very quickly, the news of the changes in the Gu clan spread. In Long Tianming's secret chamber, Long Tianming was incomparably furious when he heard the news. Gu Hong is a piece of trash. A piece of trash. A piece of trash. Long Tianming furiously roared. He was just about to give Gu Hong some spiritual stones so that Gu Hong could restrain Gu Bei's Demon League. However, now that Gu Hong was in confinement, there was no point in talking about it. It wouldn't be long before Gu Heng's forces were absorbed by the Demon League. From the Gu clan's point of view, the forces that Gu Hong had established were still a part of the Gu clan. They wouldn't easily hand them over to an outsider. The Gu clan situation was already completely out of control. As for the Dragon Seal family, Long Yuan's forces were also rising rapidly. Over at the Ashen Flames family, the Tianxing League, which had a close relationship with the Demon League, was also frantically expanding. Even Long Tianming felt a great sense of threat from it. The rise of these three forces all pointed to a single person, Nieli. As long as Nieli was alive, Long Tianming couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Nieli had always been hiding behind the scenes, but this made Long Tianming feel an even greater threat. Now that the chess piece, Gu Hong, had been crippled, he could only do it himself. Long Tianming narrowed his eyes as an ominous glint flashed through his eyes. Nieli had surprised him. Nieli was indeed capable. However, so what? Long Tianming would make Nieli understand that the structure of Hagami Myunmyun wasn't something that could be changed by Nieli alone. Not long after Nieli had underground, he saw the majestic, void, illusionary divine palace outside. Like an illusion, it disappeared without a trace. Those gathered around the void, illusionary divine palace also helplessly dispersed. With a thought, Nieli exited the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He abruptly leapt out of the soil and stored the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting into his soul realm. Since Xiao Yu was still in the middle of her cultivation, Nieli decided to let Xiao Yu stay in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He stretched his body a little. He was already at the peak of the heavenly star realm. He was only a step away from the heavenly axis realm. It felt pretty good. Nieli flew in the direction of Hagami Myunmyun. Hagami Myunmyun. Nieli, you're finally back. Lu Piao excitedly pounded Nieli's chest when she saw Nieli. Although Nieli's fate soul was still in the soul hall, Lu Piao couldn't help but worry for Nieli. Nieli smiled and said, I was delayed outside for a while. He didn't say anything else. It was a long story to explain what happened outside. Gu Bei seemed to be in a pretty good mood. She chuckled. While you were gone, Gu Hong was sentenced to 30 years of confinement. I've already taken over his forces. Nieli's brows twitched. He'd been mentally prepared, but he never imagined that Gu Bei would be so capable. She'd actually managed to push Gu Hong down so quickly. Speaking of which, it's Gu Hong who's not clean. He's actually trying to bite me in this situation. Not to mention that all the elders he befriended are fence-sitters. Gu Bei smiled. Yeah, this day will come for Gu Hong sooner or later. It's within my expectations. Nieli nodded. Gu Bei suddenly thought of something and said, I heard that Long Tanming obtained quite a few treasures, gold spiritual stone essences, and the like when he was training outside. They're worth 5 to 6 million spiritual stones, and he's currently expanding his forces. I'm guessing that we're threatening him. Nieli furrowed his brows at Gu Bei's words. This was truly a strange matter. Long Tianming must have been training in the void, illusionary divine palace. Long Tianming was being led to the side chamber. He shouldn't have gotten anything. Even if he did, Xianming Xinjian and the Son of Fire had sealed the entire void, illusionary divine palace. Even if Long Tianming managed to return, all his treasures would have been taken away. It didn't make sense for him to return with treasures worth 5 to 6 million spiritual stones. There must be something fishy going on. In his previous life, Nieli had always felt that there was something wrong with Long Tianming. The entire Hagami Myunmyun had fallen apart, but Long Tianming had been the only one to benefit from it. From this, one could see how scheming he was. Furthermore, it was impossible for Long Tianming to do such a thing by himself. Could it be that Long Tianming was colluding with the Yaoshan sect? If that was the case, it would explain why Long Tianming was able to leave the void, illusionary divine palace safely and obtain so many treasures. Gu Bei knitted her brows. If Long Tianming has that many spiritual stones, then I'm afraid that we won't be able to compete with him in terms of financial resources. He's been recruiting experts on a large scale recently. Lu Piao curled her lips. I don't believe that we can't deal with Long Tianming with an alliance of 3 major forces. Long Tianming was only rich. Gu Bei shook her head. You're wrong. Long Tianming has been operating for so many years. I'm afraid that the forces he controls are much stronger than our Demon League and Tianqing Li combined. Nieli calmly said, You don't have to worry about money. I'll give you 10 million spiritual stones. You could just compete with Long Tianming. If that's not enough, I still have more. 10 million spiritual stones? Lu Piao blankly looked at Nieli. During this period of time, she finally understood what 10 million spiritual stones meant. That was a huge amount of wealth. Just where did Nieli get so many spiritual stones? At this moment, Gu Bei was also dumbfounded. She knew that Nieli had a lot of spiritual stones, but she never imagined that he would have so many. 10 million spiritual stones was nothing to Nieli. With 10 million spiritual stones, why would he be afraid of Long Tianming? If Long Tianming wanted to compete with him, then he'd just have to compete with him to see who could offer a higher price. I'll leave the Demon League to you guys. Nieli looked at Gu Bei and Lu Piao. He had to make the most of his time to cultivate. Furthermore, he had to investigate Long Tianming's background. If he wanted to kill Long Tianming, he might not be able to confront him head-on. If he could get some information on Long Tianming, then things would be much easier. Don't worry, we have so many spiritual stones. If we can't do it well, then we might as well kill ourselves. Gu Bei confidently said. After such a long period of experience, he had already understood many things. He was also becoming more and more like a leader. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Nieli smiled and nodded his head. He vaguely saw the Gu Bei from his previous life. One person, one sword, one man, one man, one man, one man. In this life, with his help, Gu Bei would definitely be able to reach even greater heights. Chapter 416. At the exit of the void, illusionary divine palace, a group of people were being interrogated by the experts of the Yaoshan sect. From time to time, a few human experts would get into conflict with the Yaoshan sect and get killed. Xianming Xinjian had suffered setbacks in the void, illusionary divine palace, which made him even more enraged. His subordinates had become even more unbridled. They'd kill anyone they disliked. In any case, they had Xianming Shenjin's support. What did they have to be afraid of? Nieli looked at Xianming Shenjin, who was hovering in the sky. With such a martial ancestor realm expert present, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape, even with Yin Yang's help. What should he do? Nieli's mind quickly turned. Yin Yang transmitted his voice to Nieli. This Xianming Shenjin is a very difficult person to deal with. However, there are still some people he's afraid of. I'm the holy son of the Skyblaze sect, so he won't casually make a move against me. However, it's hard to say for others, especially since you're only at the heavenly fate realm. It'll be very dangerous for you to follow me. He won't casually make a move against me, but he might kill the people around me to establish his might. The conflict between the Skyblaze sect and the Yaoshin sect had been going on for a long time. However, that was a conflict between sections. In private, martial ancestor realm experts wouldn't rashly start a war. After all, once they reached the martial ancestor realm, their goal was to advance a step further. Wasting their divine soul for no reason was an unwise move. Unless it was a conflict of interest between sects, they would normally be afraid of each other. Killing the Skyblaze sect's holy son might cause the Skyblaze sect's martial ancestor realm experts to make a move against Xianming Shenjin. Xianming Shenjin didn't want that to happen. However, if it was just the people around Yin Yang, then Xianming Shenjin wouldn't have to worry about anything. Senior brother Yin Yang, instead of waiting here, why don't we take a gamble? If I go alone, it'll be even more dangerous. The Yaoshan sect will definitely kill me. If I follow behind you, there is still a chance. Nieli said. He could only hope that Xianming Shenjin did not notice them. Yin Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded. That was true. It was impossible for Nieli to leave the void, illusionary divine palace by himself. We have to hurry. If we wait for the Son of Fire to come out, we'll have to leave as soon as possible. That would be troublesome. Yin Yang thought for a moment and reminded him. Son of Fire was the disciple of Xianming Shenjin. The two flew out of the void, illusionary divine palace. A heavenly axis realm 9-stage expert from the Yaoshin sect extended his hand towards Yin Yang. You two stop. Yin Yang coldly snorted, and a powerful energy enveloped his body. Bang! The energy of that 9-stage heavenly axis realm expert was rebounded. He looked at Yin Yang in astonishment. After all, Yin Yang was only at the heavenly axis realm, but his strength had already far surpassed his own. Yin Yang waved his right hand and tossed the items in his hand to the Yaoshin sect expert. This is all we have. The Yaoshin sect expert furrowed his brows. If they fought again, he definitely wouldn't be Yin Yang's opponent. If that happened, he'd definitely suffer a loss. That would be very shameful. He coldly snorted and swept his gaze across Yin Yang and Nieli. Yin Yang and Nieli didn't have anything on them. He glanced at Yin Yang's interspatial ring. The Yaoshin sect expert's eyes lit up. The Yaoshan sect expert waved his hand and said, "At least you're sensible." Scram! Yin Yang and Nieli hurriedly walked past with their heads lowered. They could feel a powerful intent sweeping across their bodies. Nieli felt a suffocating pressure. Xianming Shenjin was examining them. A brief moment later, the powerful intent retracted. Yin Yang had nothing on him. Xianming Shenjin definitely wouldn't be able to sense the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting in Nieli's soul realm. Aside from that, Yin Yang had nothing on him. Xianming Shenjin probably couldn't be bothered to make a move against a heavenly fate realm like Nieli. Xianming Shenjin swept his gaze across Nieli and Yin Yang, then retracted his gaze. Since he didn't want to kill Yin Yang, he'd just pretend that he didn't see anything. Weazi watched Nieli and Yin Yang leave safely from afar. He furrowed his brows, feeling a little puzzled. Could it be that Nieli and Yin Yang had obediently handed over the treasures? That didn't make sense. Nieli definitely wouldn't be so obedient. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Weazi pondered for a brief moment. After some thought, he retracted his gaze. It didn't matter if Nieli had taken the treasures or not. He couldn't do anything to Nieli. If Xianming Shenjin or the Son of Fire found out about the demon blood sacrifice, he'd definitely die a tragic death. After Nieli and Yin Yang left the void illusionary divine palace, they flew away. An hour later, the son of fire flew out of the void illusionary divine palace. Master, the son of fire bowed towards Xianming Shenzhen. Xianming Shenzhen nodded slightly and asked, Disciple, did you find anything in the void illusionary divine palace? Master, the void illusionary divine palace's mechanisms are extremely complicated. I didn't find anything, the son of fire said gloomily. He didn't dare to tell his master that Nieli had tricked him. It'd be extremely embarrassing. Xianming Shenzhen's expression turned a little unsightly. I broke the void illusionary divine palace's barrier, but why didn't I find anything? Master, how many people did you see? The son of fire asked. How many people? Who? Xianming Shenzhen furrowed his brows. Weazi, Yin Yang, and 2 strangers. The son of fire said. Weazi's in the void illusionary divine palace. As for Yin Yang, he's already left. Xianming Shenzhen said. He's the holy son of the Skyblaze sect, the disciple of that old fart. I don't want to fall out with that old fart for now. Previously, Xianming Shenzhen's strength was slightly inferior to Yin Yang's master. Not to mention that his intent had been burned away by the black flames. That's why he'd let Yin Yang leave. The son of fire hastily said, Master, they might have already taken the treasures out of the void illusionary divine palace. That's impossible. How could the 2 of them take the treasures away under my watch? Xianming Shenzhen shook his head. He'd already used his intent to search for Nieli and Yin Yang. However, he hadn't found anything that Nieli and Yin Yang had taken. Although I don't know what's going on, I'm certain that there's something wrong with Yin Yang. The son of fire said anxiously. Xianming Shenzhen furrowed his brows at the son of fire's words. His right hand moved, and he threw a ring to the son of fire. This is Yin Yang's interspatial ring. Take a look. The son of fire swept a glance at it and said, Although there are some decent items inside, Yin Yang must have hidden a portion of them. Master, hurry up and stop him. Don't let him escape. Chapter 417. Nieli looked at Gu Bei and Lu Piao and said, I'm going to bring you guys to a place, but you guys have to keep it a secret. Not a single word can leak. A place? What place? Gu Bei was stunned for a moment before asking. Lu Piao smiled. Don't worry, we definitely won't leak anything. Don't you trust us? Nieli waved his right hand, and the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting flew out. A powerful energy enveloped Gu Bei and Lu Piao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gu Bei and Lu Piao turned into 2 streaks of light and entered the painting. When Gu Bei and Lu Piao entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, they were instantly dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine such a spectacular scene. Deities' lakes floated in the sky, densely packed together like a huge divine array. There were even some buildings. The density of heavenly energy here was dozens or even hundreds of times that of the outside world. Boundless heavenly energy filled the entire space within the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. So the deity roots that Nieli seized were all moved here to form the deity's lakes. Gu Bei suddenly realized, this is the space within the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. It's so huge. It's like a miniature world. Lu Piao exclaimed in shock. Although she knew that the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was in Nieli's hands, she didn't expect it to be such an incredible treasure. Nieli returned to his courtyard and hid the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. With a thought, he entered the space within the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Inside the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Nieli, you're here? Gu Bei flew over when she saw Nieli. Nieli, roughly how many spiritual stones can the deity's lake produce in a day? Lu Piao couldn't help asking. At least a few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 a day. I'm not sure either. Nieli pondered for a moment and said, the heavenly energy within the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting is much denser than the outside world. Therefore, the number of spiritual stones produced is much higher. Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao and Gu Bei were shocked. hundreds of thousands, or even millions of yuan a day. This was simply too shocking. The amount of spiritual stones produced by Nie Li's myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting in a single day was equivalent to the accumulated wealth of an elder for decades. In a year's time, Nie Li's wealth would probably be comparable to the entire Hagami Myunmyun. So that's how it is. Since that's the case, won't we be able to get more deities' roots in the future? Gu Bei couldn't help getting excited. Nie Li, since you have so many spiritual stones, have you ever thought of recruiting some experts from the Sky Origin Divine clan? Gu Bei couldn't help asking. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Nie Li's heart jolted. Nie Li couldn't help pondering. This was a pretty good suggestion. What's the Sky Origin Divine clan? Lu Piao couldn't help asking in astonishment. Gu Bei explained, the Sky Origin Divine clan is a clan that lives in the endless wilderness. Because their bloodline is too powerful, they were sealed in the endless wilderness by the people of the ancestral demonic Saintland. If the experts of the Sky Origin Divine clan want to leave the endless wilderness, they have to sign a master-servant contract with someone. The Sky Origin Divine clan has to devour large amounts of spiritual stones every day. However, the endless wilderness is lacking in resources. Many experts of the Sky Origin Divine clan would go to the borders of the endless wilderness to find contractors to survive. However, their asking price is very high, at least 50 to 60,000 spiritual stones per person. However, the experts of the Sky Origin Divine clan are at least at the Tao of Dragon Realm. After listening to Gu Bei's words, Lu Piao's eyes lit up. Didn't that mean that as long as they had money, they could hire a large number of Tao of Dragon Realm experts? Once we're done here, let's make a trip to the border town of the endless wilderness, said Nie Li. Indeed, if they had the help of some Tao of Dragon Realm experts, the Demon League's strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. What are we going to do next? Gu Bei and Lu Piao couldn't help asking. They still didn't know why Nie Li had asked them to come here. Next, I'll lay down a Heavenly Dragon 9-Blaze secret technique array. It can stimulate the demon spirits in your bodies to advance together. However, you have to listen to my instructions, said Nie Li. Okay, replied Gu Bei and Lu Piao. Nie Li took out the Thunder God's meteorite sword and lightly cut his wrist. Blood flowed into a bowl. Nie Li handed 2 bowls of blood to Gu Bei and Lu Piao. Drink this first. I've recently obtained the power of the demon blood sacrifice. This blood contains the power of the primordial bloodline. Gu Bei and Lu Piao picked it up and drank it. They immediately felt a scorching heat flow. It flowed down their throats. The power contained in the blood nearly caused their bodies to explode. Nie Li started laying down the Heavenly Dragon 9-Blaze secret technique array. Millions of spiritual stones filled the sky, forming a mysterious array. Boom, 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 boom. Boundless energy surged violently. Dragon-shaped shadows continuously circled the sky, enveloping Nie Li and the other 2. The intent in the void, illusionary divine palace was shocked by this scene. Even with his tens of thousands of years of experience, he couldn't tell what kind of array Nie Li was using. Although he couldn't understand it, he knew that this array was incomparably powerful. Using this array was incomparably dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause the 3 people in the center of the array to explode and die. However, Nie Li still dared to use it. It was obvious that Nie Li's control over this array had already reached an extremely exquisite level. In just a short year, he'd gone from an ordinary person to a heavenly star realm, and was about to break through to the heavenly axis realm. If anyone knew about this speed, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. Even among the peerless geniuses of the Draconic Ruins realm over the past tens of thousands of years, none of them could be compared to Nie Li. Nie Li could feel the Bloodwing Saint Dragon, Fang Panda, and Shadow Devil within his body becoming restless. Their strength was rapidly increasing. Nie Li's cultivation was only at the Heavenly Star realm, But the strength of these 3 demon spirits had climbed all the way to the 6th-stage heavenly axis realm, especially the blood-winged Saint Dragon, a god-level growth rate demon spirit. Although it was only at the 6th-stage heavenly axis realm, it wasn't any weaker than a 9th-stage heavenly axis realm. At this moment, in Li Xingyun's courtyard, a servant rushed over and reporting to young master, "We don't know where young masters Gu Bei and Lu Piao went. We don't have any news of them." Li Xingyun slightly knitted his brows. He had just returned from outside. After pondering for a while, he said, "Li Hu, you stay here. When Gu Bei and Lu Piao return, immediately inform them." "Yes." Li Hu nodded his head. A trace of worry was revealed between his brows. It just so happened that at such an important time, the 2 young masters, Gu Bei and Lu Piao, weren't here. He couldn't help worrying for Li Xingyun. Chapter 4:18. Within the myriad miles, rivers and mountains, painting Lu Piao and Gu Bei were still shocked by the might of the heavenly Dragon 9 Blaze secret technique array. Fire dragons roared towards the sky as they continuously bombarded their soul realms. Nieli had used the power of the demon blood sacrifice and millions of spiritual stones to lay down the heavenly Dragon 9 Blaze secret technique array. His goal was to break open Lu Piao and Gu Bei's soul realms. Time quickly passed, and 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. In the boundless outside world under the escort of her guards, Li Xingyun turned into a streak of light as she flew. A group of people chased after her from afar. The one leading them was the first-in-line successor of the Ashen Flames family, Li Yufeng. At this moment, Li Xingyun looked to be in a sorry state. His right arm had been chopped off, and he'd only received a simple bandage. There were also a few cracks on his battle armor. He didn't know what kind of artifact Li Xingyun had in his hands to be able to shatter his battle armor. Li Xingyun felt extremely sullen. The forces that Li Yufeng controlled were clearly far from his own. But this time, Li Yufeng suddenly had several hundred heavenly axis realm experts under him, which caught Li Xingyun unprepared. The Tianqing League's forces had suffered a heavy blow. The 2 deities' lakes that they just snatched had fallen into Li Yufeng's hands. Li Xingyun was extremely depressed. "Young master, there's something fishy about them suddenly having so many experts," said a follower beside him. "It's indeed fishy. When I fought with Gu Heng also suddenly had several hundred heavenly axis realm experts under him. Among the younger generation of the Hagami Myunmyun, there are only 2 people with that kind of ability. One is Situ Beiyin, and the other is Long Tianming." Li Xingyun muttered as he ran. "Young master, who do you think is more likely? Long Tianming might be arrogant, but he doesn't have a good relationship with Gu Heng and Li Yufeng. They often have conflicts. I don't think Long Tianming will help Gu Heng and Li Yufeng. As for Situ Beiyin, there's no reason for him to attack us." Li Xingyun frowned. Li Xingyun couldn't figure out who was helping Gu Heng and Li Yufeng in the dark. Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin were still the main suspects. It was just that Li Xingyun didn't have any solid evidence yet. Li Xingyun's men had already been chased to the point where there were only slightly more than 30 men left. Li Yufeng and his men were getting closer and closer. Li Yufeng's cold laughter came from afar. "Li Xingyun, is that all you've got? Do you only know how to run around like a rat? You want to become the patriarch of the Ashen Flames family?" A cold light flashed through Li Xingyun's eyes. He had indeed fallen into Li Yufeng's hands over the past few days. The Tianqing League had been beaten into a mess, leaving only them. However, it was still too early for Li Yufeng to be arrogant. It was just one defeat. Li Xingyun understood that he wasn't valued in the family and was pushed aside. Even the family's only dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, had been taken by someone through shady means. However, Li Xingyun had never given up, nor would he ever give up. One day, he would take back what he wanted, even if the Ashen Flames family couldn't tolerate him in the end. He would rely on his own strength to fight for his own piece of heaven and earth. Thinking about the faces of the elders in the family, Li Xingyun's heart was bitterly disappointed. He could lose, but he wouldn't give up. "They're catching up. Young master, you go first. We'll go intercept them." Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of followers turned around and pounced towards Li Yufeng's group. Oof, a bunch of ignorant ants. I'll let you know that following Li Xingyun is the biggest mistake of your life. A huge halberd suddenly appeared in Li Yufeng's hand. He chopped down. Boom! A follower was directly chopped into two by the unparalleled power. Earlier, Li Xingyun's right arm was chopped off by Li Yufeng's weapon. The huge halberd in Li Yufeng's hand was at least a grade 7 or even grade 8 artifact. Li Yufeng seemed to have gone mad. He killed 5 to 6 people in a row, their blood splattering all over his body. Li Xingyun's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw his loyal brothers being slaughtered by Li Yufeng. This time, he had indeed underestimated his enemy, causing his brothers to suffer heavy losses. He looked into the distance. Looking into the distance, he saw the Heavenly Axis realm experts under Li Yufeng had already surrounded them. Li Xingyun stopped in his tracks. Young master, we're useless. Seeing this scene, Li Xingyun's followers couldn't help having grief and indignation on their faces. Li Xingyun brightly smiled and said, "It's not that you guys are useless. This time it's my fault. I never thought that Li Yufeng would find so many helpers. But at worst, we'll just die. 10 days from now, we'll come out and have a showdown with them." Yes, his followers were also in high spirits. Everyone, give it your all. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it, Li Xingyun said as he took the lead and charged towards Li Yufeng's group. An intense battle broke out. Relying on the battle armor on his body, Li Xingyun took the lead and killed several of Li Yufeng's Heavenly Axis realm experts. You're courting death. Li Yufeng's eyes flashed with a chilling light. He originally wanted to take Li Xingyun's battle armor, but Li Xingyun had gone mad. It was too difficult to take the battle armor off Li Xingyun's body. Since he couldn't take it, then he'd just destroy it. Li Yufeng brandished his halberd, and a violent energy slashed towards Li Xingyun. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Li Xingyun's other arm was also chopped off by Li Yufeng. An ominous light flashed in Li Yufeng's eyes. He was obviously stronger than Li Xingyun, but the descendants of the Ashen Flames family all liked to follow Li Xingyun. On the contrary, he had become an outsider. Even his closest brothers had betrayed him and sided with Li Xingyun. This caused Li Yufeng to hate Li Xingyun to the extreme. He viewed her as a thorn in his flesh and wished that he could tear Li Xingyun into pieces. The hatred between the two of them had been accumulated for a long time. Although 2 of his arms were chopped off, Li Xingyun still managed to kill a Heavenly Axis realm follower beside Li Yufeng with a kick. Li Yufeng, there will be a day when I take back what you've taken from me. So what if there's someone protecting you? With your strength, do you think that you can control the Ashen Flames family? Everything that you have was obtained through dishonorable means. Which descendant of the Ashen Flames family would submit to you? Li Xingyun calmly looked at Li Yufeng as a cold aura emitted from his body. You've lost to me, yet you still dare to spout such arrogant words. No matter what methods I use, everything is mine. From today onwards, if you dare to take a step out of the Hagami Myunmyun, I will completely annihilate you. Li Yufeng brandished his halberd and chopped it down towards Li Xingyun with incomparable rage. Boom! As the halberd chopped down, the violent energy engulfed Li Xingyun. Chapter 419. In the outside world, in order to fight for the deity's lakes, the Tianqing League and Li Yufeng's forces had engaged in several large-scale battles, resulting in heavy losses. Although Gu Bei and Lu Piao weren't present, Gu Bei and Lu Piao had told them that if the Tianqing League encountered any trouble, even if they weren't present, they had to help. Therefore, the experts of the Demon League had also participated in the battle. However, the Demon League's participation had caused the battle to escalate. The 3 forces had sunk into a chaotic battle. No one knew where Li Yufeng had found so many experts. In the beginning, there were only a few hundred Heavenly Axis realm experts, but the more they fought, the stronger they became. 700 to 800 Heavenly Axis realm experts had appeared, and even Dao of Dragon realm experts had appeared. Li Xingyun felt that something wasn't right. She immediately ordered the Tianqing League and Demon League to stay in the Sky Soul Institute. With Li Yufeng's strength, he probably couldn't have found so many helpers. There was definitely a problem. At the entrance of the Sky Soul Institute, Li Yufeng's men were cursing at the Sky Soul Institute. The trash of the Tianqing League and Demon League have been killed by our Wind League to the point that they don't dare to come out. A bunch of turtles hiding in their shells. Is that all you've got? Come out and fight if you have the guts. The voices of Li Yufeng's men were transmitted into the Sky Soul Institute. The students of the Sky Soul Institute were discussing amongst themselves. Did you guys know? The Tianqing League and Demon League are fighting the Wind League very fiercely. I heard that the Tianqing League and Demon League are being beaten to the point that they can't even lift their heads. The Demon League is a newly risen force. Although they seem to have a lot of people, they can't compare to the Wind League in terms of foundation. But the Tianqing League is so strong. So why are they being beaten to the point that they can't even lift their heads? I'm not too sure about that. It looks like the Wind League is still hiding quite a bit of their strength. The two most outstanding juniors of the Ashen Flames family. One is Li Xingyun and the other is Li Yufeng. From the looks of it, Li Yufeng is still a notch higher. Li Yufeng is the first-in-line successor. How can Li Xingyun compete with him? All the students of the Sky Soul Institute were discussing this matter in private. Boss Xingyun, let's go out and fight them. The faces of Li Xingyun's brothers turned red when they heard the filthy curses of Li Yufeng's men. He wanted to go out and fight with Li Yufeng's men. Li Xingyun said in a deep voice, "You'll be courting death if you go out. Everyone, listen to my orders. No one is allowed to step out of the Sky Soul Institute." Hearing Li Xingyun's words, the people of the Demon League and the Tianqing League were unwilling to accept it. Despite the resentment in their hearts, they obediently stayed in the Sky Soul Institute. Seeing the Demon League and the Tianqing League staying in the Sky Soul Institute and unwilling to come out, the people of the Wind League became even more arrogant. All kinds of curses rang out. Li Xingyun furrowed her brows for a moment and led the people of the Tianqing League and the Demon League inside. The students of the Sky Soul Institute watched as Li Xingyun's group left. They're cursing so viciously. Li Xingyun can actually endure it. How gutless. I used to think that Li Xingyun was a character, but it turns out that she only has this much courage. What else can she do? She knows that she can't win, so she still wants to go out and die? I originally wanted to join the Demon League, but I didn't think that the people of the Demon League were all cowards. Hearing the students' whispers, the faces of the people of the Tianqing League and the Demon League turned red. However, they could only swallow their anger and leave with Li Xingyun. Li Yufeng stood at the entrance of the Sky Soul Institute and looked at Li Xingyun's back. His expression was gloomy. If Li Xingyun was a brute who only charged forward, there wouldn't be anything to worry about. However, after a few exchanges, Li Xingyun had managed to minimize the losses of the Demon League and the Tianqing League. One must know that he had quite a few helpers on his side. Otherwise, the Wind League wouldn't be a match for the Tianqing League, not to mention suppressing the two major forces of the Tianqing League and the Demon League. It was precisely because he'd borrowed the strength of others that Li Yufeng felt even more unhappy in his heart. From his point of view, the person who should have been on the same level as him actually had such a powerful force. He'd lent so many experts to him to deal with the Tianqing League and the Demon League. It seemed that the other party's target was the position of Patriarch of the Hagami Myunyan. They were both people with Dragon Bloodline God level growth rate demon spirits, but the gap between them was so huge. Li Yufeng was extremely furious in his heart. He'd placed all the blame on Li Xingyun. If it wasn't for Li Xingyun always going against him, and the younger generation of the Ashen Flames family had all sided with Li Xingyun, he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. He even had to borrow the help of an outsider to do such a small thing. Who knows, he might even have the strength to compete for the Patriarch's position. Several days passed. News of the suppression of the Tianqing League and the Demon League spread throughout the Hagami Myunyan. However, no one stood out to mediate this matter. Allowing the younger generation to fight was the attitude of the Hagami Myunyan. Inside the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains, Paintingya Li constantly inhaled and exhaled. He felt that his soul realm was already filled with heavenly energy. He could vaguely sense the vine in his dantian growing, connecting the 9 fate stars in Li's Dantian Sea and communicating with each other. Space-time energy constantly flowed. Nieli seemed to have entered a wondrous state. Over the next 3 days, although Nieli's cultivation didn't make any breakthroughs, his mental state underwent a huge change. His aura seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. Suddenly, Nieli could vaguely see a boundless starry sky at the top of the vine. A powerful aura came from that boundless starry sky, causing Nieli to be endlessly shocked. Just what was that aura? Could it be that this vine was hiding some shocking secret? Nieli retracted his intent. He furrowed his brows and pondered. Forget it. He'll slowly explore the secret of the vine in the future. Gu Bei and Lu Piao's cultivation rose rapidly under the nourishment of the heavenly Dragon 9 Blaze secret technique array and the demon blood sacrifice. One after another, they stepped into the heavenly star realm, especially Lu Piao. Because of the connection between her and Nieli's soul realm, her cultivation rose rapidly. She had already condensed her 6th fate star. Haha, I've already condensed my 6th fate star. Nieli, your array is amazing, Lu Piao said excitedly. Gu Bei looked at Lu Piao, feeling a little depressed. Before coming here, his and Lu Piao's cultivation were on the same level. But after a few days, he had only condensed his 3rd fate star. There was a difference of 3 levels between him and Lu Piao. How could he not be depressed? Gu Bei's expression fell into Nieli's eyes. Nieli smiled and said, Gu Bei, you don't need to be depressed. Lu Piao has established a connection with my soul realm. That's why she can improve so quickly. Also, cultivation is secondary to you. Continue to concentrate on cultivating your sword intent. As long as you can cultivate your sword intent to the extreme, you will be able to transcend the boundaries of cultivation. Gu Bei nodded. In terms of sword intent cultivation, he wasn't inferior to anyone. This was a form of strong self-confidence. Nieli thought for a moment and said, It's been a few days since we entered the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Let's go back. Chapter 420. Sky Soul Institute Li Xingyun's courtyard. Boss Nieli, Boss Gu Bei, Boss Lu Piao, you're finally back. The moment they saw Nieli's group, the eyes of the Demon League's members turned watery. They'd been sullen for the past few days. Nieli furrowed his brows when he saw the Demon League and Tianxing League's anxious faces. What happened? It's like this. Li Xingyun explained everything that had happened in the past few days. Li Xingyun's brows were furrowed as she said in a deep voice, I feel that there's something strange going on with Li Yufeng's side. So many experts have appeared out of nowhere. There's definitely someone behind this, but I don't know who. So many experts have appeared out of nowhere. Nieli slightly furrowed his brows. He immediately thought of a person. Could it be that this matter was related to Long Tianming? From Nieli's point of view, it was most likely that Long Tianming was behind this. Long Tianming had always been an extremely mysterious person. Nieli had never been able to see through Long Tianming's background. In the Dragon Seal family, Long Tianming wasn't even a legitimate son. Even with Long Tianming's identity, he was still able to climb all the way to the position of Patriarch of Hagami Munyan in his previous life. This wasn't something that could be achieved so easily. There had to be a deeper reason behind it. The strength that Long Tianming had revealed on the surface was probably only a small portion of his true strength. Even Nieli wasn't sure how much strength Long Tianming was hiding. It seemed that he had to think of a way to deal with Long Tianming. Relying on his current strength was far from enough. Nieli went silent for a moment, then said, Even if we go out, we'll probably be intercepted by Li Yufeng's men. We don't have many trump cards to deal with them. I've thought about it. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and Li Xingyun, you guys stay in the Sky Soul Institute and take charge of the situation. I'll make a trip to a few small towns at the edge of the endless wilderness. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and Li Xingyun looked at each other and asked Nieli, Don't you need someone to follow you? It's fine. Nieli smiled and shook his head. Don't forget that I'm already at the pinnacle of the heavenly star realm. Furthermore, he had a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Even if he encountered a heavenly axis realm expert, he would still be able to put up a fight. I can also escape. All right then. Be careful. Gubei pondered for a brief moment, then nodded her head. Nieli smiled. Rest assured, the few small towns at the edge of the endless wilderness aren't particularly dangerous. It's best if we can kidnap a Tao of Dragon Realm expert. That way, our strength will increase by a lot. Lu Piao thought for a brief moment, then said with excitement, I'll go scout first. It's still a problem if we can recruit members of the Sky Origin Divine clan, said Nieli. Recruiting experts of the Sky Origin Divine clan wasn't easy. That's because the experts of the Sky Origin Divine clan were extremely cautious when choosing their masters. If they weren't trustworthy, they wouldn't sell themselves out so easily. The price was secondary, not to mention 50 or 60,000 spiritual stones. Even if it was more, Nieli could still afford it. All right, Nieli will go scout first. Li Xingyun nodded her head. Indeed, this wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. After a brief discussion, Nieli, Li Xingyun, and Lu Piao prepared to set off. Suddenly, a figure hurriedly walked in and bumped into Nieli. Nieli immediately supported the person and took a good look at the person's appearance. It was actually Long Yuan. Her outfit perfectly outlined Long Yuan's impressive figure. When he bumped into her, he felt a soft sensation on his chest. Nieli instantly understood what it was and couldn't help feeling a little awkward in his heart. At this moment, Long Yuan's face was flushed red and her chest was violently heaving up and down, making it hard for others to shift their gaze away. Just now, Long Yuan had almost bumped into Nieli. Ahem. Li Xingyun, Gubei, and Lu Piao coughed and turned their faces away. Nieli smiled awkwardly and said, Why are you here? Master, you didn't send anyone to tell me that you're back. Long Yuan looked a little resentful at Nieli. She looked a little nervous and didn't know where to put her hands. Seeing Long Yuan acting like a little girl, Li Xingyun, Gubei, and Lu Piao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Was this still the original Long Yuan, the legendary tigress? This contrast was a little too great. I've only been here for a few hours, and I didn't have the time to tell you, Nieli said with a smile. Then is Master going out again? Long Yuan raised her head and stared at Nieli with her clear eyes. Looking at the outline of Nieli's face, Long Yuan did not know why, but her heartbeat quickened. During the time when Nieli was not around, she would often send people over to see if Nieli had returned. Not knowing why, Nieli's figure would occasionally flash through Long Yuan's mind, and she would think of many things. What Long Yuan could not forget was that when she was in the spiritual eye, Nieli had ruthlessly whipped her 3 times, and there was still a burning sensation on her skin. In the past, she hated Nieli to the point of gnashing her teeth. Now, her hatred for Nieli had already disappeared, but the 3 whips that Nieli had given her were unforgettable. And I'm going to place. Nieli knew that lying was useless. Long Yuan had probably already guessed it. Can I go with you? Long Yuan raised her head and looked hopefully at Nieli. Not knowing why, if she did not see Nieli for a day, Long Yuan would feel flustered. Nieli shook his head and said, I'm just going out for a while. I'll be back soon. I can go alone. Long Yuan pouted and was a little unwilling. You don't even listen to Master's words. Nieli looked at Long Yuan and said in a deep voice. Seeing Nieli's stern expression, Long Yuan's heart trembled. She nodded her head and said, All right then. I'll leave Long Tianming to you for this period of time. Pay attention to his every move. Nieli looked at Long Yuan and said, I have a feeling that Long Tianming might be someone from the Yaoshan sect, although I don't have any concrete evidence. Someone from the Yaoshan sect? Long Yuan was stunned. Correct. Nieli nodded his head. Why would Nieli suspect that Long Tianming was someone from the Yaoshan sect? Long Yuan felt that it was strange. However, since Nieli had said such words, he definitely wouldn't speak without thinking. Nieli must have discovered something. I'll send someone to keep an eye on Long Tianming. Long Yuan solemnly nodded her head. If Long Tianming really was someone from the Yaoshan sect, then this matter was extremely serious. After all, Long Tianming wasn't just the heir of the Dragon Seal family. He was also a competitor for the position of the Hagami Mian Patriarch. All right, just keep an eye on him. There's no need to do anything else. We'll talk about it after I return, said Nieli. Yes, I understand. Long Yuan nodded her head seriously. Chapter 421. Long Yuan looked at Nieli with a little bitterness in her eyes. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and Li Xingyin couldn't help finding it a little funny. Back then, Long Yuan and Nieli were like fire and water. Who would have thought that she'd be so obedient now? Although Long Yuan looked strong on the outside, Long Yuan's heart was actually very weak. In this regard, Long Yuan should be the same as her mother. Although Long Yuan's mother was also a strong woman, she was a widowed woman. No matter how strong her appearance was, it was all just an act. Right now, Long Yuan's mother's goal was to push Long Yuan onto the Dragon Seal family's patriarch seat. Who knew how much power Long Yuan's mother had managed? One thing was certain. Long Yuan's mother had managed for so many years, and it definitely wasn't a simple matter. Long Yuan and her mother could more or less help restrain Long Tianming. Although Long Yuan and her mother's power might not be able to match Long Tianming's, at least for the time being, Long Tianming wouldn't be able to ascend to the Dragon Seal family's patriarch seat. After his rebirth, Nieli wouldn't let Long Tianming get his way so easily. Xiaoyu was still immersed in cultivation, so Nieli decided to leave her plume, flame godnies, and golden egg in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting for now. Then I'll be leaving first, Nieli said to Li Xingyun and the others, then glanced at Long Yuan. Long Yuan curled her lips and didn't say anything. Nieli couldn't help smiling helplessly as he flew away. Nieli had changed his appearance. Therefore, even if Li Yufeng's men were to block the exit of the Sky Soul Institute, they wouldn't be able to capture Nieli. When Nieli exited the Sky Soul Institute, he noticed that the entrance was filled with Li Yufeng's men, interrogating passersby. Several Heavenly Axis realm experts stood at the entrance of the Sky Soul Institute with fiendish expressions. The students couldn't help trembling with fear, fearing that they'd become a target. You stop right there. A Heavenly Axis realm expert blocked Nieli's path and fiercely stared at Nieli. Why haven't I seen you before? This elder brother must be joking. There's so many students in the Sky Soul Institute. How could Big Brother possibly know all of them? Nieli pretended to be trembling with fear as he spoke with extreme humility. What did you say? The Heavenly Axis realm expert widened his eyes and looked like he was about to attack. Big Brother, can I have a word with you? Nieli whispered. Oomph. That Heavenly Axis realm expert coldly snorted, then followed Nieli to the side. Nieli took out 10 spiritual stones and stuffed them into the Heavenly Axis realm expert's hands. He stuffed it into the hands of the Heavenly Axis realm expert and said, This is just a small token of my appreciation. I'm going on a long trip for Venerable Flameless. I hope that Big Brother can be magnanimous. A surge of heavenly energy circulated in his palm. A powerful aura flashed. At Nieli's words, that Heavenly Axis realm expert was slightly stunned. Earlier, he thought that Nieli was only a Heavenly Star realm expert. He never imagined that Nieli would actually be a Heavenly Axis realm. Nieli's strength wasn't the slightest bit inferior to his own. Nieli's ability to hide his strength wasn't simple at all. Since you're Venerable Flameless, man, then leave. That Heavenly Axis realm expert pondered for a brief moment, then lightly nodded his head and quietly put away the 10 spiritual stones. Then I'll have to thank Big Brother. Nieli lightly cupped his hands. That Heavenly Axis realm expert turned around and waved his hand at the others. Let him go. When Nieli lowered his head, his eyes flashed with light. His eyes flashed as he noticed some details. These Heavenly Axis realm experts had changed their appearances. The aura they emitted was clearly the cultivation technique of the Dragon Seal family. Just as he'd expected, these people were most likely Long Tianming's men. He didn't know when Li Yufeng and Long Tianming started working together, but Nieli could confirm that Long Tianming and Gu Heng had been working together for a long time. Long Tianming definitely had something to do with the poisoning of Gu Lan. Gu Heng's imprisonment was equivalent to Long Tianming losing an arm. Nieli never thought that Long Tianming would impatiently push Li Yufeng to the front. In comparison, Li Yufeng was much harder to deal with than Gu Heng. Li Yufeng was different from Gu Heng. Guheng only had a few elders as his backing. The Gu clan's patriarch and the Grand Elder were originally on Gulan's side. However, after Gulan was poisoned, they had no choice but to side with Guheng. As for Li Yufeng, he was the son of the Ashen Flames family's patriarch. Li Yufeng's talent wasn't as good as Li Xingyun's. His ability to rally support among the younger generation was also far inferior. However, he was forcefully pushed to the position of first-in-line successor. If Li Yufeng wanted to lose his position as first-in-line successor of the Ashen Flames family, Li Yufeng's father had to step down from his position as patriarch, or Li Yufeng had done something that even Hagami Mianmian couldn't tolerate. Long Tianming had chosen to push Li Yufeng to the front to suppress the Demon League and Tianqing League. It could be said that he had nothing to worry about. No matter how powerful the Demon League and Tianqing League were, they couldn't suppress Li Yufeng. If Li Yufeng suffered a loss, his father would definitely make a move. Long Tianming was indeed hard to deal with. Most importantly, Long Tianming had always been hiding behind the scenes, making it impossible to guard against him. Nieli flew away, disappearing into the horizon. A brief moment later, a charming figure flew over. It was Long Yuan. Long Yuan cast a glance at the distant sky with a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. When Nieli left this time, her 1,000-mile, soul-chasing fragrance was on him. No matter how far Nieli ran, she'd still be able to find Nieli. Halt! A group of Heavenly Axis Realm experts surrounded her, blocking her path. The group of Heavenly Axis Realm experts had fiendish expressions on their faces. But when they saw who it was, they were all slightly stunned. Long Yuan's face stiffened as she revealed an annoyed expression. You even dare to block my path? You blind things. Just as Long Yuan finished her words, two middle-aged women rushed out from the side and threw a flurry of punches and kicks. The group of Heavenly Axis Realm experts shrieked miserably as they were beaten into a complete mess. Those two middle-aged women were actually Tao of Dragon Realm experts. The students of the Sky Soul Institute felt their scalps go numb as they watched. However, they were inwardly rejoicing. The Heavenly Axis Realm experts under Li Yufeng were simply lawless. But it was a pity that they'd met someone even more ruthless than them. They'd recognized that the girl who'd just appeared was Long Yuan. She was a woman who'd crippled her fiancé. Indeed, evil people needed to be tortured by evil people. Li Yufeng's subordinates actually dared to block Long Yuan's path. They were simply courting death. Miss, the son-in-law went that way. One of the middle-aged women pointed into the distance. Yeah. Long Yuan's face slightly blushed. She wasn't willing to call Nieli that way. However, her mother seemed to have instructed the two middle-aged women to do something. Although she was a little shy, she still tacitly agreed to it. Long Yuan's group of three flew in the direction that Nieli had left. Chapter 422. Roughly half an hour later, Long Yuan and the two women landed in a forest. The scent of the 1,000-mile, soul-chasing incense ends here. Long Yuan furrowed her brows for a brief moment as she looked around. Nieli was nowhere to be seen. One of the women couldn't help asking, could it be that young master has discovered the soul-chasing fragrance on him? Long Yuan went silent for a brief moment. Indeed, with Nieli's keen senses, he might have already discovered the soul-chasing fragrance on her. Long Yuan couldn't help stomping her feet in anger. No matter what, I must find him. As Long Yuan flew away, the two women exchanged a glance and quickly followed after her. After a brief moment, a few more people flew over. The one leading them was actually Li Yufeng, along with two masked experts of unknown origins and three Heavenly Axis Realm experts. Long Yuan and those two women headed this way. Li Yufeng furrowed his brows. One of the Heavenly Axis Realm experts immediately nodded his head. I saw them stop here for a brief moment, then headed in that direction. Li Yufeng looked into the distance, then looked at the two masked experts and asked, they headed in that direction. I wonder what the two of you are going to do. One of the masked experts cupped his hands and said, Young Master Li Yufeng, you don't have to worry about that. Leave him to us. We'll go back and report. We'll meet again, young Master Li Yufeng. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the two masked experts turned into streaks of light and flew away. Those two masked experts were actually Tao of Dragon Realm existences. Watching the two masked experts leave, the Heavenly Axis Realm experts recovered from their shock. Young Master, what's the background of those two? One of the Heavenly Axis Realm experts couldn't help asking. Li Yufeng coldly swept a glance at his subordinates and solemnly said, "Is that something you should be asking?" The Heavenly Axis Realm expert immediately knelt down and fearfully said, "Young Master, please forgive me. I spoke too much. Get up. In the future, don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Li Yufeng looked into the distance. The Ashen Flames family and the Dragon Seal family belonged to the same level of existence. Both of them were first-in-line successors to the family. The strongest expert under him was only at the Heavenly Axis Realm. Generally speaking, Tao of Dragon Realm experts were already qualified to be an elder or revered elder in a family. Even the successor of a family would find it difficult to mobilize an expert of this level. Long Tianming subordinates. There were actually two Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Furthermore, Li Yufeng discovered that Long Tianming was still hiding his strength. Li Yufeng couldn't help feeling vexed in his heart. Although he'd borrowed Long Tianming's strength, he didn't want to become Long Tianming's puppet. With his proud temperament, he would definitely not do such a thing. However, he realized that the forces under his control weren't on the same level as Long Tianming. He wasn't willing to lower his head, but he had no choice. One could imagine the depression in Li Yufeng's heart. He didn't know how Long Tianming would deal with Long Yuan's group of three. Li Yufeng's eyes flashed with a light. He glanced at the group of Heavenly Axis Realm experts beside him and said, "Let's go." Yes. The Heavenly Axis Realm experts couldn't help replying. The group of people leaped up and flew away. At the edge of the endless wasteland, looking at the endless wasteland in the distance, all one could see was a boundless yellow soil. It was a barren piece of land with no plants growing on it. When the wind blew, the yellow soil filled the sky. For thousands of years, the Sky Origin Divine clan had been trapped in this yellow soil world, struggling to survive in the endless wasteland. Once upon a time, the ancestor of the Sky Origin Divine clan was a figure that stood at the pinnacle. He could even compete with the Holy Emperor. However, in the end, that ancestor was suppressed by the Holy Emperor in the endless wasteland. All the descendants of the Sky Origin Divine clan were viewed as a threat. They were forever sealed in the endless wasteland. If the Sky Origin Divine clan wanted to take a step out of the endless wasteland, they had to lower their noble heads and become someone's servant. This was the Holy Emperor's endless humiliation towards the Sky Origin Divine clan. This was something that many Sky Origin Divine clan experts couldn't accept. Many members of the Sky Origin Divine clan would rather die than step out of the endless wasteland. However, there were also some clansmen of the Sky Origin Divine clan who had no choice but to leave the endless wasteland. However, after they left, they were enslaved and lived a life worse than death. The Sky Origin Divine clan was a huge clan with a population of billions. In the end, there were only a few million of them left, struggling at death's door in the endless wasteland. Every year, there would still be people leaving. They would either die or leave the endless wasteland in humiliation. However, there was no need to doubt the strength of the Sky Origin Divine clan. Even the weakest member of the Sky Origin Divine clan was a Tao of Dragon Realm expert. In a small town at the border of the endless wasteland, there was a boiling cauldron of voices. Merchants from various places would settle down here. There weren't any resources in the endless wasteland. Thus, some of the clansmen of the Sky Origin Divine clan became slaves in exchange for a large amount of spiritual stones. These spiritual stones would then be used to purchase food from the outside to feed the clansmen. Using this method, the Sky Origin Divine clan's population had finally stopped declining after several hundred years. However, there would be at least a few hundred Sky Origin Divine clan experts that would leave the endless wasteland every year and become slaves. A one-stage Tao of Dragon Realm Sky Origin Divine Clan Expert would cost at least 30,000 spiritual stones. A two-stage Sky Origin Divine Clan Expert would cost at least 2 times that. A three-stage Sky Origin Divine Clan Expert would cost even more. Therefore, only those especially wealthy nobles could have a Sky Origin Divine Clan Expert as a slave. Due to the master-slave contract of the Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts being established by the Holy Emperor, the Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts were unable to break the master-slave contract. Therefore, once a Sky Origin Divine Clan expert became a slave, they would absolutely obey. Even if they were to die, they wouldn't even frown. It was precisely because of this point that the Sky Origin Divine Clan slaves were especially favored. As Nieli walked on the streets of the small town, aside from the merchants wearing embroidered clothes, there were also many emaciated Sky Origin Divine Clan members. Although the price of a Sky Origin Divine Clan expert was over 30,000 spiritual stones, the food that was transported from various places was also sold at an extremely high price. The clansmen of the Sky Origin Divine Clan could only barely exchange for some food to fill their stomachs. As Nieli walked, he observed his surroundings. There should be some merchants selling Sky Origin Divine Clan experts here. As long as he could find these merchants selling Sky Origin Divine Clan experts, he would be able to get twice the results with half the effort. Donning a cloak, Nieli kept a low profile as he walked. As he walked, a commotion suddenly resounded from afar as a stream of people gathered in that direction. I wonder what's going on. Nieli furrowed his brows. After a brief pondering, he quickened his pace and followed the stream of people. Chapter 423. The people around President Lin glared fiercely at Nieli. They looked like fiends, ready to take action at any moment. The people around President Lin were all Tao of Dragon Realm experts, and they were all at least at the 3rd stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. Who would dare to wander around the border without some strength? Even the Sky Origin Divine Clan youths that Nieli had just purchased weren't a match for President Lin and the others. The Dragon Breath Chamber's influence in the border region wasn't simple. Furthermore, Nieli was only a Heavenly Star Realm expert. Swords were drawn, and the atmosphere became extremely stagnant. That kid is doomed. He actually dared to snatch someone from under the Dragon Breath Chamber's nose. He's simply courting death. Doesn't he know that the Dragon Breath Chamber is a tyrant in this border region? It's said that they've raised hundreds of Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Unless a martial ancestor realm expert comes to plead for that kid, he won't be able to escape death. In this world, those who are too ignorant often die miserably. The surrounding onlookers looked at Nieli. Some of them felt pity for him, while others rejoiced at his misfortune. President Lin's eyes flashed with frightening, killing intent. Although the master-servant contract was in Nieli's hands, they definitely wouldn't let Nieli have the chance to complete it. President Lin waved his right hand, and his subordinates slowly approached Nieli. Nieli, on the other hand, appeared to be very relaxed and leisurely. The surrounding spectators were all secretly guessing whether Nieli was courageous because of his skill, or was he just blindly confident. Could Nieli really deal with the Dragon Breath Chamber's Tao of Dragon Realm experts by himself? Wasn't that a little too difficult? In the border region of the Endless Wilderness, the Dragon Breath Chamber's prestige is not to be challenged. Kid, what else do you have to say? President Lin's face turned grave when he saw that Nieli was still as calm as ever. Nieli's strength was far inferior to theirs, but he was able to remain so calm. He probably had something to rely on. President Lin could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, so he was extremely cautious. Nieli's actions just now. He had thrown out 300,000 spirit stones in one go, so his identity was probably not simple. For a moment, he was a little doubtful. However, the Dragon Breath Chamber's interests in the Endless Wilderness could not be challenged. The dignity of the Dragon Breath Merchant Association was gone. President Lin signaled with his eyes. He was prepared to capture Nieli first before slowly interrogating Nieli about his background. This was to prevent Nieli from having an impressive background and offending someone he shouldn't have. The onlookers outside were all watching the development of the situation. He watched as President Lin's men closed in on him. Nieli smiled and said, "I didn't know that the Dragon Breath Merchant Guild was in charge of the endless wilderness. What I did just now was indeed a bit rash. I would like to express my apologies here." Hearing Nieli's words, President Lin's gaze landed on Nieli. There was a flash of astonishment in his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Nieli to be the first to apologize to him. President Lin harumphed coldly. Of course, he wouldn't let Nieli off just like that. Nieli had just snatched 6 Sky Origin Divine clan youths from his hands, which made him extremely unhappy. Before Nieli completed the Master Servant contract, he could still snatch the 6 Master Servant contracts back. If these 6 Master Servant contracts, since it was in the hands of the Sky Origin Divine clan, they wouldn't snatch it away. After all, they had an agreement with the Sky Origin Divine clan. However, the 6 Master Servant contracts were in Nieli's hands, so they had nothing to worry about. "What else do you have to say?" President Lin's followers asked coldly. "The name of the Dragon Breath Merchant Association is well known. I wonder if President Lin is willing to do business with me?" Nieli said with a smile. "Business? Haha, what a joke." President Lin couldn't help but laugh. He crossed his arms and looked at Nieli. "What's so funny? I came to the Borderlands for the Dragon Breath Merchant Association. Surely the Dragon Breath Merchant Association wouldn't reject a customer who's sincerely here to do business, right?" Nieli raised his eyebrows. President Lin looked at Nieli with doubt. He didn't understand what Nieli was trying to say. Could it be that Nieli was really here to do business with the Dragon Breath Merchant Association? He recalled how Nieli had casually tossed out 300,000 spiritual stones. President Lin's gaze fell on Nieli. He was actually a little hesitant. At the end of the day, the Dragon Breath Merchant Association was still doing business. Just now, Nieli had interfered with their business, which made them extremely unhappy. After all, he was snatching money from their hands. As businessmen, snatching money from others was akin to killing one's father. However, if Nieli could help them earn money, then it would be a different story. However, President Lin's face was still as stern as ever. He looked displeased. "Kid, you want to do business with us?" One of the subordinates snuck a glance at President Lin, then looked at Nieli and said arrogantly, "How can the Dragon Breath Merchant Association not do business that's delivered to our doorstep?" Nieli said with a smile, "Looks like President Lin still has a grudge against me. It's just 6 youths. President Lin doesn't have to be so bothered. I heard that the Dragon Breath Merchant Association controls more than half of the business in the Endless Wilderness. You wouldn't reject a major customer who's prepared to do business with the Dragon Breath Merchant Association just because of 6 youths, would you? If that's the case, I'm starting to look down on you, President Lin." "What do you mean?" The subordinates at the side immediately glared at Nieli and took a step forward. However, Nieli was still calm and collected. "Wait, all of you back down," President Lin said in a solemn voice as he waved his hand. He looked at Nieli. 6 youths of the Sky Origin Divine clan would cost him 300,000 spiritual stones. However, if they were sold elsewhere, they could be sold for at least 500,000 spiritual stones. Yet, Nieli actually said that there were only 6 youths? Wasn't Nieli's tone a little too arrogant? Yes. The subordinates immediately bowed and retreated to the side. "I wonder what business this little brother wants with our Dragon Breath Merchant Association?" President Lin asked as he looked at Nieli. "It's not some extraordinary business. I just want the Dragon Breath Merchant Association to recruit 200 Sky Origin Divine clan experts on my behalf." Nieli calmly replied, 200? Hearing Nieli's words, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even President Lin couldn't help feeling shocked in his heart. 200 wasn't a small number. Even the cheapest one was 30,000 spiritual stones. It would still cost 6 million spiritual stones. There weren't many people in the entire Draconic Ruins realm that could take out that many spiritual stones, unless it was some major divine sex. President Lin glanced at Nieli as he tried to guess how trustworthy Nieli's words were. "Little brother, are you joking with me?" "Joking," Nieli sneered as he continued. "What do I gain from joking with you, President Lin?" If little brother really wants to purchase so many Sky Origin Divine clan experts, how can I trust you? President Lin said in a solemn voice. Here's a deposit of 500,000 spiritual stones. Nieli's right hand moved as he tossed an interspatial ring to President Lin and continued. If President Lin can satisfy me, then we will naturally continue this business. Chapter 424. 500,000 spiritual stones. Even President Lin couldn't help but be shocked by Nieli's generosity. The business had just started, and Lin Yun had already thrown out 500,000 spiritual stones as a deposit. To Nieli, 500,000 spiritual stones was just a drop in the ocean. That was because Nieli's myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting produced large amounts of spiritual stones every day. But to President Lin and the others, 500,000 spiritual stones was already a huge amount of wealth. President Lin took a deep look at Nieli. Nieli dared to come to the endless wasteland alone and took out 500,000 spiritual stones as a deposit. It seemed that his background wasn't simple. It seemed that Nieli wasn't lying when he said that he wanted to buy 200 Sky Origin Divine clan experts. 200 Sky Origin Divine clan experts were worth at least 6 million spiritual stones. Even some super sects wouldn't be able to take out such a huge amount of wealth. Just what kind of background did Nieli have? But one thing was for sure. Since he knew that Nieli's background wasn't simple, why would he provoke Nieli for a few Sky Origin Divine clan slaves? Since Nieli had such a huge demand, and the Dragon Breath Chamber just so happened to be in this business, the anger in President Lin's heart subsided. President Lin's expression changed, and he said with a smile, "May I know this young master's background?" "There's no need to ask, President Lin. Even if you know, I'm afraid it won't be good for you," Nieli said secretively. President Lin couldn't figure out Nieli's depth. As for investigating Nieli's background, even if he did, it might not be a good thing. I'm just asking casually. Since young master wants to cooperate with our Dragon Breath Chamber, we'll naturally welcome you. Young master said that you want to buy 200 Sky Origin Divine clan experts. May I know if that's true? President Lin looked at Nieli and asked. Whether it's true or not would depend on President Lin's sincerity. Nieli calmly looked at President Lin and said, "Before the transaction, I took out 500,000 spirit stones. How many Sky Origin Divine clan experts can President Lin give me?" President Lin was silent for a moment. He glanced at one of his followers and whispered a few words into his ear. That follower respectfully retreated. Then he leaped and flew away. Nieli didn't care about what President Lin was going to do. He looked at the several Sky Origin Divine clan youths and took out the Master Servant contract. Your Master Servant contract is here. At this moment, the eyes of the Sky Origin Divine clan youths were filled with unwillingness. They would become Nieli's slaves and lose their freedom forever. If you're willing to follow me, I, Nieli, swear that I will not treat you unfairly. If you're not willing to follow me, you can go back now. Those spirit stones just now can be considered as a gift to you. Nieli looked at the Sky Origin Divine clan youths and said. The Sky Origin Divine clan youths looked at each other. Clearly, they were surprised by Nieli's words. The two Sky Origin Divine clan experts hurriedly knelt down. They said to Nieli, "Many thanks to this young master. Our Sky Origin Divine clan upholds our promises. Once we decide to follow you, we will do our best. None of our clansmen will go against our Sky Origin Divine clan's promises." The sixth Sky Origin Divine clan youths also knelt down on one knee. Although they were unwilling, their gazes towards Nieli were much gentler. After all, if they followed Nieli, it would be better for them to follow him. It would definitely be much better than being sold to President Lin. Right now, the Sky Origin Divine clan was facing a life and death situation. The shortage of food had caused the number of clansmen to dwindle. Those who remained in the clan were basically all female clansmen. The Sky Origin Divine clan didn't dare to sell their female clansmen to outsiders as slaves because of the master and servant contract. They had to complete whatever their master instructed them to do. In the past, there were some female clansmen who ended up as slaves of other clansmen. Their endings were extremely miserable. As for the male clansmen, there were only a few of them left. Without any food in the endless wilderness, the entire clan was destined to become weaker and weaker, until they perished. This was the most vicious curse of the Holy Emperor. Don't worry, hand these 6 youths over to me. I won't mistreat them, Nieli said to the 2 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. Thank you, young master. The 2 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts were in tears. How many years had it been since their clansmen were sold off and treated like slaves? When had anyone ever made such a promise? Nieli looked at the 6 Sky Origin Divine Clan youths and said, "From today onwards, all of you will follow me. I only need 2 years. After 2 years, if any of you aren't willing to follow me, you can leave at any time. I won't stop you." Nieli bit his right hand and dripped a drop of blood onto the 6 master and servant contracts. Nieli could feel that his soul was connected to these Sky Origin Divine Clan youths. This was a soul contract. Once Nieli forcefully activated it, he could kill these Sky Origin Divine Clan youths at will. Only those who signed the master and servant contract could leave the endless wilderness. This was because the master and servant contract was extremely powerful. Most of the Sky Origin Divine Clan clansmen who left the endless wilderness wouldn't have a good ending. The 6 youths didn't reply. They stood silently behind Nieli. In any case, they were completely bound and didn't have the ability to resist. When the time came, wouldn't they have to listen to Nieli? They could only silently endure. The 6 of them obviously didn't believe Nieli's words. However, with the master and servant contract, they could only listen to Nieli. Moreover, they were absolutely loyal. President Lin looked at Nieli and said with a smile, "Young master is truly magnanimous." The 6 Sky Origin Divine Clan youths had fallen into Nieli's hands. President Lin didn't earn anything. However, he could only let it go. Right now, he definitely couldn't offend a big client like Nieli. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Just a moment ago, they were on the verge of a fight. I didn't expect this youth to be so capable. He actually made President Lin treat him so politely in such a short time. How can I not be polite? Whoever wants to make such a huge deal with me, I'll also be polite to them. A moment later, President Lin's follower flew back. Behind him were 10 Sky Origin Divine Clan clansmen. These 10 Sky Origin Divine Clan clansmen were in the prime of their lives. Their cultivation was around the 2nd stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. President Lin cupped his hands slightly and said to Nieli, 10 Sky Origin Divine Clan clansmen at the 2nd stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. None of them are old, weak, or disabled. I wonder if young master is satisfied with our first deal? Nieli's gaze swept across the 10 Sky Origin Divine Clan clansmen. He nodded and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. In the future, I'll have to trouble President Lin to take care of me." "Of course," President Lin said with a smile. Chapter 425. Nieli stayed in the endless wilderness for a full 7 days. The number of Sky Origin Divine Clan experts he purchased far exceeded his expectations. There were 360 of them. Among them, there were 2 5-stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts, 6 4-stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts, and over 53-stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts. The rest were either 1-stage or 2-stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Although those 6 youths were only 1-stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts, their talent was pretty good. They were still young and worth nurturing. Those Sky Origin Divine Clan experts had all completed a master-servant contract with Nieli. In a courtyard in a small town by the border, with a wave of his right hand, Nieli summoned the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting and sucked all those Sky Origin Divine Clan experts into it. The Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts had managed to break through to the Tao of Dragon Realm in the endless wilderness, where heavenly energy was extremely thin. Now that they were in a place with dense spiritual energy, like the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, their cultivation would definitely soar. Every single expert of the Sky Origin Divine Clan possessed astonishing talent. Otherwise, the Sage Emperor wouldn't have suppressed the entire Sky Origin Divine clan in the endless wilderness despite being heavily injured, and even laid down such a vicious curse. The Sky Origin Divine clan was blessed by the heavens. However, their previous conditions were too limited. Therefore, their cultivation could only remain in the Tao of Dragon Realm. Few of them could break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, it was different in the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Nyeli also entered the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. When they saw Nyeli enter, the Sky Origin Divine clan experts all stood respectfully by the side and looked at Nyeli with slight fear. From today onwards, Nyeli was their master. Even if Nyeli wanted to kill them, they couldn't resist. After entering the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting and discovering such a huge, mysterious world, they became even more uneasy. Nyeli was definitely an extraordinary figure. They had no idea what his intentions were for suddenly buying so many Sky Origin Divine clan experts. The 6 youths widened their eyes as they looked at Nyeli. Every single one of them was tense and filled with fear. Nyeli lightly smiled as he looked at one of the youths. "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Yunmia." The young man replied respectfully. If it wasn't for the master-servant contract, he definitely wouldn't be willing to lower his arrogant head. "Yunmia." Nyeli walked to Yunmia's side. He placed his right hand on Yunmia's shoulder. Yunmia's body trembled slightly. He was filled with fear towards Nyeli. After all, he didn't know what Nyeli would do to him. It felt like his life was in someone else's hands. This was the first time for him. Nyeli's heavenly energy swept over Yunmia's body. A brief moment later, he said, "You have the scarlet cloud physique of the Sky Origin Divine clan. You have the feather-soaring divine technique and the sun-eroding divine technique suitable for you. Which one do you wish to cultivate? Flying feather divine technique? Sun-eroding divine art?" Yunmia was stunned. The adult Sky Origin Divine clan experts looked at Nyeli in shock. "Why aren't you thanking Master? The feather-soaring divine technique and the sun-eroding divine technique are 2 of the strongest cultivation techniques of our Sky Origin Divine clan. However, these 2 cultivation techniques have long been lost in our Sky Origin Divine clan. Being able to cultivate either one of the feather-soaring divine technique or the sun-eroding divine technique is a great fortune for you." The Sky Origin Divine clan experts chimed in one after another. Hearing the words of the Sky Origin Divine clan experts, Yunmia knelt down and said emotionally, "Yunmia doesn't know either. Please bestow me, Master." Nyeli slightly furrowed his brows for a brief moment. After a brief silence, he said, "Then I'll cultivate the sun-eroding divine technique." He took out a scroll and copied the sun-eroding divine technique. You. Nyeli checked everyone's physique and said to some of them, "All of you are suitable to cultivate the sun-eroding divine technique." The entire Sky Origin Divine clan had a total of 36 supreme cultivation techniques according to their physiques. However, these cultivation techniques were either lost or incomplete. Now, only Nyeli had a complete cultivation technique. Nyeli imparted these cultivation techniques to all the Sky Origin Divine clan experts. After an entire day, Nyeli finally finished with these matters. "Master, there's something that I don't understand. I'm not sure if I should ask." One of the adult Sky Origin Divine clan experts walked out. He looked at Nyeli and asked. He was one of the 2 Tao of Dragon Realm experts, Xianyu. "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask." Nyeli lightly smiled. It would be strange if no one asked. After so many years, our Sky Origin Divine clan no longer has the glory of the past. All kinds of cultivation techniques have been lost. Thank you, Master, for allowing us, the younger generations of the Sky Origin Divine clan, to see the cultivation techniques of our ancestors once again. What I'm curious about is why Master has all the cultivation techniques of our Sky Origin Divine clan. Xianyu asked respectfully. About that, Nyeli looked into the distance and calmly said, "You guys don't need to know how they came to be. You only need to know that I have a deep relationship with your Sky Origin Divine clan. I won't make things difficult for you guys in the future. In fact, what Nyeli said wasn't false. In his previous life, Nyeli had indeed received help from the Sky Origin Divine clan in his battle with the Holy Emperor. However, the entire Sky Origin Divine clan was destroyed by the Holy Emperor. Not even the newborn children were spared. Hearing Nyeli's words, Shinyu knelt down and solemnly said, "Master has given us the opportunity to see the lost cultivation techniques once again. We're extremely grateful for that. As long as Master has any instructions, we will definitely do our best. Even if we have to die 1,000 deaths, we won't refuse." If they were previously working for Nyeli because of the master-servant contract, this time they were sincerely working for Nyeli. The Sky Origin Divine clan was a group of simple people. They lived in the barren, desolate land and would be deeply grateful to outsiders for even the slightest kindness. Their lives were in the hands of Nyeli. It was already extremely benevolent for Nyeli to not torture them. Not to mention that Nyeli had taught them the lost cultivation techniques of the Sky Origin Divine clan. Aside from teaching you the lost cultivation techniques, I will also teach you a long-lost battle formation of the Sky Origin Divine clan. It's called the Sky Origin Divine Array. The Sky Origin Divine Array is divided into 3 talents, 6 directions, 8 desolations, 10 extremes, and 36 slaughters. Among them, a casual combination of 3 people can burst out with 5 times the battle power. A casual combination of 6 people can burst out with 10 times the battle power, and so on. This kind of battle formation is rarely recorded in the ancient records of your Sky Origin Divine clan. Nyeli said as he looked at the Sky Origin Divine clan's experts. Sky Origin Divine Array? The surrounding Sky Origin Divine clan's clansmen looked at Nyeli in doubt. They had never heard of such a battle formation. The number of people in your Sky Origin Divine clan that cultivate in the Supreme Deity technique is few and far between. This divine array requires multiple people that cultivate in the Sky Origin Divine clan's Supreme Deity technique to execute it. It's not strange that you guys haven't heard of this Heavenly Origin Divine Array. Chapter 426. As the days passed, Nyeli quietly cultivated within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The Sky Origin Divine clan's experts also started cultivating the Sky Origin Divine clan's Supreme God technique and the Supreme God Array that Nyeli had taught them. Nyeli could sense that he was only a step away from the Heavenly Axis realm. Although he was only at the Heavenly Star realm, he cultivated the Heavenly God cultivation technique. Even an ordinary Heavenly Axis realm expert might not be Nyeli's opponent. Furthermore, Nyeli continued to revolve the fate stars in his soul realm. His 9 fate stars grew brighter and brighter. The brighter the fate star in the Heavenly Star realm, the stronger his cultivation would be when he reached the Heavenly Axis realm. With so many Tao of Dragon Realm slaves, as long as he didn't run into a Martial Ancestor Realm expert, Nyeli wouldn't have to worry. Hagami Myunmune chaotic battle broke out. Long Yuan's Profound Note League originally controlled 3 deities' lakes. In the greater worlds around Hagami Myunmun, it could be considered a relatively powerful force. However, a group of mysterious experts suddenly launched an attack on the Profound Note League. Many of those experts were at the Tao of Dragon Realm. Without Long Yuan, the entire Profound Note League instantly collapsed, with tens of thousands of casualties. In such a situation, the Tianqing League and Demon League naturally couldn't sit idly by. However, the Tianqing League and Demon League experts that joined in the battle also suffered heavy casualties. Anyone from the Profound Note League, Tianqing League, and Demon League that left the Sky Soul Institute were all killed. In an inn in a border town in the endless wilderness, Long Yuan quietly stood there. Compared to before, her words and actions were much more mature. Her curvaceous figure was incomparably hot. A servant respectfully knelt on one knee and reported, "Young miss, our Profound Note League was attacked by a group of mysterious people. We suffered heavy losses and lost all 3 deities' lakes." This what's going on. Was it Long Tianming's doing? Long Yuan asked with a frown. Losing the deity's lake was a small matter, But who exactly were these people? How could they cause such heavy losses to the profound Note Alliance in such a short time? In the Sky Soul Institute, it was possible to accomplish such a feat. It could only be Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin. She had no enmity with Situ Beiyin, so Long Tianming was the most likely culprit. Reporting to young mistress, we can't be sure yet. However, Long Tianming's subordinates didn't move. All the experts under him are here. A servant beside Long Yuan said respectfully, "Could it be Situ Beiyin?" Long Yuan frowned. "Situ Beiyin hasn't made any movements either," the servant said respectfully. Long Yuan's heart was filled with doubt. If it wasn't Long Tianming or Situ Beiyin, then who could be targeting them? "Eldest miss, there's one thing. I don't know if I should say it," the servant said hesitantly. "If you have something to say, just say it," Long Yuan said as she looked at the servant kneeling on the ground. "There's a Tao of Dragon Realm expert among the people we fought. His cultivation technique seems to be from the Yao Shan sect," the servant said respectfully with his brows knitted together. The Yao Shan sect? Long Yuan's heart trembled. Indeed, Long Yuan hadn't considered this possibility. If it really was the Yao Shan sect, then this matter would be complicated. "How confident are you that it's someone from the Yao Shan sect?" Long Yuan asked. "I'm not confident." The servant hurriedly shook his head. "I only have a feeling. There's something wrong with the other party's aura, and I can't find any evidence to prove it. This group of people is very strange. They're only targeting us, and they're moving very carefully. It seems like they're hiding from something." Long Yuan's brows were tightly knitted. It seemed that there was something fishy about this matter. After Nieli left, she had followed a few servants to track him down, but Nieli had disappeared without a trace. They couldn't find him no matter what. Later, when she heard that Nieli had appeared in the border town, she hurried over with a few servants. "Go back first and continue to investigate that group of people. I'll return in a few days." Long Yuan pondered briefly. She said to the servant, "Yes." The servant immediately responded respectfully and left. A brief moment later, the two middle-aged women of the Tao of Dragon Realm under Long Yuan walked in. "Young miss, we've received news of the son-in-law. He's staying in an inn in the town. He's recently purchased many Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. There's over 100 of them," one of the women said. She was rather shocked in her heart. She never imagined that Nieli would have such shocking wealth. That was over 100 Tao of Dragon Realm Sky Origin Divine Clan experts, and they were absolutely loyal. Even the legendary God's Artisan Pavilion couldn't take out so many spiritual stones to exchange for over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. Sure enough, the madam's judgment wasn't wrong. If the eldest young miss could marry the son-in-law, it would be greatly beneficial for the eldest young miss to control the Dragon Seal family. When Long Yuan heard the woman's words, her expression instantly became excited. She anxiously said, "Which inn is he staying in? Quickly bring me there." "Yes, young miss," the woman replied. Suddenly, a powerful aura fluctuation spread over. The two women's expressions suddenly changed. "Young miss, be careful." The two women immediately flew out with Long Yuan. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a terrifying explosion resounded. The inn that Long Yuan and the other two were in was instantly reduced to ashes. The three figures turned into graceful figures and flew into the distance. Just as Long Yuan and the other two were fleeing, dozens of figures frantically flew towards Long Yuan's group. "Stop them. Don't let them escape. Kill the two old ones and leave the young one behind." A cold voice pierced through the sky. The dozens of people were all dressed in black, and their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. They chased after Long Yuan's group. Two of them had stronger cultivations and were astonishingly fast. They were about to catch up to Long Yuan's group. Judging from their speed, they were all Tao of Dragon Realm experts. "Xia, hurry up and leave," Long Yuan anxiously shouted. The two old women were Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Once they reached the Tao of Dragon Realm, they couldn't die. If they died, their souls would scatter and they would cease to exist. "No, we have to bring you with us. We promised the madam to protect the eldest young miss." one of the old women said resolutely. Although they knew that the other party had strong cultivations and came prepared, they weren't willing to abandon Long Yuan. But Aunt Xie, Long Yuan's expression was anxious. These two women had treated her like their own daughter. How could she bear to see them die? She only had a heavenly axis realm cultivation, so she could only be a burden to them. If they brought her along, the two of them wouldn't be able to leave. Before Long Yuan could think it through, a violent palm energy tore through the air. You want to leave? Why don't you take a look at us first? None of you should even think about leaving. That cold voice was like a bitingly cold ice blade. Chapter 427. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several cold lights streaked across the sky, shooting towards the two women behind Long Yuan. The woman that Long Yuan addressed as Aunt Xie suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Blazing flames covered her entire body. A long dragon roar streaked across the sky. The woman had merged with a scarlet flame-winged dragon. Her huge palm grabbed towards those cold lights. However, those cold lights suddenly accelerated. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Those cold lights pierced through the scarlet flame-winged dragon, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Oh! The scarlet flame-winged dragon let out a mournful wail. A brief moment later, the scarlet flame-winged dragon reverted back to its human form and fell from the sky. Aunt Xie, Long Yuan cried out. However, she was carried away by the other woman. Miss, you must take care of yourself. That person is at least a 6th-stage Dao of Dragon Realm expert. Even if we give it our all, we won't be his match. The other woman beside Long Yuan said anxiously as she carried Long Yuan and flew away. Once a Dao of Dragon Realm expert fell, they couldn't be saved. Streaks of light streaked across the sky, chasing after Long Yuan. At this moment, in an inn in a small town after Nieli finished cultivating, he walked out of the inn. The Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts were still in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. It was about time for them to return to Hagami Myunyan. Recently, Nieli had practically bought all the Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts in the market. Therefore, there wasn't much left for him to do here. Just as he walked out of the inn, he saw several streaks of light streaking across the sky. The girl at the front was none other than Long Yuan. Several black-clothed men were chasing after Long Yuan. Just as they were about to catch up to Long Yuan, the woman beside Long Yuan pushed Long Yuan away. Miss, take care. I'll stop them. After saying that, the woman turned around to face the men in black who were chasing after her. She turned into an ice dragon bird, and the surrounding sky was instantly enveloped in an endless chill. Nieli frowned for a moment. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back, and he shot toward Long Yuan in the distance. As soon as the ice dragon bird appeared, it saw a huge saber shadow slashing down from the sky. There was a loud bang. The ice draconic bird was submerged in this huge blade shadow. Aunt Lin, Long Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. She turned around and wanted to pounce on the group of black-clothed men. At this moment, Nieli had already landed beside Long Yuan. He grabbed Long Yuan's hand and flew outside. Nieli, Auntie Xie, and Auntie Lin are dead. Seeing Nieli, Long Yuan burst into tears. She couldn't stop anymore. Let's leave this place first. We'll talk about the rest later. Nieli flapped his wings and turned into a streak of light. After the black-clothed men killed the woman, they flew after him. I don't know where these people came from, but I can't use the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting in public for the time being. Otherwise, there will be unimaginable consequences. Nieli thought to himself. The wings on his back flapped faster and faster. This was already Nieli's maximum speed. The group of black-clothed men followed closely behind Nieli. They were all Dao of Dragon Realm experts, and they chased after him. Although they were all extremely fast, they couldn't close the distance between them and Nieli. Although Nieli's cultivation was only at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Star Realm, his speed wasn't inferior to that of a Dao of Dragon Realm expert. Now that his cultivation had increased, the wings of law behind Nieli had become several times more powerful than before. They turned into streaks of light, one black and one white, as if they were about to tear through the sky. Where did this brat come from? How can he run so fast? The leader of the black-clothed men was furious. He could sense that Nieli was only a Heavenly Star Realm cultivator, but he was still able to run so fast. A Heavenly Star Realm brat actually dared to snatch someone from under their noses? You're courting death, the black-clothed man coldly shouted. The sword in his hand turned into a streak of cold light. It streaked through the sky towards Nieli. The sword contained immense power, and its speed was extremely fast. It was about to nail Nieli's back. Just as the sword was about to hit his back, he felt a powerful chill coming from his back. His entire body felt like it was about to freeze. Am I going to die here? Nieli furrowed his brows for a moment. If he died, his cultivation would drop again. He didn't have that much time. No, I can't die. I can't let Long Yuan die here. Nieli furrowed his brows. Although he didn't know why these people wanted to kill Long Yuan, he was certain that there was a huge conspiracy behind this. Nieli frantically circulated his soul realm. The shadow devil demon spirit seemed to have received some sort of summons and awakened in Nieli's soul realm. The instant it awakened, a powerful force poured into Nieli's body through his soul realm, increasing his speed. Shortly after, the Yin-Yang Panda and Bloodwing Saint Dragon also awakened. Two more forces poured into Nieli's body. Feeling the three energies at the same time, Nieli's speed suddenly exploded, becoming more than 3 times faster than before. The sword shot by the black-clothed man was about to hit Nieli's body, but Nieli's speed was getting faster and faster. He actually maintained the same speed as the sword. After a distance, the sword gradually slowed down, and Nieli turned into a streak of light. The black-clothed man caught up and grabbed the sword. Looking ahead, Nieli had already run a few miles away and soon disappeared. His heart was filled with shock. Just where did that kid come from? He's only in the Heavenly Star Realm, but his speed is already at the pinnacle. Even his sword couldn't catch up to him. Just what's going on? Boss, what should we do now? That kid's really fast. Chase him. I don't believe he can keep running at this speed. His cultivation won't be able to last long. The black-clothed man coldly said. He didn't believe that a Heavenly Star Realm cultivator with a woman could escape the pursuit of so many Dao of Dragon Realm experts. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The black-clothed men madly ran in the direction Nieli had escaped. Nieli was frantically running with the support of the 3 forces. Long Yuan, who was in Nieli's grasp, was also incomparably shocked. Nieli's speed was simply too fast. She couldn't hear anything other than the whistling wind. The wind was too strong, and her clothes were tightly clinging to her body, outlining her curvaceous figure. Nieli was only in the Heavenly Star Realm, but he could actually burst forth with such astonishing speed. As expected, Nieli couldn't be judged with common sense. Roughly an hour later, Nieli had already left the group of black-clothed men behind. They couldn't be seen anymore. Chapter 428. Nieli felt the heavenly energy in his body being consumed at a rapid pace. Although his speed had reached the pinnacle in an instant, the consumption of heavenly energy was also dozens of times greater. If this continued, he would probably have to stop soon, and those people behind him would definitely catch up. He lowered his head and looked down, only to see towering mountains, lush trees, and towering rocks. Some places were densely covered in abysses. Nieli dove into the towering mountains. He had to find a place to hide first. He could either use the terrain to hide in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, or summon the Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts to fight with those people. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Nieli turned into a streak of light and entered the dense forest below. This was the border of the endless wasteland. After passing through a mountain range, a boundless desert lay before them. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing in this desert. For thousands of years, countless Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts had survived in this desert. The mountain range was like the skeleton of a giant. Just when Nieli and Long Yuan landed, a rainbow light swept over. What's that? Nieli was startled. When he saw the 7-colored light, he immediately tried to dodge. But it was already too late. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Nieli and Long Yuan were struck by the rainbow light and crashed into each other. Then, they disappeared into thin air and couldn't be found anymore. Roughly half an hour later, the group of black-clothed men caught up and searched everywhere. They'd practically searched the entire area, but couldn't find Nieli or Long Yuan. What's going on? Damn it, they actually managed to escape. The black-clothed men couldn't find Nieli and Long Yuan, so they could only leave angrily. Time slowly passed. It was unknown how long had passed in the darkness. It seemed like raindrops were falling. The cold raindrops fell on his face, making him feel cold. Nieli slowly woke up and vaguely felt something soft, something warm, as if something was pressing on top of him. Nieli struggled to open his eyes and saw Long Yuan lying on top of him. His hand happened to be placed on Long Yuan's buttocks. Nieli couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he felt something soft pressing against his chest. Needless to say, Long Yuan's figure was indeed very hot. As he was thinking, Long Yuan let out a soft moan. She slowly woke up, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she immediately blushed and quickly sat up. Nieli quickly propped himself up with his hands and slowly sat up. Looking around, he saw that he was surrounded by a vast expanse of darkness. What is this place? Long Yuan was slightly stunned as she looked around. Nieli also furrowed his brows for a brief moment as he brought Long Yuan along with him and was struck by a rainbow light. He lost consciousness and then came here with Long Yuan. Within the endless void, there seemed to be a faint rumble that seemed to come and go. Nieli pondered for a moment and said, I don't know either. According to common sense, we should be in the middle of a mountain range. I have no idea where this is. I'm guessing that this is a mysterious space. Long Yuan nodded and thought of the two dead ants. She was depressed again. Nieli was about to stand up, but when he looked down, he found that Long Yuan was sitting on him. The posture was as awkward as it could be. His head happened to be on Long Yuan's chest. He smiled bitterly and said, Yuan, get up first. Long Yuan realized that something was wrong and quickly stood up. Her cheeks were flushed. Nieli looked around and frowned slightly. Frowning slightly, he felt a mysterious energy fluctuation in this space. Just as Nieli was about to look for an exit, a distant voice came from the void. You don't have to look for an exit. You are in my consciousness. If I want to let you out, you can leave. The mysterious voice said slowly. Hearing this voice, Nieli and Long Yuan were shocked. In a consciousness? Boundless thought, divine art. Nieli exclaimed, Hey, little girl, you know about boundless thought. Who are you? Given your current realm, it is impossible for you to come into contact with such a powerful divine skill. The voice said with a trace of surprise. Long Yuan was stunned for a moment. What was the boundless thought technique? Could it be a cultivation technique that only martial ancestor realm experts could cultivate? Long Yuan probably never expected that martial ancestor realm experts couldn't even touch the surface of boundless thought. I didn't know about it. May I know who Senior is? Nieli probed. I can see through this little girl's thoughts. It seems that she's deeply in love with you, but I can't see what you're thinking. Your soul realm is unfathomable, but your cultivation is only at the heavenly axis realm. What's going on? The voice was filled with doubt. Furthermore, you're actually able to use the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting with your strength. Nieli lightly smiled. It was normal for that expert to be unable to see through his soul realm. That expert probably never expected that Nieli had traveled through time to come here. Let's not care about that for now. Little girl, let me ask you, why did you buy so many Sky Origin Divine clansmen? The deep voice carried a trace of sharpness. Lee's heart trembled. Could this expert be related to the Sky Origin Divine clan? Weren't the clansmen of the Sky Origin Divine clan sealed in the endless wilderness? Reporting to Senior, I revere the Sky Origin Divine clan and wish to bring them out of the endless wilderness. Nieli explained, I don't believe you, young man. You're lying. The voice coldly replied. Nieli went silent for a brief moment before continuing, I know that it's hard for Senior to believe me. Let me explain it this way. The Sky Origin Divine clan and I have a common enemy. I can lead these Sky, Origin Divine clansmen and make them stronger to help me fight against that person. Common enemy? Ha! What a joke. What common enemy do you have? The voice sneered. It doesn't matter if Senior believes me or not. This is the truth. Nieli solemnly replied. The voice remained silent for a long time, as though it was considering if Nieli's words could be trusted. Seeing that the voice had gone silent, Nieli probed again. May I know how to address Senior? Tian Yuan. The people outside call me Emperor Tian Yuan. The voice replied after a brief moment of hesitation. Emperor Tian Yuan? Nieli's heart trembled as he exclaimed. He never imagined that he would encounter such a legendary figure in a place like this. No, Emperor Tian Yuan was already dead. The one speaking to him might only be the remnant will of Emperor Tian Yuan. Chapter 429. Emperor Tian Yuan was the ancestor of the Sky Origin Divine Clan, the one who was killed by the Holy Emperor. What if I told you that our common enemy is the Holy Emperor? Nieli faintly smiled. The Holy Emperor? Emperor Tian Yuan's intent flickered with killing intent. Young man, do you think I'll believe you? You're still so young. Yet you haven't even met the Holy Emperor. If the Holy Emperor wanted to kill you, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Senior Tian Yuan, do you know about space-time? Nieli smiled. Space-time? You traveled through space-time from the ancient era? No. If you're an expert from the ancient era, there's no way I wouldn't recognize you. Emperor Tian Yuan was a little doubtful. If I told you that I came back to the present 100 years later, would Senior Tian Yuan be willing to believe me? Nieli asked again. 100 years later? The river of time always surges forward, never backward, unless... Emperor Tian Yuan stopped speaking as his intent landed on Nieli. Emperor Tian Yuan's intent seemed to want to pierce through Nieli. All right, I believe that you're from 100 years later. I also believe that your enemy is the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tian Yuan said after a moment of silence. There were many things on Nieli that couldn't be obtained at his current cultivation level. The only explanation was that Nieli was indeed from 100 years later. 100 years later? Long Yuan looked at Nieli in a daze. How could she believe such a bizarre thing? In my previous life, I fought with the Holy Emperor, but I wasn't his match in the end. When I was young, I began to cultivate the heavenly god, technique, and obtain many treasures. However, it was still too difficult to break the space-time sealed by the Holy Emperor. I never thought that I would meet Senior Tian Yuan here. Nieli said, Tell me, how did you lose in your previous life? Emperor Tian Yuan said solemnly. In my previous life, after the ancestral godland was destroyed, the Holy Emperor broke the seal and broke free. He started slaughtering experts of all kinds, triggering the great calamity. Many experts hidden in various domains were no longer willing to drag out an ignoble existence and rose up to resist, but they were all forcibly suppressed by the Holy Emperor. Either your body dies and your soul is destroyed, or you become a slave for all eternity. Nieli said. Emperor Tian Yuan didn't say a word, but Nieli could feel his wrath. Emperor Tian Yuan was killed, and the entire Sky Origin Divine Clan was sealed in the endless wilderness. They had to serve as slaves for generations to come. How could Emperor Tian Yuan tolerate such a vicious act? And how were you able to fight against the Holy Emperor? Even if another 100 years pass, you're still only 100 years old. How far can you cultivate? Emperor Tian Yuan finally spoke again. It's because I obtained a treasure that can reverse time and space. That's why I had the opportunity to fight against him. Nieli explained. The treasure you're talking about should be the Temporal Demon Spirit book, right? Emperor Tian Yuan frowned his brows for a brief moment. As far as he could remember, this was the only treasure that possessed such power. Nieli smiled but didn't speak. It could be considered as a tacit agreement. Long Yuan listened from the side. Her mind was in a daze as she looked at Nieli. She couldn't understand Nieli anymore. If you want to deal with the Holy Emperor, I can help you, Emperor Tian Yuan said, but you have to agree to some conditions. What conditions? Nieli asked. That is to lead the entire Sky Origin Divine Clan out of the endless wilderness. If you defeat the Holy Emperor, you have to set them free. We must set them free, Emperor Tian Yuan said. There's no need for Senior Tian Yuan to say that. I'll do it myself, Nieli said in a serious tone. Who doesn't covet the position of a sovereign? I believe that the current you can maintain your original heart. However, the future might not be the same. I want you to swear that if you don't abide by the oath, you will be cursed by the heavens, and your cultivation will never advance. Emperor Tian Yuan said as he looked at Nieli. Nieli understood that Emperor Tian Yuan was implanting a heart demon in Nieli. If he went against the oath, he would be affected by the heart demon, and his cultivation would never advance. I can swear that after I defeat the Holy Emperor, I will set the Sky Origin Divine clan free. If I go against this oath, may the heavens punish me, and my cultivation will never advance. Nieli raised his right hand and made the oath. Long Yuan watched from the side. She had no idea who the Holy Emperor that Nieli and Emperor Tian Yuan were talking about was. However, she could imagine that this Holy Emperor was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Although she didn't know how strong Emperor Tian Yuan was, she was certain that he was much stronger than any martial ancestor realm expert. I'm relieved to hear that. Emperor Tian Yuan smiled. I've left behind quite a few treasures when I was alive. These treasures might not be of much use to emperors, but for Heavenly Axis realm experts like you, they can greatly increase your cultivation. The treasures of an emperor expert? If he could really obtain the treasures left behind by Emperor Tian Yuan, then he would definitely be able to increase Nieli's cultivation speed. Suddenly, the ground in front of Nieli and Long Yuan split open and a disc slowly rose from the ground. The disc had a radius of a few hundred meters and contained all sorts of items. Aside from battle armors and weapons, there were also all sorts of spiritual herbs. Probably not even martial ancestor realm experts had seen these items before. These items are too powerful. With your current cultivation, if you don't know how to use them, you won't be able to use them. Emperor Tian Yuan sighed. However, these can be considered my gifts to you. I will tell you how to use them, and when you can use them. Nieli laughed. Senior Tian Yuan is underestimating me too much. Don't forget that I've returned from 100 years in the future. I no longer need Senior Tian Yuan to teach me how to use these items. Emperor Tian Yuan was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, If that's the case, then I've saved a lot of trouble. Nieli looked at the items in front of him and was overjoyed. There were hundreds of divine, phaseless fruits, hundreds of battle armors and weapons that surpassed the martial ancestor realm, and all sorts of treasures. These items were too useful. Nieli's current inability to increase his strength quickly had a lot to do with the lack of treasures. There were many treasures that Nieli could not obtain at his current cultivation level. However, after obtaining the items left behind by Emperor Tian Yuan, he would definitely be able to increase his strength by a lot in a short period of time. As for how to use these items effectively, Nieli had to go back and think about it. After all, at his current cultivation level, he was completely unable to accept such high-level treasures. I'll accept these items. Thank you, Senior Tian Yuan, Nieli said with a smile as he stored all the treasures in his spatial ring. These items were completely useless to a martial emperor realm expert, especially one who was already dead. Therefore, there was no need for Nieli to be courteous with Emperor Tian Yuan. After all, there was a deal between them. Chapter 430. There seem to be some people chasing after you outside. I'll send you out after they leave. Emperor Tian Yuan said. Many thanks, Senior Tian Yuan, Nieli said respectfully as he chatted with Emperor Tian Yuan about the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tian Yuan could basically confirm that Nieli was indeed someone from 100 years in the future, and that he had a chance of defeating the Holy Emperor. How many years had it been? He'd been waiting for the chance for revenge. Aside from these treasures, I have another treasure for you. As soon as Emperor Tian Yuan finished speaking, a round disc appeared in the sky. It fluttered down and landed in Nieli's hand. 10,000 spiritual sword array. Nieli exclaimed, That's right. This is the 10,000 spiritual sword array. Emperor Tian Yuan nodded. In his previous life, when he fought against the Holy Emperor, many experts hidden in the various realms, as well as some treasures, appear to help Nieli fight against the Holy Emperor. The 10,000 spiritual sword array was one of them. It was only a treasure, but it had killed 5 of the Holy Emperor's deity servants. This item still contains a trace of my intent, and it can be activated by my intent. You won't be able to activate it with your current strength. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, you can use your intent to communicate with me. I can activate the 10,000 spiritual sword array to help you, but you must understand that it needs to gather the essence of heaven and earth in order to display its power. Don't use it carelessly. It's best if you use it when you're facing the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tian Yuan said solemnly. Understand the use of this item. Rest assured, Senior Tian Yuan. Nieli cupped his hands and stored the 10,000 spiritual sword array into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The 10,000 spiritual sword array needed to absorb heavenly energy to activate, and the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting happened to be the place with the densest concentration of heavenly energy. The heavenly energy inside was endless. Nieli had witnessed the might of the 10,000 spiritual sword array. It needed to absorb a large amount of heavenly energy to activate once. After putting away the 10,000 spirits sword formation, Nieli suddenly thought of something. He looked at Emperor Tian Yuan and said, I want to ask you something. What is it? I wonder if Senior Tian Yuan knows of a person who calls himself Kong Ming the Great from the tiny world. Hearing Nieli's words, Emperor Tian Yuan was silent for a long time. After a while, he said, the Kong Ming the Great you mentioned is very likely to be that person. About a few hundred years ago, a peerless genius appeared. I don't know his background either. It's very likely that he's the reincarnation of a powerful being. His spiritual will once communicated with me. His cultivation caught the attention of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor sent a few servants to hunt him down. After fighting with the 3 servants of the Holy Emperor for several days, he suddenly disappeared and was nowhere to be found. Regarding Kong Ming the Great, Nieli had always been puzzled and troubled. Aside from that mantra and the way he nurtured his disciple, Nieli was still worried about an enemy that could appear at any time. That person's talent is extraordinary. In just a short span of 200 to 300 years, he already possessed a shocking cultivation. If he's really the reincarnation of a powerful being, then his strength is even above mine. I originally hoped that he could break the seal and break the seal of the Holy Emperor. But it's a pity that in this endless time and space, there aren't many people that have grown to the point of being able to challenge the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tian Yuan sighed. To grow to the point of being able to challenge the Holy Emperor in 200 to 300 years? Nieli knitted his brows. If Kong Ming the Great was one, then Nieli from his previous life should also be one. He and Kong Ming the Great both came from the tiny world. He had a vague feeling that there should be some sort of connection between him and Kong Ming the Great. All this time, Nieli had a vague feeling that Kong Ming the Great was closely related to him. Therefore, Nieli had always wanted to investigate Kong Ming the Great. Hearing Emperor Tian Yuan's words, Nieli was even more certain of his suspicions. Emperor Tian Yuan seemed to have thought of something as he asked, Are you also from the tiny world? Yes. Nieli hesitated for a brief moment before nodding his head. Emperor Tian Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed. I understand now. There were some things that I couldn't understand before, but now I finally understand them all. Ha ha ha. Emperor Tian Yuan's laughter shook the entire space. His voice was like a huge bell. Long Yuan couldn't help covering her ears as her beautiful face paled. Emperor Tian Yuan said that he understood. Just what did he understand? What did Senior Tian Yuan understand? Nieli couldn't help asking. The riddle of this matter will have to be unraveled by you. The Tao of the heavens and earth has its own destiny. One day, you will understand it. Emperor Tian Yuan smiled as he continued. If there's anyone in this world that can fight against the Holy Emperor, then it's definitely you. The fate of all living things will be in your hands. Emperor Tian Yuan understood, but he didn't say anything. This made Nye Li's heart filled with doubts. Just what sort of profundity was hidden in this? I can only tell you one thing. Everything that you've cultivated and inherited is above me. Emperor Tian Yuan solemnly said. Therefore, you must unearth your own potential and unleash it. With your current cultivation speed, it's still too slow to fight against the Holy Emperor. You don't have much time left. I will definitely do my best, Nye Li solemnly said. There's nothing I can help you with. Emperor Tian Yuan's thoughts landed on Long Yuan, who was standing beside Nye Li. This little girl is deeply in love with you. There aren't many people around you who are willing to die for you. You must cherish her. Her talent is too poor. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't be able to help you. Then I'll give her some good fortune. A moment later, the boundless thoughts between the heavens and earth instantly went berserk like a storm. Long Yuan was still in a daze when she felt a powerful force pour into her body through the divine gate above her head. Her entire body was filled with boundless power. Her entire body felt like it was about to explode. A deep pain appeared on Long Yuan's beautiful face. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She somewhat understood Emperor Tian Yuan's intentions. If she wanted to help Nye Li one day, then she must accept Emperor Tian Yuan's baptism. Boom, boom, boom. Long Yuan felt waves of power explode within her body. This power was simply about to make her body explode. Not only was her body unable to withstand it, even the artifact armor she wore could not withstand it. The artifact armor was covered in cracks. With a bang, the entire artifact armor exploded. The artifact armor could not withstand it, and her clothes had long been turned to ashes. Chapter 431. Nye Li never expected such a thing to happen. His eyes widened. At this moment, Long Yuan was like a goddess that had descended from the 9 heavens. Her body was completely bare, and her perfect curves made it hard for anyone to shift their gaze away. An incomparably powerful energy poured into Long Yuan's body from the God Gate above her head. Long Yuan gritted her teeth and endured the intense pain. She tried her best to open her eyes and look at her situation. When she saw Nye Li's gaze, her face instantly turned red. You don't look anymore. Nye Li smiled and shifted his gaze away. After all, Nye Li had lived 2 lifetimes. Although he'd seen Long Yuan naked, he was still calm and collected. After a long while, Long Yuan's consciousness finally cleared up. She was shocked by the power she possessed. Her cultivation had actually gone from the Heavenly Axis realm to the Tao of Dragon realm. Furthermore, she was at least at the 6th stage of the Tao of Dragon realm. There was still surging energy within her body that she hadn't absorbed. If she absorbed all of it, her cultivation would probably rise by a few levels. It wouldn't be hard for her to step into the martial ancestor realm. Aside from her cultivation, a mantra also appeared in her mind. This should be Emperor Tian Yuan's cultivation technique. Long Yuan immediately put on her clothes, looking extremely embarrassed. I've completely changed your fate and divine meridians. From today onwards, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Emperor Tian Yuan smiled. I've never accepted a disciple before. You could be considered my first. An expert like Emperor Tian Yuan had long seen through the mundane affairs of the world. Naturally, he wouldn't care. Furthermore, he was only a remnant of his will. Long Yuan's face blushed as she glanced at Nye Li. Nye Li had seen her naked just now. She didn't care. In any case, Nye Li had to be responsible for this matter. Nye Li turned around and saw the bashful expression on Long Yuan's face. The scene from earlier couldn't help replaying in his mind. He had to admit that Long Yuan's figure was indescribable. Sexy and hot. She was probably not inferior to her mother. At this moment, Long Yuan had already put on a light pink dress. Coupled with her bashful expression, she actually looked a little shy and lovely. Nye Li thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was this still the female T-Rex Long Yuan from before? Ahem. Nye Li coughed. He cupped his hands towards the void and said, Thank you, Senior Tian Yuan. Thank you, Master. Long Yuan said gratefully. After all, Emperor Tian Yuan had indeed helped her, allowing her cultivation to rise to such an astonishing level. Emperor Tian Yuan let out a hearty laugh. I can do it, but that's all I can do. As for what happens next, it's up to you guys. If the Holy Emperor were to be resurrected, the entire space-time would be refined. Be it the human clan or the demon clan, they would all be annihilated. Everyone would be doomed. Therefore, defeating the Holy Emperor was something that they had to do. Those people have already left. I'll send you guys off. My myriad spiritual sword array is also the inheritance treasure of the Sky Origin Divine Clan. Seeing things is like seeing people. If those brats of the Sky Origin Divine Clan are disobedient, I just need to use the myriad spiritual sword array, and they should be obedient. Emperor Tian Yuan smiled. A surge of energy swept Niele Li and Long Yuan away. Emperor Tian Yuan's voice sounded from afar. Brat, I'll be waiting for the day you defeat the Holy Emperor. Don't disappoint me. Emperor Tian Yuan's voice disappeared without a trace. By the time Niele Li and Long Yuan opened their eyes, they were already outside. Thinking of the two seniors who had sacrificed their lives to cover for her escape, Long Yuan's face once again revealed a sorrowful expression. Seeing Long Yuan's expression, Niele Li immediately understood. After thinking for a while, he said, Where did your two elders die? Bring me there. Perhaps I have a chance of reviving them. I can first store their remnant souls into my spirit mirror. Once my cultivation breaks through to martial ancestor, I will be able to revive them. Once I break through to the martial ancestor realm, I can resurrect them. Really? Long Yuan's eyes widened. In the past, she did not believe that deity realm experts existed in this world. However, after meeting Emperor Tian Yuan, she began to believe it. A martial ancestor realm expert already possessed such strength. How unimaginable would the strength of a godly realm cultivator be? Niele Li flew with Long Yuan and found the corpses of the two seniors. He picked up the soul mirror, and with a swoosh, the two remnant souls were sucked into the soul mirror. Looking at the soul mirror in his hand, apart from the two remnant souls, there was also Yi Zhong's remnant soul. When would he be able to resurrect them? Niele Li clenched his fists slightly. His strength was still not enough. Thank you, Niele Li. Long Yuan saw the two remnant souls enter the soul mirror. Her eyes became misty as she threw herself into Niele Li's arms. Niele Li was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and patted Long Yuan's shoulder. After a long time, Niele Li said with a bitter smile, Are you done? I'm about to suffocate from your pressure. Hearing Niele Li's words, Long Yuan's face instantly turned red. She immediately let go of Niele Li, stomped her feet, and flew away. Hey, miss, I can't catch up to you if you run so fast. Don't you know that your current cultivation is so much higher than mine? Niele Li shouted as he flew, neither too fast nor too slow. Long Yuan slowed down her footsteps. Two streaks of light flew away and disappeared into the horizon. Sky Soul Institute. The news of Niele Li and Long Yuan's return to the Sky Soul Institute quickly spread. Not only did the Demon League, Tianxing League, and Profound Note League know about it, but even Long Tianming's side knew about it. An even bigger storm was brewing. At this very moment, in a valley within the Sky Soul Institute, Ingueru's beautiful face was hidden by a cloak. She sat before an array, her fingers constantly pinching together. She stared ahead and lightly sighed. It's about time. Do I still want to see him? Forget it. It's better not to see him. After all, everything that had happened before was something that happened in her previous life. Ingueru still couldn't accept that a stranger had suddenly stepped into her world and become her disciple. However, everything that had happened in her previous life was still vivid in her mind. It was extremely real. You're about to reach the heavenly axis realm. The Holy Emperor will soon come looking for you. If I don't leave, the entire Hagami Myunmyun won't be able to escape misfortune. Ingueru stared ahead. Yiziyun, Xiao Ning or Daozit Lu Piao. Since I know your fates, why don't I give you some advice? Consider it my final help. With a whoosh, Ingueru disappeared into thin air like a wisp of smoke. It was as if she'd never appeared in the first place. Ingueru had always lived alone. If no one came, no one would know that she'd left for a long time. Chapter 432. For the next few days, Nieli, Lu Piao, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the rest worked hard to make arrangements. Gu Hong, Long Tianming, and the rest were so overbearing and relentless in their pursuit of the members of the Demon League, Tianxing League, and Profound Note League. How could they not retaliate? In one of the rooms in the courtyard, Long Yan, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the rest were gathered together. Nieli, what are you doing? Lu Piao couldn't help but look at Nieli curiously. In the past few days, Nieli had collected hundreds of herbs and a huge cauldron. He seemed to be preparing to refine something. Nieli smiled mysteriously. I'm preparing to refine an elixir pill. You'll know its effects very soon. Elixir pill? What elixir pill? Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the rest couldn't help but look curious. Long Yuan also blinked. She was very curious. Recently, when she found out about Nieli's identity, she was indeed conflicted for a long time. But after thinking about it, she felt relieved. Regardless of whether Nieli was someone from 100 years in the future, that was only Nieli's past. She liked the current Nieli, and that was enough. Nieli took out a divine phaseless fruit and a divine cold iron needle. He picked out a tiny bit of flesh from the divine phaseless fruit and placed it into a bottle. This bottle contains rootless water. Shake this bottle evenly, then evenly distribute it among 100 bottles. Shake it again, then take out one bottle and distribute it among the other 100 bottles. Nieli said as he tidied up the other herbs. Hearing Nieli's words, Li Xingyun and the others roughly understood Nieli's intention. Nieli wanted to dilute the essence of the fruit into 10,000 bottles. What kind of elixir is this? Even if it's a miraculous elixir, diluted 10,000 times, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Lu Piao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yeah, this is 10,000 times diluted. Gu Bei couldn't help but say. Nieli smiled and said, You haven't seen the divine phaseless fruit before, so you don't know its use. That's why you said that. Divine phaseless fruit? I've never heard of it before. Li Xingyun was stunned. I wonder what kind of miraculous elixir the divine phaseless fruit is, that it can still be effective even after being diluted 10,000 times. To us, this god phaseless fruit can only be described as a miraculous spirit pill. It's also indescribable. If a martial ancestor were to consume the tiny bit that I picked out with the divine frost metal needle, that martial ancestor would instantly explode and die, because they would not be able to withstand the powerful medicinal effects of the divine phaseless fruit. Nieli said with a smile, So powerful? You're not exaggerating, right? Li Xingyun and the others' faces changed. Martial ancestor realm. How powerful was that? Just a tiny bit. Even a martial ancestor realm expert would explode and die. That was too shocking. Well, have I ever lied? Nieli laughed. This divine phaseless fruit was Emperor Tian Yuan's personal collection, and its medicinal effects were not something a martial ancestor could imagine. Even if it's diluted 10,000 times, its medicinal effects are still too strong for us to withstand. After being diluted 10,000 times, just one drop of it would cause our bodies to explode and die. Then what are you going to do? Li Xingyun could not help but ask. Her heart was filled with shock. I'm going to dilute this medicine by 10,000 times and use dozens of methods to alleviate its medicinal effects before refining it into an elixir. Nieli explained, when the elixir is refined, its medicinal effects will be extremely shocking. I wonder if this elixir can help us reach the pinnacle of the heavenly axis realm. Not to mention the pinnacle of the heavenly axis realm, even breaking through to the Tao of Dragon realm wouldn't be a problem. Nieli said with confidence. Tao Dragon realm? Everyone's eyes widened. Breaking through to the Tao of Dragon realm? How could it be that simple? Then, can it help me break through to the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon realm? Our Dragon Seal family is about to choose a successor. If I can break through to the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon realm, then I'll have full confidence. Even the patriarch can't stop me. Long Yuan said after a brief pondering. Li Xingyun and the rest were extremely shocked by Long Yuan's sudden increase in strength. How long had it been since Long Yuan's breakthrough? Her current cultivation was already far beyond their reach. They really had no idea how Long Yuan cultivated. One might not be enough, but two is definitely enough, Nieli said after a brief pondering. This elixir is enough to let your physical body be reborn. However, it will take at least 3 days for you to absorb a single elixir. Hearing Nieli's confirmation, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and Lu Piao were all dumbfounded. Such a powerful medicinal effect, compared to the Tao Dragon Realm. Was 3 days even considered a long time? For a person to cultivate from the Heavenly Axis Realm to the Tao Dragon Realm, it could easily take several years, or even dozens of years. Wasn't this elixir a little too heaven-defying? In Nieli's view, it was very normal. In the eyes of someone like Emperor Tian Yuan, a Tao of Dragon Realm expert, was basically an ant-like existence. What's the big deal about breaking through in 3 days? One had to know that what they had right now was the divine phaseless fruit that only a deity rank expert could possess. The value of a single divine phaseless fruit probably couldn't even be compared to the entire Hagami Munyon. Even an ordinary martial ancestor realm expert wouldn't know how to use the divine phaseless fruit, even if they had one. However, Nieli knew. Over the next few days, Nieli began to refine elixirs like crazy. With the detailed instructions, refining elixirs was no longer a difficult task. Roughly 10 days later, Nieli had refined over 500 elixirs. Looking at the sparkling, translucent, jade-like elixirs, Nieli couldn't help revealing a gratified smile. With these elixirs, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. This was all thanks to Senior Tian Yuan. If it weren't for Senior Tian Yuan's divine, phaseless fruit, even if he knew the refining method, he wouldn't be able to make bricks without straw. Nieli summoned several Sky Origin Divine Clan experts from the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting and sent them over to Yizun, Ning and Daozit. These elixirs would definitely allow their cultivations to soar by leaps and bounds. This elixir is the divine elixir that you were talking about? Lu Piao picked up one of the elixirs and examined it. When they found out that Nieli was refining such a powerful divine elixir, they couldn't wait any longer. Every now and then, they'd run over to take a look. When they found out that the elixir had been refined, they couldn't wait to give it a try. You can eat it and give it a try. The corner of Li's mouth rose into a smile. Looking at the elixir, Lu Piao had a feeling that Li's words were absolutely true. Back when they were still in Glory City, Nieli had provided them with such powerful cultivation techniques. Therefore, he firmly believed in Nieli's words. Lu Piao opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir. He immediately felt a terrifying flame burning in his dantian. This flame simply wanted to devour him. He immediately sat down. What a terrifying medicinal effect. Chapter 433. It was a complete rebirth. The terrifying medicinal energy constantly rushed into his soul realm, as though it was about to burst. None of the elixirs he'd eaten in the past were as terrifying as this one. Lu Piao turned pale with fright. If this medicinal energy burst his soul realm, he'd be done for. If he lost his life, what was the point of increasing his cultivation? But very quickly, the medicinal energy continued to nourish Lu Piao's soul realm, allowing Lu Piao's soul realm to recover. Aside from the terrifying medicinal energy, this elixir also had the effect of nourishing the soul realm. Lu Piao was shocked. He felt his cultivation rising, breaking through to the Heavenly Axis Realm, 1-stage Heavenly Axis Realm, 2-stage Heavenly Axis Realm, and finally stopping at the 5-stage Heavenly Axis Realm. My God, just what kind of heaven-defying elixir is this? The effects were too terrifying. A single elixir could raise his cultivation by so much. What would happen if he ate a few more? Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the rest looked at Lu Piao in shock as they gulped down mouthfuls of saliva. This was too terrifying. They could clearly feel the increase in Lu Piao's cultivation. How long had it been? It was just a tiny elixir. Nieli lightly smiled. Lu Piao's changes were within his expectations. This was an elixir made from the divine phaseless fruit, left behind by an emperor-ranked expert. For people of their cultivation, it was no different from a super elixir. Nieli, hurry up and give me one, Li Xingyun said impatiently. Anyone in the Hagami Myunyan wouldn't be able to hold themselves back if they saw the speed at which Lu Piao's cultivation was rising. Nieli distributed the elixirs to everyone, then entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He also distributed the elixirs to the experts of the Sky Origin Divine Clan. After everyone received the medicinal pills, they all began to cultivate wholeheartedly. For over a month, the members of the Demon League, Tianxing League, and Profound Note League stayed in the Sky Soul Institute. They didn't leave, no matter how much Gu Heng's subordinates cursed them. None of them went out. The core members of the Demon League, Tianxing League, and Profound Note League seemed to have disappeared. Because they hadn't seen the core members for a long time, the outer members were restless. Many of them left the Demon League, Tianxing League, and Profound Note League, and even became Gu Heng subordinates. In a courtyard of the Sky Soul Institute, He Yuan, aren't we being too unkind? A person said weakly. The person who spoke was a skinny young man of about 26 or 27 years old. He was dressed in plain white clothes. The scar-faced man called He Yuan sneered. Unkind? Why do we join the Demon League? Wasn't it because they saw that the Demon Alliance had potential and the conditions they offer were more generous? What about now? Look at the Demon League. Who knows where the core members of the Demon League have gone? They're probably hiding like turtles. What's the point of us staying here? But we're leaving, and we're bringing over 200 brothers with us. The Demon League won't be able to hold on any longer. Gu Heng's conditions aren't bad either. If we bring more brothers with us, we can negotiate with Gu Heng. If it's just the two of us, would Gu Heng even care about us? Would Gu Heng care about us? He Yuan curled his lips and said, ever since the core members of the Demon League went into seclusion, the outer members were restless. Under He Yuan's encouragement, over 200 people were willing to leave with He Yuan. Naturally, Gu Heng was willing to accept the traitors of the Demon League. Furthermore, he offered very generous conditions. The skinny young man pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, fine, since there's no future in the Demon League, let's go. Aside from a few hundred that became Gu Heng subordinates, there were over 1,000 that left. During this period of time, Nieli had been paying attention to the Demon League. Nieli had already provided elixirs to nurture the trustworthy core members of the Demon League. As for the outer members, Nieli was still observing those that wanted to join Gu Heng and leave the Demon League. Nieli didn't stop them and allowed them to leave. Although many people left, there were still a lot of people who stayed. After this turmoil, he believed that those that stayed were worth nurturing. The majority of them were worth nurturing. Nieli had been secretly cleaning up the Demon League spies. As for the trustworthy members, he found them and nurtured them in secret. The Sky Soul Institute had been peaceful. After the Demon League, Tianxing League, and Profound Note League ceased their activities, Gu Heng became even more cheerful. He wantonly recruited troops and even declared that he would take back Gu Bei's position as the first-in-line successor. As for the Ashen Flames family's Li Yufeng, he announced that he would soon become the acting patriarch of the Ashen Flames family. As for Long Tianming, although he hadn't made any movements, he was rumored to be the acting patriarch of Hagami Myunyan. The experts of the older generation all wanted to cultivate in seclusion and strengthen the foundation of Hagami Myunyan. As for the trivial matters, they naturally didn't want to bother with them and wanted to leave them to the younger generation. Nieli had been constantly raising his cultivation and observing the changes in the Divine Feathers sect. No matter how the situation changed, as long as the Demon League's strength grew, it wouldn't be a problem. Aside from his daily cultivation, Nieli would occasionally head to the Skycloud Hall of Hagami Myunyan to exchange ideas with Hierarch Skycloud. At this point, Hierarch Skycloud already had a lot of trust in Nieli. Hagami Myunyan Skycloud Hall. Nieli, you're saying that you want to compete for the acting patriarch of Hagami Myunyan? Hierarch Skycloud was briefly stunned. That's right, Nieli firmly replied. Right now, the Yaoshan sect is pressuring us. If Long Tianming takes control, I'm afraid that Hagami Myunmyun will fall into an even greater crisis. Therefore, I want to compete for the acting patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun. But there's no chance of success. Your foundation in Hagami Myunmyun is too shallow. So much so that many disciples of Hagami Myunmyun don't even know who you are. How are you going to compete for the acting patriarch position? Although you're my disciple, and I'm willing to support you, Hagami Myunmyun is huge. Just my support alone isn't enough. Hierarch Skycloud smiled as he shook his head. Nieli's idea was too whimsical. I know that you have great ambitions and outstanding talent. However, it's still too difficult for you to become the acting patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun. If I take control of Hagami Myunmyun will definitely welcome a new era of glory. I only want to know if Master will firmly support me. Nieli asked as he looked at Hierarch Skycloud. He reckoned that even Hierarch Skycloud was doubtful of his ability. Hierarch Skycloud pondered for a brief moment. He was a little shocked. Seeing how confident Nieli was, could it really be possible? Hierarch Skycloud quietly sat on his chair. After a brief silence, he said, I'm afraid that even I can't firmly support you. I'm afraid that it's even more impossible for the other hierarchs. As long as Master supports me, I'm confident, Nieli said firmly. Chapter 434. My support alone isn't enough. Unless you can prove that you indeed have the ability to bring Hagami Myunmyun to glory. Hierarch Skycloud said silently, I will prove to Master that I have that ability, but I still need your full support. Nieli said, in terms of character, I think more highly of you. You're much better than Long Tianming, but Situ Beiyin isn't bad either. Hierarch Skycloud thought for a moment before continuing. Situ Beiyin is the child of the patriarch. Unfortunately, his desire to win isn't that strong. Situ Beiyin? Nieli seemed to have heard of him before. In his previous life, Situ Beiyin had been plotted against and died mysteriously. Later on, when Long Tianming came to power, everything seemed to be Situ Beiyin's doing. Since Situ Beiyin didn't win against Long Tianming in his previous life, it probably wouldn't be a good thing for him to become the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun in this life. This is an elixir that I've refined for Master. After consuming this elixir, I believe that Master will understand my intentions. I can help the Divine Feathers sect reach a level of glory that hasn't been seen in 1,000 years. Nieli said with confidence as he respectfully handed the elixir to Hierarch Skycloud. Hierarch Skycloud took the medicinal pill. When his gaze fell on the medicinal pill, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He could feel the terrifying medicinal power of the medicinal pill. He opened his mouth and swallowed the medicinal pill. He felt a surge of medicinal power surge down his throat. Hierarch Skycloud felt as if his body was on fire. Hierarch Skycloud was already a martial ancestor realm powerhouse. Under normal circumstances, ordinary medicinal pills wouldn't have any effect on him, unless it was a 10-million-year-old divine medicine. However, those divine medicines weren't that easy to find. It had been at least a few decades since Hierarch Skycloud had eaten any medicinal pills that were beneficial to his cultivation. It was because his cultivation foundation was too strong. However, the medicinal power contained in Yi Xinghe's medicinal pill was actually much stronger than the power that he cultivated. For the past 5 years, Hierarch Skycloud cultivation had been stuck at the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. Now that he had consumed this elixir, his cultivation had actually increased crazily. He instantly broke through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm and did not stop there. Just what kind of divine medicine was this? Its medicinal strength was actually so terrifying. What determined the status of Hagami Myunmyun was not the strength of the ordinary disciples. Instead, there were the 5 leaders of Hagami Myunmyun. Among the 5 leaders, the strongest one was at LV5 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm, while the weakest was at LV1 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm. 5 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm experts. This was the pinnacle of power in the entire Hagami Union. As long as these 5 martial ancestor realm experts were still alive, the Hagami Union would not weaken. However, if something were to happen to these 5 martial ancestor realm masters, then the Hagami Union would collapse, just like in his previous life. These 5 martial ancestor realm experts would need years or even decades before their cultivations would increase slightly. At their level, if they wanted to increase their cultivation, they would not be able to do so through pure cultivation. They would also need some opportunities. Every time a martial ancestor realm broke through, their lifespan would be extended by a dozen years. After living for so long, Hierarch Skycloud felt that his strength was falling short of his desire. He felt that in a few more decades, he would reach the end of his life. However, right now, Nieli's elixir had actually allowed Hierarch Skycloud to directly break through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. This was no small matter. After a moment, Hierarch Skycloud suddenly opened his eyes, which were bursting with divine light. I never thought that such a small elixir would have such terrifying medicinal strength. Hierarch Skycloud couldn't help but sigh. Nieli, since I've eaten one of your elixirs, I've accepted your kindness. Master will definitely do his best to help you settle this matter. Master's words are too serious. Since this disciple has something good, it's only right to show filial respect to Master, Nieli said with a smile. He still had some understanding of Hierarch Skycloud's character. Asking Hierarch Skycloud for help was definitely the right thing to do. Hierarch Skycloud was silent for a long time. He never thought that Nieli would actually have such a miraculous elixir. If he had 5 or 6 of these elixirs, it would allow the Hagami Union to usher in a whole new level of glory. Aside from directly helping him break through, a lot of the medicinal strength of the elixir had also been stored in his soul realm. He estimated that he would need to go into seclusion for a few months before he could digest the medicinal strength. This elixir was enough to allow him to break through to the 5th or even 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Such a miraculous elixir was definitely extremely rare. How difficult would it be to take out 5 or 6 of them? Moreover, as Hierarch Skycloud's master, if you were to ask Nieli for elixirs, wouldn't that be too degrading? He definitely wouldn't do such a thing. I still have some of these elixirs here. There are over 30 of them in this bottle. I hope that master can help me persuade the Patriarch and the other big shots to give me the position of Hagami Union's Patriarch. I will definitely do my best to bring the Hagami Union to another level of glory. I believe that Master should be able to confirm that I have the ability to do so. Nieli handed a bottle of elixirs to Hierarch Skycloud. Hierarch Skycloud looked at the bottle of elixirs in Nieli's hands in disbelief. His eyes revealed deep shock. This was simply too shocking. If there were 5 or 6 of these elixirs, it would already be extremely shocking. However, Nieli had actually taken out an entire bottle with over 30 of them. Over 30 elixirs. What kind of concept was that? Hierarch Skycloud's breathing became hurried. He was an extremely steady person, but he understood the significance of over 30 elixirs. It wasn't that he was greedy for these elixirs. Instead, he understood how great of an impact these elixirs would have on the Hagami Union. Nieli, do you know what these 30 elixirs represent? Are you really willing to contribute them to the Hagami Union? Hierarch Skycloud took a deep breath and looked at Nieli as he asked. Yes, Nieli nodded solemnly. These 30 elixirs were specially refined for martial ancestor realm experts like Hierarch Skycloud. In Hierarch Skycloud's eyes, these elixirs were extremely precious. Every single one of them was priceless. However, Nieli still had so many divine, phaseless fruits in his possession that he could refine many, many more elixirs. Hierarch Skycloud nodded and said, "Since you're willing to contribute these elixirs to the Hagami Union, then you're a meritorious servant to the Hagami Union. I believe that the Patriarch and the others will be willing to hand over the position of Patriarch to you on account of your contributions. In a few years, The old patriarch of the Hagami Munyan would begin his closed-door cultivation to break through to a higher realm. At that time, he would hand over the position of patriarch. The position of patriarch was merely to manage the entire Hagami Munyan. The 5 big shots of Hagami Munyan were definitely above the patriarch. Nyeli had helped the 5 big shots of Hagami Munyan increase their strength. To the 5 big shots of Hagami Munyan, handing over the position of patriarch to Nyeli wasn't a bad idea. This was definitely a worthwhile exchange. Chapter 435. Just these elixirs alone were more than enough to exchange for the position of Hagami Munyan's patriarch. Nyeli lightly smiled. He knew that Hierarch Skycloud would make his decision. He was the only one who could bring Hagami Munyan to true glory. Hagami Munyan will soon arrange for the successor patriarch position. You should make some preparations first. I don't know how many people will support you, but with these elixirs, I estimate that at least 3 Martial Ancestor Realm experts will support you. However, just the support of Martial Ancestor Realm experts won't be enough. You also need to have enough strength to convince everyone. Otherwise, even if you become the patriarch, you won't be able to obtain the recognition of others. This patriarch position won't be stable. Hierarch Skycloud faintly smiled. Master, you can rest assured about this. Since I want to compete for the position of patriarch, if I can't even handle such a small matter, then I might as well not fight for it. Nyeli smiled. Hierarch Skycloud nodded his head at Nyeli's words. Nyeli's origins were truly mysterious. However, Hierarch Skycloud didn't suspect that Nyeli had any ill intentions towards Hagami Munyan. If he did, then he wouldn't have given them such powerful elixirs. These elixirs would definitely allow Hagami Munyan to ascend to another level. Nyeli left the Skycloud Shrine and returned to his residence. Hierarch Skycloud took the elixirs that Nyeli had given him and went to negotiate with the other Martial Ancestor Realm experts. During this period of time, Nyeli had been wholeheartedly cultivating. Time quickly passed, and the Patriarch election was about to begin. Long Tianming had become more active than before. The 5 Martial Ancestor Realm powerhouses were all in seclusion, so he had to win enough support for his ascension to the Patriarch's position. Therefore, he was constantly bribing the elders and grand elders of the Hagami Munyan. In comparison, Situ Beiyin was much calmer. He didn't seem to be that enthusiastic about becoming the Patriarch. Of course, it was inevitable that he would have to work behind the scenes. Long Tianming's residence. What did you say? Why is Situ Beiyin still alive and well? Long Tianming's face darkened. Several black-clothed men knelt before Long Tianming. Young master, we're not sure either. Every time we tried to poison them, they were neutralized. There was once when we sent people to ambush Situ Beiyin, but they were also rescued by Situ Beiyin's people. Long Tianming furrowed his brows. It seemed like someone knew that he wanted to get rid of Situ Beiyin and was secretly obstructing him. Long Tianming snorted. Situ Beiyin is the son of the Patriarch. There are still many people who support him in the Hagami Munyan, and he's a huge threat. However, 80% of the elders support me. 90% of the Grand Elders, who are at the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon Realm, support me. Aside from that, at least 2 or 3 of the 5 Martial Ancestor Realm powerhouses support me. The Patriarch is preparing to retire, so he won't obviously side with Situ Beiyin. I don't believe that Situ Beiyin has any chance of winning. Let him go. No matter what, he had to take control of the entire Hagami Munyan. All of you are dismissed. Long Tianming said in a deep voice. Yes. The black-clothed men quickly retreated. After the black-clothed men left, Long Tianming sat down on a chair. He carefully fiddled with a black token that had a malevolent demon beast engraved on it. Situ Beiyin, I don't believe that you could defeat me with the help of the Yaoshan sect. Long Tianming sneered. According to what he knew, the Yaoshan sect had long since infiltrated the Hagami Munyan and held a certain amount of power within the Hagami Munyan. This power was enough to influence the outcome of the Patriarch's election. Long Tianming was the spokesperson of the Yaoshan sect. as long as Long Tianming became the new patriarch of the Hagamim Union. Although they wouldn't be able to touch the 5 martial ancestor realm powerhouses of the Hagamim Union, at least the others would be under their control. When the time came, they would slowly deal with the 5 martial ancestor realm powerhouses. If that happened, it would be a piece of cake for them to eliminate the Hagamim Union. At this moment, many people had gathered in the hall of Situ Bayan's courtyard. Nieli, Lu Piao, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and Long Yuan were all present. Nieli, it's as you said. Long Tianming wants to use all sorts of methods to harm me. I owe you a favor. I owe you a favor. However, it won't be easy for Long Tianming to kill me. Situ Bayan's brows slightly twitched as he spoke. Regarding this matter, I believe that Brother Situ already understands. I've come this time to ask Brother Situ for help. Nieli lightly smiled. Help? What kind of help? Situ Bayan picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. I know Brother Situ's character. Brother Situ wants to make the Hagamim Union truly powerful. I'm about to become a candidate for the Patriarch's position, so I'd like to ask Brother Situ to lend me a hand and help me ascend to the Patriarch's position. Nieli straightforwardly said. Situ Bayan was stunned for a moment when he heard Nieli's words. However, he suddenly burst into laughter. Nieli, I admit that I owe you a favor. However, isn't this request of yours a little too ridiculous? Not to mention that I'm also a candidate. Even if I didn't participate, I wouldn't have chosen you. After all, your qualifications in the Hagamim Union are still shallow. How long has it been since you came to the Hagamim Union? Just like the Hagamim Union's Patriarch's position, the Hagamim Union's Patriarch's position wouldn't be handed to someone with an unknown background, right? I know what Brother Situ is trying to say. However, don't you think I'm more qualified than Long Tianming? If Brother Situ has the ability, then send someone to investigate Long Tianming. If you want to investigate Long Tianming, then start from his first few trials. Long Tianming had already joined the Yaoshan sect at that time. Do you have any proof for what you're saying? Situ Bayan's brows twitched. If Long Tianming really was someone from the Yaoshan sect, then he absolutely couldn't let Long Tianming ascend to the Patriarch's position. I don't have any proof. Whether you believe me or not is up to Brother Situ. After all, Brother Situ is also a candidate. When the time comes, Hierarch Skycloud will also nominate me as a candidate. I only hope that if Brother Situ can't defeat Long Tianming, then you'll turn around and support me. Nieli lightly smiled. Big Brother Situ, I'll definitely support Nieli. Gu Bei firmly said. Me too. Li Xingyun also nodded her head. Me too. Long Yuan also said without the slightest hesitation. Situ Bayan was slightly stunned when he heard Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and Long Yuan's words. He couldn't understand why Gu Bei and the other two would be so firm in supporting Nieli. Just what kind of charm did Nieli have to make Gu Bei and the other two believe in him so much? Gu Bei, Xingyun Yuan, let's go. I believe that Brother Situ will definitely make the right choice. Nieli lightly smiled as he stood up and walked out. Gu Bei and the others also hurriedly followed after him. Situ Bayan frowned as he watched Nieli's group leave. He carefully pondered over Nieli's words. If Long Tianming really was someone from the Yaoshan sect, no matter what, he absolutely couldn't let Long Tianming become the Hagamim Union's patriarch. Chapter 436. Over the next few months, Nieli continued to nurture a group of disciples loyal to the Demon League, as well as experts recruited from the Sky Origin Divine Clan. During this time, Nieli and the rest didn't stop expanding their forces. With so many divine herbs and all sorts of treasures, the Demon League, Tianxing League, and Profound Note League's forces expanded at a frightening speed. Nieli's strength also increased rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the Heavenly Axis Realm. Although he was only at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Axis Realm, Nieli's true strength wasn't inferior to a 5th stage Dao of Dragon Realm expert. The Heavenly God cultivation technique was harder to cultivate. However, once it was improved, the increase in strength would be dozens of times, or even dozens of times greater than ordinary geniuses. Gu Bei looked at Nieli and said, Nieli, I'll soon be in charge of the Gu clan's Empyrean Hall. Although Gu Hong was punished to face the wall, the forces under him didn't stop. Some time ago, many people betrayed the Demon League, but they were all subdued by them. Empyrean Hall? What kind of position is that? Nelly couldn't help asking. Gubei lightly smiled and said, It's like this. In the Gu clan, the successor has no real authority. However, as the successor, you have the qualifications to take charge of the Empyrean Hall's Empyrean Hall. The Empyrean Hall isn't that big, with only a few hundred people. However, it's involved in all aspects of the clan's affairs. Once you gain a firm foothold in the Empyrean Hall, you can take charge of the clan. Nelly lightly smiled and asked, How is it? Is it difficult to take charge of the Empyrean Hall? Gubei smiled and said, If it's just me, it'll be difficult. However, there's still my sister. Hearing Gubei's words, Nelly couldn't help but think of a beautiful, stubborn, and intelligent girl. Nelly couldn't help asking, How's your sister doing? With the divine medicine you gave her, my sister's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. She's already at the second stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. Aside from guiding me in the affairs of the various races, she spends most of her time cultivating. She wants to borrow the power of the divine medicine. She will break through to the martial ancestor realm in a few years. Gubei said. His sister's cultivation speed was simply amazing. Your sister's talent is truly astonishing. Nelly couldn't help but sigh. My elder sister often talks about you. She says that you're a person with God's fate and that you have the ability to reverse destiny. She asked me to assist you well. Gubei said with a smile. People with divine fate? Reversing fate? Nelly thought for a moment. Gubei's elder sister, Gulan, was right. He was here to defy fate. Nelly's eyes were deep as he stared into the distance, thinking of the incomparably powerful Holy Emperor. Nelly could not help but feel a strong sense of urgency. At this moment, Nelly's head suddenly felt as if it had exploded. Ah! Nelly screamed in pain. Even Nelly was unable to endure that kind of terrifying pain. Nelly, what happened to you? Gubei asked anxiously from the side. Seeing Nelly holding his head and screaming in pain, he was at a loss. What was going on? Why did Nelly suddenly become like this? Hearing Nelly's screams, Long Yan, Lu Piao, Li Xingyun, and the others all ran over. What happened to Nelly? Quick, help him up. Everyone scrambled to help Nelly up, then put Nelly down on the bed. However, Nelly continued to roll on the ground and struggle. Long Yuan saw Li's painful look. Tears immediately flowed down. What happened to him? What happened? Did he go berserk during his cultivation? Li Xingyun had never encountered such a situation before. He could only hold down the struggling Nelly and take Li's pulse. Although he's not a good doctor, he still has some medical knowledge. In the past, they always listened to Nelly. They never thought that one day, Nelly would suddenly become like this. For a moment, they didn't know how to deal with it. There's no problem with his pulse. There should be a problem with his soul realm. If there's a problem with his soul realm, we can't recklessly intervene. Set up a barrier around here. Also, get him some calming incense. Hurry up and find some good doctors. Very quickly, one after another, doctors ran to Nelly. They were all the best doctors from the three great families. However, after they observed Nelly, they all helplessly shook their heads and left. They were also helpless towards Li's situation. Nelly felt a terrifying energy bombarding his mind. He only felt an incomparably terrifying pain. His entire soul realm felt like it was about to shatter. Vaguely, he seemed to see a vague figure. It was a beautiful woman. This figure was familiar and so intimate. Nelly couldn't help but walk towards that figure. Master, Nelly murmured. Long Yuan, Li Xingyun, and the rest were guarding Li's side. They were all extremely worried because Li's situation didn't show any signs. At the same time, they didn't know what the cause was. Lu Piao was already sobbing. Nelly, nothing must happen to you. They left Glory City and came to the Draconic Ruins realm together. Nelly was Lu Piao's best brother. They still had to return together. Long Yuan was also tearing up. In her heart, Nelly wasn't just a simple master. In her heart, She had long fallen in love with Nieli. Nieli's sudden situation had frightened her. She held Nieli's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Gu Bei and Li Xingyun were the same. They were restless, and their eyes couldn't leave Nieli. Nieli was their best brother and also their best guide. He had guided them out of the terrifying quagmire of life. If something were to happen to Nieli, they would blame themselves to death. Nieli painfully struggled for a long time, continuously roaring for more than half an hour. In the end, his voice slowly weakened, and his struggle became less intense. His breathing gradually calmed down, as if he had fallen into a peaceful sleep. Seeing that Nieli had calmed down, everyone slowly relaxed. I knew it. There shouldn't be any problems. Nieli might have encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Who knows, maybe he'll be able to break through to the Tao of Dragon Realm. When he wakes up, Gu Bei relaxed and said, I knew it. Nieli isn't that unlucky. Li Xingyun pondered for a moment and said, this sign doesn't seem to be a breakthrough in cultivation. If it was a breakthrough in cultivation, his pulse would be stronger with each wave. However, there shouldn't be any problems with him. Really? Long Yuan wiped the tears off her face and looked at Li Xingyun and the rest. However, she was still worried. Since he's asleep, let him sleep a little longer, Li Xingyun said with a smile. Chapter 437. Nieli felt as though he'd fallen into a deep dream. That dream was like a black hole that sucked him in. There was a voice that constantly called out to him. It was the voice of a girl. It was so familiar and sweet to his ears. It's Master. Master, where are you? Nieli yelled. He'd been trying his best to raise his strength, not daring to stop for even a moment. He knew that if he didn't raise his strength as soon as possible, his master might be assassinated by the people in Hagami Myunyan. Although Long Yuan had changed and wouldn't be a threat to his master, there were still some people in Hagami Myunyan with ulterior motives. Nieli wanted to become the patriarch of Hagami Myunyan so that he could protect his master. Nieli, I'm using the heavenly sound technique to communicate with you through my thoughts. Your fate, the reversal of heaven and earth, is too powerful. If I don't do anything, you'll be discovered by the Holy Emperor the moment your cultivation reaches the heavenly axis realm. It won't be long before the Holy Emperor sends his servants to kill you. Therefore, I use the technique of reversing the heavenly Tao to transfer your fate to me. How did this happen? What about you, Master? Nieli, I've already left Hagami Myunyan before your cultivation reached the heavenly axis realm. I've given some guidance to your friends in the various sections. They'll definitely be of help to you in the future. As for me, I'm already being chased by the servants. Although I've used the Mirage Secret Array to conceal my aura, I don't think I'll be able to hold on for much longer. Master, I've done so much for your safety. As long as you're fine, I'll do anything, fool. All good things must come to an end. Since you have something that you must do, then do it. There's no need to think about anything else. Since killing the Holy Emperor is saving all living things, I won't hesitate, even if I have to give up my life. Over the years, there had been countless super geniuses who had grasped the heavens divination technique and knew their destinies. They wanted to fight against the Holy Emperor, but they fell one after another, unable to do anything in the end. Even my master was the same. Since my death can be of value, why wouldn't I do it? Nieli felt a series of images being transmitted into his mind. He felt his master kiss his forehead. That warm feeling was like a mother's caress. Ingueru was hovering in the air. The rainbow-colored clouds and the surroundings churned, forming countless illusions around her, making her look like a proud goddess. Her fair and beautiful face was filled with boundless charm. She looked in Nieli's direction and smiled. Her face was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. All along, in Nieli's heart, Ingueru was like a fairy. She was so otherworldly that every frown and smile seemed to be imprinted in Nieli's mind. However, Nieli didn't have the slightest bit of profanity. He was filled with admiration for Ingueru, and he only wanted to use all his strength to protect her. Nieli wanted to step forward, but his body felt like it was trapped in a cage. He couldn't move at all. This was still dreamland. In dreamland, Nieli couldn't do anything. At that moment, A huge figure appeared outside the rainbow-colored clouds. This figure was several hundred meters tall, clad in silver-black armor, and wielding a huge spear. Its face was malevolent, like an Azura from hell. This fellow was the Holy Emperor's deity servant. In addition to the deity beast, the Holy Emperor also had many deity servants. They were in charge of everything in the world, and they were the Holy Emperor's lackeys. The strength of the deity servants was second only to the deity beast. Inueru, the Emperor has sent me to take your life. Your life has come to an end. The deity servant's voice was majestic and dignified. It was like rolling thunder that seemed to want to explode Nieli's brain. Nieli howled mournfully. His eyes were misty as he vaguely saw a huge hand grabbing at the rainbow-colored clouds. "No, Master, run!" Nieli shouted anxiously. Inueru looked in his direction, a calm smile on her face. Her smile was as carefree as ever, as if life and death had nothing to do with her. Inueru had displayed astonishing intelligence since she was young. She was much more mature than any other child, and she was more indifferent than anyone else in the face of life and death. The Holy Emperor can kill me, but he can forget about severing the destiny of the world. The Holy Emperor is unparalleled. He can look down on all the heroes in the world, but he can't look down on the Heavenly Tao. If the Heavenly Tao feels that the Holy Emperor is a threat to all living things, someone will definitely punish him on behalf of the heavens. The deity servant laughed heartily when he heard Inueru's words. "Ha ha ha! What a good punish on behalf of the heavens. Inueru, you should properly calculate your own fate. The Holy Emperor once said that if the Heavenly Tao defies him, he will destroy it. The Holy Emperor has sealed off the boundless space and time. It will only take 200 years for the Heavenly Tao to be completely refined. What vast Heavenly Tao, supreme and supreme. It's just you cultivators deceiving yourselves. The heavens and earth are so virtuous that they give birth to all living things. We have no way to repay them, yet we have to destroy them. Doesn't the Holy Emperor feel ashamed?" Inueru asked. "How could ants like you understand the Holy Emperor's heart? Inueru, it's time for you to die." The huge hand clenched its fist, causing the rainbow-colored clouds to explode. Nieli watched as Inueru was grabbed by the huge hand, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "No!" Nieli let out a heart-wrenching wail. Images appeared in his mind. They were bits and pieces of his life with his master. After his rebirth, he had thought that he had enough power to protect her. However, after his rebirth, his master had still died. A faintly discernible voice echoed in Nieli's mind. It was Inueru's long sigh. Who can understand the karma of the mortal world? Fate comes and goes, so why be sad? Nieli, do what you should do. As for me, I will go to where I should go. That voice was filled with melancholy, making Nieli feel like his heart was being torn apart. Holy Emperor, I absolutely won't let you off for 2 lifetimes of enmity. Nieli's heart was filled with hatred. His entire body felt like it was about to be torn apart by a terrifying power. This dream quickly disappeared without a trace. Nieli once again fell into an endless slumber. His soul realm was constantly circulating at high speed. At this time, Long Yuan and the others were gathered by Nieli's side. Nieli's heart-wrenching wail had alarmed them. They didn't know what had happened, but they could feel that Nieli was very sad. Long Yuan felt a faint pain in her heart. She didn't know what had happened to Nieli. However, Nieli only struggled in pain for a while. His expression became calm once again, and he fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was just a dream. Chapter 438. Situ Beiyin glanced into the distance. He didn't know why Nieli wasn't here. Could it be that Long Tianming had used some sort of trick? Could it be that Nieli couldn't come? Regardless of whether Nieli came or not, Nieli's words about Long Tianming had aroused his vigilance against Long Tianming. He definitely wouldn't allow Long Tianming to ascend to the position of the Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch. Situ Beiyin coldly barked. With a wave of his hand, a group of experts whizzed out and started probing Long Tianming's group. Who do you think will win? Situ Beiyin or Long Tianming? The surrounding disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun discussed amongst themselves. Big brother Situ, of course. Situ Beiyin was the son of the patriarch. His forces had always been slightly stronger than Long Tianming's. Therefore, everyone was more optimistic about Situ Beiyin's chances. However, Long Tianming isn't a weak opponent either. Lu Piao, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the others were also watching from the side. They felt depressed in their hearts. They prepared for so long, but now they could only watch Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin fight. On the contrary, there was nothing for them to do. However, if they had to choose between Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin, they would naturally support Situ Beiyin. Long Yuan stood among the Dragon Seal family's group. She felt disgust towards Long Tianming from the bottom of her heart. She'd only come to take a look, but she still had to return to take care of Nieli. Everyone's gazes were focused on the confrontation in the center. This confrontation might decide the fate of the entire Hagami Myunmyun. Boom, boom, boom. Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin's forces were locked in battle. Both sides were evenly matched. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 Dao of Dragon Realm experts charged out from Long Tianming's group and started a frenzied slaughter. 6 Dao of Dragon Realm experts. Situ Beiyin was startled. Aside from these 6 Dao of Dragon Realm experts, Situ Beiyin discovered that Long Tianming seemed to be hiding some other experts. Roughly estimating, there were at least 3 more Dao of Dragon Realm experts. Since when did Long Tianming recruit so many experts? Situ Beiyin furiously roared as he commanded the 5 Dao of Dragon Realm experts to charge forward. The confrontation of the Dao of Dragon Realm experts was a complete mess. The battle between the Dao of the 5 was a complete chaos. A woman's voice resounded. It was Hierarch Linglong, one of the 5 major figures. She was Long Yuan's grandmother, an influential figure in the Divine Feathers sect. Looks like Situ Beiyin is going to lose. Will the position of acting sect master be given to my Dragon Seal family? Long, T Long of the Li of Lili Tian, he said. T of the Long of the Yans of T Long, of the Mingt of Shun Tit. Hierarch Martial Sky faintly smiled. The acting of patriarch is for the capable. What harm is there in giving it to the Dragon Seal family? Patriarch, that's not right. Our Dragon Seal family clearly relied on our strength to snatch it. How can you say that we're giving it to him? It's just that Nieli arranged so much and even gave us so many elixirs. Why isn't he here to snatch it? How disappointing. Linglong, if Nieli comes, won't he snatch away Long Tianming's acting patriarch position? Asked another hierarch, Long Yin. Long Yin, I'm not a petty person. The elixirs Nieli gave us are enough to raise our cultivation by a level. Just that alone is more important than the acting patriarch position. If he comes, so what if we give him the acting patriarch position? Hierarch Linglong smiled. Linglong, don't go back on your word. Of course. The 5 hierarchs of Hagami Myunmyun were Hierarch Martial Sky, Hierarch Longyan, Hierarch Skycloud, Hierarch Linglong, and Hierarch Scarlet Blood. These 5 bigwigs were the pinnacle pillars of Hagami Myunmyun. It was because of their existence that the Yaoshan sect and other demonic sects didn't dare to disturb Hagami Myunmyun. Every increase in their cultivation by a level could determine the fate of Hagami Myunmyun. When Hierarch Skycloud gave them the elixirs, they didn't believe it. But after taking the elixirs, they were all shocked by the powerful effects of the elixirs. Even the slowest among them advanced by a level. Hierarch Martial Sky advanced by 2 levels, while Hierarch Skycloud advanced by 3 levels. In the Martial Ancestor realm, every increase in level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At the same time, every increase in level would cause one's cultivation to increase by several times. It could be said that Nieli's contributions to Hagami Myunmyun had exceeded everyone else's. Even if Nieli was a kid with an unknown background, Nieli was absolutely qualified to be the acting patriarch. At this moment, the battle between Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin had already reached the climax. Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin had also joined the battle. At this moment, They were both existences in the Tao of Dragon Realm. Situ Beiyin furiously roared as he integrated with his demon spirit. His demon spirit was a celestial blood-raging dragon. Its entire body was covered in blazing flames, and its sharp claws and fangs emitted a chilling light. This celestial blood-raging dragon was over 10 meters tall and emitted a terrifying aura. It's actually a celestial blood-raging dragon. Even amongst dragon bloodline, god-level growth rate demon spirits, it can be considered an outstanding breed. The disciples of Hagami, Myunmyun exclaimed. Looking at Situ Baiyin's celestial blood rage dragon, Long Tieming's lips curled into a faint smile with a hint of disdain on his face. With a cold snort, his body started to transform. Very quickly, a massive black dragon appeared in everyone's line of sight. This black dragon was much larger than Situ Baiyin's celestial blood-raging dragon. At the same time, its entire body was emitting a mysterious metallic luster. How is this possible? Long Tianming changed his demon spirit? It's actually a darkness saint dragon. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was already extremely rare. At the same time, there were some dragon bloodline demon spirits that were even stronger. For example, Nieli's Bloodwings Saint Dragon and Long Tianming's Darkness Saint Dragon. They were all peak existences. Situ Beiyin, admit defeat. You're not my match. Long Tianming roared as he swung his black claws towards Situ Baiyin's celestial blood-raging dragon. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Darkness Saint Dragon's claws landed on the celestial blood-raging dragon's body, sending it flying. Situ Baiyin's heart was filled with unwillingness. He recalled what Nieli had said to him. If he lost, then no one would be able to stop Long Tianming. Situ Beiyin furiously roared as he circulated the celestial blood-raging dragon's strength and charged towards Long Tianming. In the past, Long Tianming's strength had always been far inferior to his. But for some reason, Long Tianming's strength had far surpassed his own. Furthermore, Long Tianming had a powerful dragon bloodline demon spirit like the Darkness Saint Dragon. Situ Beiyin would never believe that Long Tianming didn't have someone supporting him. What Nieli had said might very well be true. He had to stop Long Tianming. Chapter 439. There seem to be some people chasing after you outside. Once they leave, I'll send you out. Emperor Tian Yuan said. Many thanks, Senior Tian Yuan. Nieli said respectfully as he chatted with Emperor Tian Yuan about the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tian Yuan could basically confirm that Nieli was indeed someone from 100 years in the future, and that he had a chance of defeating the Holy Emperor. How many years had it been? He'd been waiting for an opportunity for revenge. Aside from these treasures, I have another treasure for you. As soon as Emperor Tian Yuan finished speaking, a round disc appeared in the sky. It fluttered down and landed in Nieli's hand. The 10,000 spiritual sword array. Nieli exclaimed, That's right. This is the 10,000 spiritual sword array. Emperor Tian Yuan nodded. In his previous life, when he fought against the Holy Emperor, many experts hidden in the various realms, as well as some treasures, appeared to help Nieli fight against the Holy Emperor. The 10,000 spiritual sword array was one of them. It was only a treasure, but it had killed 5 of the Holy Emperor's deity servants. This item still contains a trace of my intent, and it can be activated by my intent. You won't be able to activate it with your current strength. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, you can use your intent to communicate with me. I can activate the 10,000 spiritual sword array to help you, but you must understand that it needs to gather the essence of heaven and earth in order to unleash its power. Don't use it carelessly. It's best if you use it against the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tian Yuan said solemnly. I understand the use of this item. Rest assured, Senior Tian Yuan. Nieli cupped his hands and stored the 10,000 spiritual sword array into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The 10,000 spiritual sword array needed to absorb heavenly energy to activate, and the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was the place with the densest concentration of heavenly energy. The heavenly energy inside was endless. This was the power of the 10,000 spiritual sword array. Nieli had seen it before. This item needed to absorb a large amount of heavenly energy. It could only be activated once. After putting away the myriad spirit sword array, Nieli suddenly thought of something. He looked at Emperor Tian Yuan and said, "I have a question." "What is it?" "I wonder if Senior Tian Yuan knows of a person who calls himself Kong Ming the Great from the tiny world." Hearing Nieli's words, Emperor Tian Yuan fell silent for a long time. After a while, he said, "The Kong Ming the Great you speak of is very likely that person. About a few hundred years ago, a peerless genius appeared. I don't know his background either. It's very likely that he's the reincarnation of a powerful being. His spiritual will once communicated with me. His cultivation caught the attention of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor sent a few servants to hunt him down. After fighting with the 3 servants of the Holy Emperor for several days, he suddenly disappeared and was nowhere to be found." Regarding Kong Ming the Great, Nieli had always been puzzled and troubled. Aside from that mantra, there was also the way he nurtured his disciple. This caused Nieli to be worried about an enemy that could appear at any time. That person's talent is extraordinary. In just a short span of 200 to 300 years, he already possessed a shocking cultivation. If he's really the reincarnation of a powerful being, then his strength is even above mine. I originally hoped that he could break the seal. He had broken the Sage Emperor space-time seal, but it's a pity that in this endless time and space, there aren't many people that have grown to the point of being able to challenge the Holy Emperor." Emperor Tian Yuan sighed. To grow to the point of being able to challenge the Holy Emperor in 200 to 300 years. Nieli knitted his brows. If Kong Ming the Great was one, then Nieli from his previous life should also be one. He and Kong Ming the Great both came from the tiny world. He had a vague feeling that there was a connection between him and Kong Ming the Great. There should be some sort of connection between them. All this time, Nieli had a vague feeling that Kong Ming the Great was closely related to him. Therefore, Nieli had always wanted to investigate Kong Ming the Great. Hearing Emperor Tian Yuan's words, Nieli was even more certain of his thoughts. Emperor Tian Yuan seemed to have thought of something as he asked, "Are you also from the tiny world?" "Yes." Nieli hesitated for a brief moment before nodding his head. Emperor Tian Yuan was stunned for a brief moment before he laughed. "I understand now. There were some things that I couldn't understand before, but now I finally understand." Ha 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 ha. Emperor Tian Yuan's laughter shook the entire space. His voice was like a huge bell. Long Yuan couldn't help covering her ears as her beautiful face paled. Emperor Tian Yuan said that he understood. Just what did he understand? What did Senior Tian Yuan understand? Nieli couldn't help asking. The riddle of this matter will have to be unraveled by you. The Tao of the heavens and earth has its own destiny. One day, you'll understand it. Emperor Tian Yuan smiled as he continued. If there's anyone in this world that can fight against the Holy Emperor, then it's definitely you. The fate of all living things will be in your hands. Emperor Tian Yuan understood, but he didn't say anything. This made Nieli's heart filled with doubts. Just what sort of profundity was hidden within? I can only tell you one thing. Everything that you've cultivated and inherited is above me. Emperor Tian Yuan solemnly said. Therefore, you must unearth your own potential. Your current cultivation speed is still too slow if you want to fight against the Holy Emperor. You don't have much time left. I will definitely do my best, Nieli solemnly said. There's nothing I can help you with. Emperor Tian Yuan's thoughts landed on Long Yuan, who was standing beside Nieli. This little girl is deeply in love with you. There aren't many people around you who are willing to die for you. You must cherish her. Her talent is too poor. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't be able to help you. Then I'll give her some good fortune. A moment later, the boundless thoughts between the heavens and earth suddenly went berserk like a storm. Long Yuan was still in a daze when she felt a powerful force pour into her body from the top of her head. Her entire body was filled with boundless energy. Her entire body felt like it was about to explode. Deep pain appeared on Long Yuan's beautiful face. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She somewhat understood Emperor Tian Yuan's intentions. If she wanted to help Nieli one day, then she must accept Emperor Tian Yuan's baptism. Boom, boom, boom. Long Yuan felt waves of energy explode within her body. This energy was simply about to burst her flesh. Not only was her flesh unable to withstand it, even the artifact armor she wore could not withstand it. The artifact was covered in cracks. With a bang, the entire artifact armor exploded. Chapter 440. Long Tianming proudly looked at Situ Beiyin. It doesn't matter if you're unwilling or not. You've long since lost to me. Furthermore, the power you control is far inferior to mine. Long Tianming's subordinates fought with Situ Beiyin subordinates and quickly gained the upper hand. After all, Long Tianming had 6 Dao of Dragon Realm experts under him. Scram! Long Tianming furiously roared. He turned into a darkness saint dragon and slammed his palm against the celestial blood-raging dragon, sending it flying. Situ Beiyin frantically retreated several hundred meters and returned to his original appearance. He clutched his chest and vomited blood. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue fighting. However, a majestic voice resounded from above. Beiyin, you've lost. There's no need to fight anymore. Situ Beiyin was extremely depressed. In the end, he still wasn't Long Tianming's opponent. However, what about the future of the Hagami Myunyan? Hierarch Marshalski's gaze fell on Situ Beiyin, and he sighed. Then he swept his gaze across the Hagami Myunyan disciples and announced, Long Tianming is the victor of this battle. Long Tianming revealed a pleased expression when he heard Hierarch Marshalski's words. He'd won. When he thought about how he'd soon obtain the position of proxy patriarch of the Hagami Myunyan, his heart couldn't help burning with excitement. Everyone was waiting for Hierarch Marshalsky to announce the result. As the final victor, Long Tianming would obtain supreme glory. Long Tianming's followers all had ecstatic expressions on their faces. From today onwards, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. When Long Tianming sat on the throne of proxy patriarch, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Hagami Myunyan. Hierarch Marshalsky searched around but didn't see Nieli. Since that was the case, then the position of proxy patriarch could only be passed on to Long Tianming. Just as he was about to announce the result, a group of people flew over from the distance. As far as his eyes could see, the leading young man should be Nieli. Hierarch Marshalsky's words were at the tip of his tongue, but he paused. Long Tianming grew anxious. He didn't know what was wrong with Hierarch Marshalsky. He'd clearly won, but Hierarch Marshalsky still hadn't passed the position of acting patriarch to him. Could it be that Hierarch Marshalsky was going to go back on his words? Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out, "Wait, I haven't even participated yet. Why is it ending already?" Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes focused on the person who spoke. It's Nieli. Haha, Nieli is finally here. After seeing Nieli, Lu Piao, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the others were all excited, the entire Demon League was also excited. Nieli finally woke up. Thinking of this, Long Yuan's eyes reddened. Everyone was getting impatient. Nieli landed a few hundred meters away from Long Tianming's group and faintly smiled. Our Demon League hasn't participated yet, so it's not over yet. Seeing how confident Nieli was, Long Tianming had a bad premonition in his heart. He said in a clear voice, "Your Demon League didn't even participate in the preliminaries. What qualifications do you have to participate in this competition?" Hearing Long Tianming's words, the surrounding Hagami Myunyan disciples broke out into a discussion. Before they could stop, Long Tianming continued, "Not to mention that you've only joined the Hagami Myunyan for a short period of time, and your origin is unknown. Who knows if you're a spy sent by the Yaoshan sect? It's fine if you're an ordinary disciple, but you're not qualified to compete for the position of acting patriarch of the Hagami Myunyan." The Hagami Myunyan disciples' voices grew louder. Indeed, Nieli's origin was unknown, and no one knew where he came from. Such a person wasn't suitable to compete for the position of acting patriarch. Get lost. You're not qualified. Long Tianming's men hissed. Nieli smiled faintly. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. You can ask the 5 ultimate gods of the Hagami Munyan if I'm qualified or not. Hearing Nye Li's words, Long Tianming cupped his hands in the direction of ultimate god Martial Sky and the others and said, Patriarch and ultimate gods, Nye Li's origin is unknown, so we have to be careful. Moreover, the Demon League didn't participate in the preliminaries, so we're not qualified to participate in the final battle. I hope the ultimate gods will understand. Long Tianming's lips curled into a sneer as soon as he finished speaking. Even if Nye Li was capable, it was impossible for the ultimate gods to trust Nye Li. Therefore, Long Tianming was confident in his victory. At that moment, ultimate god Martial Sky smiled faintly and said, I can vouch for Nye Li's character. There's no problem. I'll allow the Demon League to participate in the final battle. However, I'm not the only one who has the final say. The other ultimate gods must also agree. Long Tianming's face turned gloomy when he heard ultimate god Martial Sky's words. Ultimate god Martial Sky was the patriarch of the Hagami Munyan and Situ Bayan's father. Perhaps ultimate god Martial Sky was unhappy with Situ Bayan's loss and was willing to push Nye Li to the front. After all, Nye Li was easier to control. Let's listen to what the other ultimate gods have to say. Nye Li smiled faintly in his heart. Those ultimate gods had accepted his gifts, which could allow a martial ancestor realm expert strength to grow by leaps and bounds. With so many elixir pills, not to mention the position of acting patriarch, they could even buy the entire Hagami Munyan. How could ultimate god Martial Sky object? A moment later, Hierarch Linglong said, I also agree with the Demon League's participation in the final showdown. Everyone was stunned when they heard Hierarch Linglong's words. Hierarch Linglong was from the Dragon Seal family, and Long Tianming was a direct descendant of the Dragon Seal family. Why would Hierarch Linglong stand on Nye Li's side? Everyone had a premonition that there would be an unexpected turn of events this time. I also agree. The remaining 3 ultimate gods also firmly expressed their opinions. The outcome shocked all the Hagami Munyan disciples present. They looked at Nye Li in confusion. How did Nye Li get the support of the 5 ultimate gods? After today's matter, regardless of whether Nye Li obtained the position of acting patriarch, Nye Li's status would no longer be ordinary. Nye Li was the only person who obtained the approval of the 5 ultimate gods. Did it matter whether he was the acting patriarch or not? Since the 5 hierarchs have agreed, can our Demon League join the battle? Nye Li chuckled as he looked at Long Tianming. Long Tianming was furious. He didn't know what methods Nye Li had used to convince the 5 ultimate gods. Logically speaking, with Nye Li's status, he shouldn't even be able to meet the 5 ultimate gods. However, such an inconceivable thing had happened, and Long Tianming couldn't do anything about it. Long Tianming coldly snorted, Since the 5 ultimate gods have agreed, then I have nothing else to say. However, although your Demon League can participate in the final showdown, I will make you lose miserably. Chapter 441. Nye Li smiled faintly and said, Whether or not I will lose miserably is my business. Soon, Long Tianming's subordinates and Nye Li faced each other from afar, glaring at each other. While Long Tianming's side was filled with experts, Nye Li was the only one standing in the air on Nye Li's side. You're not going to fight so many of us alone, are you? Long Tianming stared coldly at Nye Li and smiled contemptuously. He had a total of 6 Dao of Dragon Realm experts and so many Heavenly Axis Realm experts. He could definitely look down on the Demon Alliance. Everyone's eyes were focused on Nye Li. They didn't know what Nye Li was planning. Nye Li looked at Long Tianming, shook his head, and sighed. It's not challenging at all. I'm bullying you too much. What do you mean? Long Tianming glared at Nye Li. You don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and summon all your men. If you're going to give up, say so earlier. Kid, if you're going to admit defeat, hurry up. Don't waste our time here. Demon Alliance, don't be a coward. Be careful of our 6 Dao of Dragon Realm bosses. We'll kill you all. Long Tianming's subordinates kept yelling. At this moment, Nieli smiled and waved his right hand. He yelled, "Demon Alliance, come out!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures appeared one after another and gathered around Nieli. More than 200 people gathered around Yi Xinghe. That's all. Long Tianming couldn't help but laugh. I thought 200 people would be enough. If you still think it's not enough, I'll find more. Nieli smiled faintly. The spectating Hagami Munyan experts looked at each other. If the Demon Alliance only had so few people, how could they fight Long Tianming? Unlike the onlookers, the 5 martial ancestor realm experts from Hagami Munyan looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Although these 200-plus people had concealed their auras, making it difficult for ordinary people to sense their strength, the 5 martial ancestor realm experts were able to clearly see that these 200-plus people were all Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Over 200 martial ancestor realm experts, Hierarch Martial Sky, and the other 4 martial ancestor realm experts were extremely shocked. Even if all the Tao of Dragon Realm experts in the entire Hagami Munyan were added together, there were only slightly over 100 of them. However, Nieli actually had over 200 Tao of Dragon Realm experts under him. Hierarch Linglong couldn't help but laugh. Haha, this kid is a little interesting. He actually brought out over 200 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Where do you think this brat found so many experts? Hierarch Martial Sky went silent for a moment, then said, "Since he can give us so many sacred elixirs, he can also give them to his subordinates." Hierarch Longyin was stunned for a moment before he said, "Patriarch, you mean to say that these experts were all nurtured by him using sacred elixirs?" "That's right." Hierarch Martial Sky nodded. "Look at these people. Most of them are at the first stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. I estimate that they've just broken through to the 9th stage of the Heavenly Axis Realm. Long Tianming is destined to lose." Right at this moment, Nieli waved his hand and said, "Sky Origin Divine Clan, come out." Asterisk whoosh. 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 Over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts appeared around Nieli. Nieli didn't dare to use the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Therefore, he summoned these Sky Origin Divine Clan experts early on and had them hide amongst the Demon Alliance members. The sudden appearance of over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts was a magnificent sight. Most of the Sky Origin Divine Clan experts were powerful. Heavens! These Sky Origin Divine Clan experts are all at the Tao of Dragon Realm. Heavens! The experts of the Divine Feathers sect all let out cries of surprise as the scene before them was simply too shocking. Over 100 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. The 5 ultimate gods looked at each other and smiled wryly without saying anything. The appearance of over 200 Tao of Dragon Realm experts was already shocking enough. Now, there were over 100 more Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Moreover, they were all from the Sky Origin Divine Clan. This was simply too shocking. This brat went to the endless wilderness to recruit these Sky Origin Divine Clan experts? Hierarch Crimson Blood couldn't help but say, "I heard that one has to pay a huge price to purchase a Sky Origin Divine Clan expert, not to mention a Tao Dragon Realm expert." However, this brat actually managed to recruit over 100 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Hierarch Skycloud couldn't help but feel shocked. He realized that his understanding of Nieli was still too little. Hierarch Martial Sky sighed. "This is easy to understand. Since he has so many sage medicines in his possession, he could casually sell any one of them for a huge fortune. It's not surprising that he managed to recruit so many Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. Over 300 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. This was definitely a force that couldn't be underestimated. No one could imagine what kind of glory Nieli would bring to Hagami Munyan if he continued like this. Even if Nieli didn't want to be the substitute patriarch of Hagami Munyan, the 5 hierarchs wouldn't agree, because only Nieli could revive Hagami Munyan. At this moment, Long Tianming stared blankly at the scene before him. "He's cheating. 5 hierarchs, he's cheating," Long Tianming anxiously shouted. Nieli's brows twitched as he said, "I'd like to ask, how am I cheating?" Is there a rule that forbids the Sky Origin Divine Clan from participating in this competition? These Sky Origin Divine Clan experts are all my servants. Are they not allowed to participate in the competition? The Hagami Mumyan experts looked at each other. Nieli's words made sense. What he did wasn't considered cheating. These Sky Origin Divine Clan experts were all Nieli's servants. Servants were allowed to participate in the competition. However, the sudden appearance of over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts was too inconceivable. Hierarch Marshal Sky said, Nieli's participation in the competition with his servants isn't considered cheating. Hierarch Marshal Sky's voice was heard by all the Hagami Mumyan experts. Since Hierarch Marshal Sky had said so, what other opinions did the rest have? Long Tianming suddenly realized that the 5 hierarchs were already standing on Nieli's side. He didn't know what method Nieli had used. Long Tianming's heart was filled with unwillingness. He had planned for so long and sacrificed so much. Just as he was about to take the position of the previous patriarch, he never expected that Nieli would appear out of nowhere and ruin all his plans. Bastard! Long Tianming was enraged. He suddenly thought of something and pointed at Nieli. 5 hierarchs, please be clear. Which disciple of my Hagami Mumyan would have such shocking wealth to recruit over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts? This person must have the support of evil forces. He must be a spy in our Hagami Mumyan. We must not allow him to become the next Hagami Mumyan. Otherwise, our Hagami Mumyan's future will be bleak. Chapter 442. When the Hagami Mumyan's experts heard that, they all looked at Nieli with suspicion. Nieli's wealth was simply too shocking. How could an ordinary Hagami Mumyan disciple possess such a huge amount of wealth? If there really was an unorthodox path supporting him, then Nieli definitely couldn't be allowed to take the proxy patriarch's position. However, Nieli faintly smiled. Long Tianming, what else are you suspecting? Speak. Long Tianming was simply a thief, crying thief. Long Tianming knelt towards the 5 hierarchs in the sky and said, 5 hierarchs, for the sake of our Hagami Mumyan, we definitely can't hand the authority of the Hagami Mumyan over to this person. The 5 hierarchs fell into silence when they heard Long Tianming's words. They only felt that it was a little funny. If Nieli was really a spy sent by the unorthodox path to the Hagami Mumyan, then why would he pay such a huge price in exchange for the proxy patriarch's position of Hagami Mumyan? Not to mention anything else, just the sacred elixirs that Nieli had given to the 5 hierarchs were priceless. They were even more valuable than the proxy patriarch's position of Hagami Mumyan. Furthermore, Nieli was able to nurture so many Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Such a force would be extremely shocking in any sect. It was a force that could shake the entire sect. Therefore, Long Tianming's accusations and suspicions didn't have any basis in logic. Hierarch Marshal Sky laughed. Long Tianming, if you don't have any evidence, then it's wrong to accuse and suspect your own sect. Patriarch, I hope that the Patriarch will investigate clearly. Patriarch, give me 1 month, and I will definitely find evidence of him colluding with the enemy. Long Tianming anxiously said. He felt extremely depressed as he watched the proxy patriarch's position being snatched away. Hierarch Skycloud coldly snorted. Long Tianming, Nieli is my disciple. You said that he colluded with the enemy and betrayed the sect. Are you suspecting me as well? Hierarch Skycloud, I don't dare to doubt you. I just don't want you to be blinded by vile people. Long Tianming said gloomily. He couldn't understand why the 2 hierarchs were so supportive of Nieli. Was it just because Nieli was stronger? At this moment, Hierarch Linglong said, Long Tianming, you're a descendant of my Dragon Seal family. You should have some magnanimity. Since you've lost the competition, Nieli should be the acting patriarch. Even Supreme Divinity Linglong was on Nieli's side. Long Tianming suddenly felt a sense of desolation. Even his own grandmother was helping outsiders. He had suddenly become a person without anyone to rely on. If that was the case, what else could he do? He could only hand over the position of acting patriarch. He had done so much. Why was fate so unfair to him? Nieli's gaze fell on a long Tianming, and the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. According to the trajectory of his previous life, the scheming Long Tianming had indeed obtained the position of acting patriarch and pushed the entire Hagami Munyan into the abyss of destruction. But in this life, he would never allow such a thing to happen again. No matter how scheming Long Tianming was, how could he fight against Nieli, who had 2 lifetimes of experience? The resources in Nieli's hands were more than enough to crush Long Tianming. Once Nieli became the acting patriarch, Long Tianming wouldn't be able to threaten him anymore. What Nieli wanted to deal with wasn't a pawn like Long Tianming, but the entire Yaoshin sect. Nieli cupped his hands towards the 5 hierarchs and said, "Many thanks for your support and trust. As long as I become the acting patriarch of Hagami Munyan, I will let Hagami Munyan have more martial ancestor realm experts and lead Hagami Munyan to true glory." The 5 hierarchs couldn't help smiling and nodding at Nieli's words. They firmly believed in Nieli's words. Nieli could definitely do it. Long Tianming's eyes widened as he laughed maniacally. "What right do you have to obtain the position of Hagami Munyan's patriarch? Just because you said that you can help Hagami Munyan step into glory? Who doesn't know how to say pretty words? Why would anyone believe such bullshit?" "Long Tianming, you're too impudent." Hierarch Martial Sky snorted. "Patriarch, I just don't want you to be deceived by this vile person." Long Tianming struggled unwillingly. At that moment, Nieli sneered at Long Tianming. It didn't matter how much Long Tianming struggled. It was useless. The 5 hierarchs were completely on Nieli's side. Even if Nieli resigned from his position as the acting patriarch, the 5 hierarchs would still beg Nieli to come back. Long Tianming still didn't understand himself and thought that Nieli had relied on flowery words to get the position. However, Long Tianming couldn't imagine that Nieli had bribed the 5 hierarchs with a large amount of elixirs. After eating Nieli's elixirs, each of their cultivations advanced by leaps and bounds. How could they bear to let Nieli go? Not to mention the acting patriarch, Hierarch Martial Sky, was even willing to give up his position as the patriarch. Hierarch Martial Sky couldn't wait to become a leisurely Grand Elder. The fact that Nieli had so many Tao of Dragon Realm experts under him was enough to prove Nieli's strength. What else did he have to worry about? Hierarch Ling Long coldly snorted. Long Tianming has no respect for his elders. He is to be stripped of his status and confined in the family for 10 months to reflect on his mistakes. Hierarch Ling Long's words were equivalent to severing any hope Long Tianming had. "No, this is impossible. How could I lose?" Long Tianming was on the verge of going crazy. The position of acting patriarch was already in his hands, but he suddenly lost everything. This kind of difference was enough to drive Long Tianming crazy. Several Tao of Dragon Realm experts from the Dragon Seal family picked Long Tianming up and left. What awaited Long Tianming in the future was an ice-cold confinement room. The experts of the Hagami Munyan exchanged looks. They hadn't expected such an outcome. They didn't know much about Nieli, so they hadn't expected Nieli to become the acting patriarch. However, since the outcome had already been determined, they couldn't object anymore. "I hereby announce that I, Martial Sky, will step down from behind the scenes and hand over the position of the patriarch of the Hagami Munyan to Nieli." Hierarch Martial Sky's resonant voice rang in the ears of every disciple of the Hagami Munyan. Skipping the acting patriarch and directly promoting him to the patriarch position, such a thing was actually possible? It was simply too strange, wasn't it? However, the words of the patriarch always carried weight. Since the other 4 hierarchs didn't object, wouldn't they be courting death if they objected? "We pay our respects to the patriarch, Nya. We pay our respects to the patriarch, Nya." The disciples of the Hagami Munyan uniformly knelt in front of Nieli. Nieli raised his head to look at the sky. Hierarch Martial Sky was expressing goodwill towards him, but he still accepted it. "From today onwards, I, Nieli, will be in charge of the Hagami Munyan. In 1 month, I will re-establish the sect's rules. All disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun will listen to my orders. I, Nyeli, will take it upon myself to revitalize the Hagami Myunmyun and lead the Hagami Myunmyun to glory. Nyeli's voice spread throughout the Hagami Myunmyun. Patriarch, nah. Patriarch, nah. The shouts of the disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun resounded through the sky. Chapter 443. In the following days, Hagami Myunmyun held a grand patriarch inauguration ceremony. The entire Hagami Myunmyun was bustling with noise and excitement. However, there were still many disciples who weren't satisfied with Nyeli becoming the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun. A person without any foundation, someone they didn't even know, had suddenly risen to the position of patriarch. They still had their doubts about Nyeli. What capabilities did Nyeli have? Even Situ Bayin was more suitable than Nyeli. However, since the 5 heads had spoken, ordinary elders, deacons, and disciples like them didn't have any authority to speak. They could only accept it and suppress the dissatisfaction in their hearts. They wanted to see how the patriarch, Nyeli, would be able to control the entire Hagami Myunmyun. After Nyeli became the patriarch, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Hagami Myunmyun. Every Hagami Myunmyun disciple would receive 10 elixirs according to their cultivation. A single elixir would allow an ordinary disciple to step into the heavenly star realm. As for those above the heavenly star realm, a single elixir would allow them to raise their cultivation by several levels. Aside from that, every heavenly axis realm disciple would receive an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. As for those above the Tao dragon realm, each of them would receive a god level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. In an instant, the entire Hagami Myunmyun was in an uproar. Some disciples had their cultivation soar by leaps and bounds after consuming the elixirs, instantly breaking through the bottleneck that they hadn't been able to break through for many years. Some even made a huge leap. The effects of the elixirs shocked everyone. Furthermore, Nyeli had brought hundreds of god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits to the Hagami Myunmyun. In an instant, the Hagami Myunmyun's power had reached an unprecedented peak. In an instant, everyone shut their mouths. They were completely convinced by Nyeli. Regardless of Nyeli's morals and character, Nyeli had a lot of money and resources. If anyone else had been the patriarch, who could have brought Hagami Myunmyun to such a state? In the past, Hagami Myunmyun was the weakest among all the holy sects. Its disciples were often bullied by the evil sects like Yao Shen's sect. There were several times when the Hagami Myunmyun was almost in a desperate situation. Now, it was time to let the disciples of Yao Shen's sect have another try. Hagami Myunmyun would definitely make the Yao Shen sect suffer. Everyone in Hagami Myunmyun was itching for a fight. Every single one of them was itching to teach Yao Shen sect a lesson. However, Nyeli had given another order. Hagami Myunmyun had sealed its gates. No one was allowed to enter or leave as they pleased. Every disciple had to focus on their cultivation. Those who broke through 3 realms would receive another spiritual herb. Those who broke through to the next realm would receive another 10 spiritual herbs. Those who broke through to the heavenly axis realm would receive an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Those who broke through to the Tao dragon realm would receive 3 sacred herbs and a god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Hagami Myunmyun would conduct a strict investigation. Anyone who colluded with the enemy would be killed without mercy. When they received the news, the entire Hagami Myunmyun flared up. They all knew about the effects of the spiritual herbs. They originally thought that they wouldn't be able to get any more. They never imagined that Nyeli would actually announce such a shocking reward. How could they not put their lives on the line in their cultivation? I wonder what the patriarch's sacred herbs are. Who knows? The patriarch will rule the world for 10,000 generations. From today onwards, I'm a patriarch's man. If the patriarch wants me to face the south, I'll never face the north. The disciples of Hagami Myunmyun were all immersed in fanaticism. The entire sect was filled with people cultivating. They were cultivating at all times, afraid of being left behind. Hagamemun's mountain gates were tightly shut. Some of the spies that the outer sects had planted in Hagamemun had been uprooted. The outside world had suddenly lost contact with Hagamemun. No one knew what the Hagamemun was up to. The various evil sects had sent people to investigate, but none of them had any news. Patriarch, Residence Liu, Piao, Gubei, and the rest were gathered together. Practically all the elite disciples of the sect had gathered by Nieli's side. This included Situ, Beiyin, Gulan, and the rest. All of them had wholeheartedly submitted to Nieli. Just the number of sect elites gathered by Nieli's side had reached 500 to 600. Nieli, according to your instructions, I've sent 100 Dao of Dragon Realm experts to Daozit and 200 in Ing and Zun. Liu Piao reported. Under Nieli's instructions, he'd sent a large number of Dao of Dragon Realm experts to Ning, Zun, and Daozit. He'd also sent them many spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and even extraordinary rank dragon bloodline demon spirits, so that they could increase their strength as soon as possible. Nieli's forces would be present in these sections. How's your cultivation going? Nieli asked, looking at everyone. Your sacred herbs are too powerful. We've already broken through to the Tao of Dragon Realm. Gubei excitedly said. Li Xingyan looked at Nieli and asked, Nieli, when are you going to make a move against the Yaoshan sect? Make a move against the Yaoshan sect? When did I say that I'm going to make a move against the Yaoshan sect? Nieli asked in astonishment, but the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. Our Yaoshan sect has been in constant conflict with the Hagamemun for the past few years. The Yaoshan sect has been thinking about how to destroy our sect at all times. Now that our Hagamemun has grown stronger, how can we tolerate the Yaoshan sect? Li Xingyan smiled. Everyone's gaze fell on Nieli, waiting for Nieli's reply. They were indeed a little impatient in their hearts. What's the rush? Our Hagamemun is a peace-loving sect. As long as the Yaoshan sect doesn't make a move against us, we won't make a move against them. All the outer sect disciples will retreat back to the sect. As long as the Yaoshan sect doesn't make a move against us, our Hagamemun won't make a move against them. Let's go into seclusion for 5 years first. Nieli said with certainty. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone pondered for a moment and immediately understood. This move of Nieli's was the most ruthless one. With a huge amount of sacred and spiritual herbs, Nieli could nurture a large number of experts. In 5 years, the entire Hagamemun would be filled with Dao of Dragon Realm experts. There might even be a few martial ancestor realm experts. Furthermore, at that time, Nieli's position in the Hagamemun would be as stable as Mount Tai, and everyone would be united. At that time, it would be a fool's dream for the Yaoshan sect to win. Once the Yaoshan sect started a war with the Hagamemun, it would be too late to even cry. Time was even more precious to the Hagamemun. The entire Hagamemun had entered seclusion mode. Aside from cultivating his heavenly god cultivation technique, Nieli had also started to impart all sorts of powerful cultivation techniques to the elites around him. These cultivation techniques could be cultivated to the pinnacle. In terms of talent, none of them were inferior to Nieli. A terrifying power was brazenly rising in the Draconic Ruins realm. However, the other sects were still unaware of it. Chapter 444. 6 months later, Hagamemun was as peaceful as ever. All of the deity roots from the deities' lakes around Hagamemun had been absorbed into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting by Nieli. Currently, the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was an incomparably magnificent sight. The spiritual stones that were being produced every day had reached an astronomical amount. Under Nieli's control, the Divine Feather sect began to purchase all sorts of artifacts, dragon bloodline demon beast demon spirits, as well as other items that were useful for cultivation from all over the Draconic Ruins realm. Practically all of the chambers of commerce in the Draconic Ruins realm were frantically searching for all sorts of rare treasures for Hagamemun. Hagamemun had become an extremely mysterious existence. The sect's doors were tightly shut, and practically no disciples showed themselves. None of the sects had any news regarding Hagamemun. Batch after batch of rare treasures were purchased by Hagamemun and transported into Hagami Myunmyun. No one knew why Hagami Myunmyun was buying all of these things. At the same time, no one knew how Hagami Myunmyun managed to obtain such a shocking amount of wealth. Within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nyeli was leading a group of his most trusted disciples in seclusion, cultivating. Nyeli's cultivation had already broken through to the three-stage Tao of Dragon Realm. Among his disciples, there were tens of thousands that had reached the Tao of Dragon Realm. Many of them were madly trying to break through to the martial ancestor realm. With the effects of the sacred elixirs, the dense spiritual chi within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, the support of all sorts of rare treasures, and a huge amount of spiritual stones, their cultivation speed was simply astonishing. Compared to Nyeli, Plume Flame Godnese and Golden Egg's cultivation speed was even more astonishing. Plume Flame Godnese had been frantically absorbing spiritual chi within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. After 3 miraculous transformations, she had already reached the shocking 3-stage martial ancestor realm. The pure flame energy around her surged, causing Nyeli to gasp in amazement. What was even more frightening was Golden Egg. This glutton had devoured countless spiritual stone essences in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, causing its body to constantly expand. It was now 5 to 6 meters tall, turning into a colossus. What was even more astonishing was that as its body grew, so did its appetite. The law energy within this fellow's body surged violently and was unfathomable. Even Nyeli couldn't tell how strong this fellow was. Its entire body was golden and covered in scales. Vaguely, it had the shape of a dragon. Fortunately, the more it grew, the deeper the spiritual connection between it and Nyeli became. Therefore, Nyeli didn't have to worry about losing control of it. The 5 magnates of Hagami Myunmyun have taken the newly refined sacred elixir from me. I wonder how much their cultivation has improved. Nyeli inwardly pondered. For the time being, the 5 magnates would still be the pillars of Hagami Myunmyun, the protectors of Hagami Myunmyun. As long as they grew stronger, Hagami Myunmyun would be able to develop in peace. Nyeli, it's a letter from Lu Piao and Ning Er. Lu Piao excitedly flew over and said. Nyeli took the letter from Lu Piao's hands and opened it. The corner of his mouth revealed a gratified smile. How are they doing? Lu Piao curiously asked. They're doing pretty well. Nyeli smiled. That's for sure. With so many good things and your full support, if it were me, I could also become a sect master in one of those sects. Lu Piao's lips twitched. Nyeli couldn't help smiling. Recently, Lu Piao was getting impatient in Hagami Myunmyun and was a little restless. However, she was suppressed by Nyeli. Lu Piao wanted to take a look at the other sects, but was ordered by Nyeli to stay in Hagami Myunmyun. In the letter, Nyeli knew about the current situation of Ziyun, Ning-er, Daozit, and the rest. In the Heavenly Note sect, Ziyun had already become the proudest disciple of the patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect due to her shocking talent. She was already the best candidate for the next patriarch. Although Ning-er wasn't the candidate for the next patriarch, she had gathered a group of experts and was an unshakable force in the Heavenly Note sect. Although Daozit did not reveal himself in the Sky Origin sect, he had secretly controlled a powerful force. It was the same for the others as well. Just like what Daozit had said, Nyeli had given Ziyun, Ning-er, Daozit, and the rest so many sacred elixirs and all sorts of treasures. In addition to the support of a large number of experts, every single one of them were dragons and phoenixes amongst men. They were extremely intelligent. So how could they not stir up a storm? Therefore, every single one of them had an important role in their respective sections. With the help of these friends, the distance to their goals would definitely be much faster. How long will it take for our Hagami Myunmyun to appear and display our true strength to the world? Lu Piao couldn't help feeling depressed. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Nyeli lightly smiled. That day isn't far away. You should hurry up and cultivate. All right, you're the one who said it. On the day that Hagami Myunmyun is no longer in seclusion, I will bring a bunch of brothers to the Yaoshen sect and show off our strength. Lu Piao excitedly declared. Then you can save your worries. The patriarch elders of those sects are all martial ancestor realm experts. Nieli couldn't help rolling his eyes. Rest assured, it won't take long for us to reach the martial ancestor realm as well, Lu Piao confidently said. Indeed, the elixirs refined by Nieli were too powerful, allowing their strength to rise so quickly. Were they still far from the martial ancestor realm? At Lu Piao's words, Nieli couldn't help lightly smiling. Indeed, reaching the martial ancestor realm wasn't a difficult task. As long as he secluded himself for another year, there would be many martial ancestor realm experts appearing in the Divine Feathers sect, including them. They would all step into the martial ancestor realm. However, the martial ancestor realm wasn't the end. Their goal was to deal with the Holy Emperor. If the Yaoshin sect was destroyed, the Holy Emperor might be alerted. Recalling the death of his master, Ingyuru, Nieli couldn't help clenching his fists. In this life, he would definitely settle this grudge. While Nieli and the rest were in seclusion, a group of people slowly arrived at the entrance of Hagami Munyan. There were more than 200 to 300 people in this group, with dozens of them being Tao of Dragon Realm experts. The leader was a young master in his 20s, dressed in white clothes. He had delicate features, and although he was a little thin, the aura he exuded was not to be underestimated. A Tao of Dragon Realm expert walked up to this young master and raised his head to look at the tightly shut entrance of Hagami Munyan. With a flattering smile, he said, "Young master, this is the entrance of Hagami Munyan. Should I go knock on the door?" "Yin-san, it's still noon. Why is the entrance of Hagami Munyan still closed?" The white-clothed young master furrowed his brows. Reporting to young master, "We don't know what's going on with Hagami Munyan. Perhaps there's some internal turmoil in the sect. It's already been 6 months, but there hasn't been any news from Hagami Munyan. According to our guesses, it's very likely that a martial ancestor realm expert has passed away, shaking the foundation of the sect. That's why they're in seclusion." The Tao Dragon Realm expert named Yin-san bowed. Chapter 445. The white-robed young master frowned. His name was Ling Kong, and he was the young patriarch of the Lingyun sect. Although the Lingyun sect could not be compared to super sects like the Hagami Munyan, it was still considered to have some fame, and it had a martial ancestor realm expert overseeing it. The Lingyun sect could be considered as a subsidiary sect of the Hagami Munyan. However, this kind of subsidiary relationship had gradually become unstable as the Hagami Munyan had declined over the years. It was not that the Lingyun sect had the intention to betray the Hagami Munyan, but it was because the Hagami Munyan was weak. The Lingyun sect's territory had always been occupied by the Yaoshin sect, so the Lingyun sect wanted to find a stronger backing to prevent it from being swallowed up by the Yaoshin sect. However, due to their relationship, the Lingyun sect had never mentioned it to the Hagami Munyan. Ling Kong looked at the tightly shut mountain gate of the Hagami Munyan, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. During this period of time, the Lingyun sect was in a precarious situation. Originally, he wanted to seek help from the Hagami Munyan, but from the looks of it now, the Hagami Munyan could not even protect itself, and this caused him to be deeply worried. "Yin-san, hand over our visiting card," Ling Kong said in a deep voice. "Yes," Yin-san replied respectfully and walked towards the mountain gate, handing over the visiting card to a disciple who was guarding the mountain gate. The disciple looked at Ling Kong and the rest and said, "You guys wait here first. I will immediately go and ask for our patriarch's opinion. Our Lingyun sect has not come to the Hagami Munyan for half a year. I wonder how the Situ patriarch is doing?" Yin-san asked with a smile. "Oh, you guys might not know. The Situ patriarch has already passed the patriarch position to our new patriarch," the disciple said with a smile. Hearing the disciple's words, Ling Kong's heart thumped, and he asked, "I wonder if you can tell us the name of this new patriarch?" "Our new patriarch is Nieli," the disciple said with a smile. He really wanted to tell these people how powerful the new Nieli patriarch was. Under the leadership of Nieli patriarch, Hagami Munyan's strength had reached an extremely shocking level. However, because of the warning from the sect elders, he didn't dare to say too much. "Oh, Ling Kong could not help but sigh in his heart. From the looks of it, Hagami Myumyan was no longer the same as before. To actually allow an unknown person to become the patriarch, the damage to their strength must be severe. It was no wonder that the sect was sealed. "Wait here. I'll go and report to the patriarch," the disciple said and hurriedly ran inside. Yin 3 looked at Ling Kong and asked, "Young patriarch, what should we do now?" Ling Kong muttered to himself for a moment. Rays of light flashed across his eyes as he said, "When we meet the new patriarch, don't say that we're here to ask for help. Instead, tell them that we're here to propose marriage." Propose marriage? Yin 3 was stunned for a moment. "That's right, the Dragon Seal family's Long Yuan." Ling Kong nodded his head and said. Yin 3 muttered to himself for a moment, and his eyes lit up as he said, "Young patriarch is wise. If you marry Long Yuan, it's equivalent to forming an alliance with Hagami Myumyan. We can also get reinforcements from other places. This way, it's the best of both worlds." Ling Kong nodded his head. He gazed at the towering mountain gate. Other than these plans, there was another important reason. Ever since he saw Long Yuan at the banquet, he couldn't forget about it. His mind would occasionally think of Long Yuan's beautiful face. Originally, with the strength of Hagami Myumyan and the Dragon Seal family, he didn't even dare to think about it. However, now that this thought had appeared in his mind, he couldn't stop thinking about it anymore. After a moment, the Hagami Myumyan disciple walked down and looked at Ling Kong and the others. He cupped his hands and said, "The patriarch invites you in. Everyone, please enter. Thank you for your trouble." Ling Kong appeared elegant and courteous. Hagami Myumyan, sect's main hall. Nieli sat on the seat of honor in the sect's main hall. At this moment, he was calmly sitting there, and his aura seemed to have merged with his surroundings. In the huge sect main hall, there were only Li Xingyun, Lu Piao, Gu Bei, and a few others. Along the way, Ling Kong's gaze fell onto Nieli and the others, causing his heart to shiver slightly. Nieli and the others were so young, yet they were able to hold such a high position in Hagami Myumyan. This caused him to be slightly suspicious. Could it be that Hagami Myumyan didn't have anyone stronger than them? Furthermore, what shocked him was that despite Li's young age, his strength wasn't simple. He should already have the strength of the Tao of Dragon Realm. However, for a Tao of Dragon Realm cultivator to oversee the sect and become the patriarch, where did all the martial ancestor realm experts of Hagami Myumyan go? Could it be that all the martial ancestor realm experts of Hagami Myumyan were? This thought caused Ling Kong to break out in cold sweat. If that was the case, then it was understandable why Hagami Myumyan had closed its doors. This is the young patriarch of the Soaring Cloud sect. Nieli's gaze fell on a Ling Kong. He had already understood the situation of the Soaring Cloud sect. As of now, Hagami Myumyan's strength was no longer the same as before. Just as they were about to make a move, he didn't expect Ling Kong to come over. When Ling Kong's gaze fell onto a beautiful girl in the crowd, his eyes suddenly lit up. This girl was Long Yuan, who he had been thinking about day and night. Long Yuan seemed to be even more beautiful than before. She no longer had the sharpness from before, and her cheeks were rosy, making her look extremely moist. Every single movement she made had a boundless charm, and her alluring figure was extremely alluring. Ling Kong felt that he couldn't shift his eyes away. "Hey, Soaring Cloud sect, what are you doing here? If you have something to fart, say it quickly. Don't waste my time here." Lu Piao curled her lips, appearing extremely arrogant. These were all instructions from Nieli. Although he didn't understand why Nieli wanted him to speak rudely, he still believed that Nieli definitely had his own reasons. "Aren't you guys a little too rude?" Yin San frowned. Just as he was about to step forward, he was blocked by Ling Kong. Ling Kong cupped his hands towards Nieli, appearing very graceful. He didn't take Lu Piao's words to heart and said, "I haven't been to Hagami Myumyan for half a year. I wonder how the old patriarch is doing. This is my first time meeting Nieli Patriarch. It's a pleasure to meet you. We came to Hagami Myumyan because we have something to ask of you." Ling Kong looked at Nieli. Nieli gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. Lu Piao's reckless actions were clearly incited by Nieli. What was Nye Li's intention? Oh, what is it that actually made young Patriarch Ling personally make a trip here? My brother, Lu Piao, was a little rude. I hope that young Patriarch Ling can forgive me, Nye Li said with a faint smile. It's like this. Our soaring cloud sect and Hagami Myunmyun have always been allies. Ling Kong was about to continue speaking, but he was interrupted by Nye Li with a wave of his hand. Young Patriarch Ling, I need to correct you on this point. Soaring Cloud Sect has always been a subsidiary sect of Hagami Myunmyun. Nye Li smiled as he looked at Ling Kong, his eyes shining with a deep and sharp light. Ling Kong frowned slightly. Nye Li's words were extremely sharp. If Hagami Myunmyun was really weak, he definitely wouldn't dare to say such words. Or was Nye Li bluffing? Chapter 446. Just when a few servants wanted to speak, they were stopped by Ling Kong. Ling Kong lightly smiled and said, The Lingyun sect is indeed a subsidiary sect of Hagami Myunmyun. Nye Li lightly smiled as he nodded his head. Ling Kong was still able to keep his composure. Nye Li lightly smiled as he vaguely guessed the purpose of Ling Kong's visit. Hagami Myunmyun had been in seclusion for so long that the outside world had been guessing whether Hagami Myunmyun's strength had reached its limit. Therefore, it wasn't surprising for the Lingyun sect to have some thoughts. After all, a weak sect like the Lingyun sect needed a backer in order to survive in the Draconic Ruins realm. After being in seclusion for so long, Hagami Myunmyun's strength was no longer the same as before. Therefore, it was time for him to reveal some of his edge. As the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, Nye Li naturally had to show a certain attitude. The reason why Ling Kong has come to Hagami Myunmyun is because I have a request. Ling Kong lightly cupped his hands towards Nye Li. Oh, I wonder what young Patriarch Ling wants? Nye Li asked with a light smile. It's like this. Previously, when Ling Kong came to Hagami Myunmyun, I accidentally saw a girl. Ever since I returned, I've been thinking about her day and night. Therefore, I've come to Hagami Myunmyun to propose a marriage with Hagami Myunmyun. Ling Kong said as he cupped his hands. Oh, I wonder which girl could actually make young Patriarch Ling fall in love with her? Nye Li said with a light smile. Lu Piao couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of saliva as she muttered in a low voice. Indeed, a weasel paying respects to a chicken. He doesn't have any good intentions. No matter how beautiful a girl of my Hagami Myunmyun is, what does it have to do with you? Hagami Myunmyun's beautiful girls should not be allowed to flow into other people's fields. You can come to Hagami Myunmyun to rob money, but not beautiful girls. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Nye Li couldn't help but smile. Ling Kong did not hear Lu Piao's words as he cupped his hands and said, Patriarch Nye, the person I wish to propose to is the Dragon Seal family's Long Yuan. Hearing Ling Kong's words, Lu Piao coldly snorted. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. You actually dare to covet Lady Long. Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you are worthy? Although Long Yuan was still single, everyone could see the relationship between Long Yuan and Nye Li. There had long been rumors that Long Yuan was Nye Li's woman. Anyone who tried to snatch his brother's woman was simply courting death. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Ling Kong's face slightly sank as he cupped his hands towards Nye Li and said, Patriarch Nye, I wonder who this person is to actually be so impudent here. Nye Li calmly looked at Ling Kong and said with a faint smile, He is my brother, Lu Piao. Patriarch Nye, as your brother, isn't he being too rude? Ling Kong said in a deep voice as he seemed to be a little angry. Young Patriarch, if we knew that Hagami Myunmyun was being controlled by these people, we wouldn't have come here. Lingyun sect might as well break away from Hagami Myunmyun, the servant by the side angrily said. Even in the past, when they came to Hagami Myunmyun, they were treated with courtesy. When had they ever encountered such a thing? Ling Kong stretched out his hand and blocked the few servants. Nonsense, step down. Yes, that servant bowed and retreated with an indignant expression on his face. Lu Piao laughed coldly. How could he not see that Ling Kong was just putting on an act? This was simply hypocritical. Ling Kong looked towards Nye Li and said, Lingyun's sect has always been a subsidiary sect of Hagami Myunmyun and has always abided by its boundaries. This time, I didn't know that the patriarch had already changed. It seems like Patriarch Nya isn't friendly towards our Lingyun sect. Hearing Ling Kong's words, Nyeli said with a faint smile, young Patriarch Ling's words are too serious. Treating people with generosity is a fine tradition of my Hagami Myunmyun. As the young Patriarch of Lingyun's sect, it seems like you don't have any etiquette after coming to Hagami Myunmyun. When you see the Patriarch of the main sect, you actually didn't pay your respects. Is it our Hagami Myunmyun that isn't friendly, or is it the Lingyun sect that is being rude? Ling Kong's expression turned slightly ugly. Indeed, when meeting the Patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, he had to pay his respects. In the past, when Hierarch Skycloud was in power, it wasn't a problem for him to pay his respects. However, now that the Patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun was Nyeli, who was even younger than him, how could he continue to pay his respects? Nyeli waved his hand and said with a smile, young Patriarch Ling, no matter what, Lingyun sect is still a subsidiary sect of my Hagami Myunmyun. I have just come to power, so it's normal for young Patriarch Ling to treat me as an outsider. I also don't wish to pursue this matter any further. After a period of time, I am preparing to wage war against the Yaoshan sect and will need the assistance of Lingyun sect. I wonder what young Patriarch Ling thinks about this. Wage war against the Yaoshan sect? You guys are crazy. Ling Kong looked at Nyeli in shock. Previously, when Hierarch Skycloud was in power, the strength of Hagami Myunmyun was already far inferior to that of the Yaoshan sect. Now that Hierarch Skycloud was nowhere to be found, Nyeli actually wanted to bring Hagami Myunmyun to wage war against the Yaoshan sect? Nyeli laughed 3 times and said, of course I'm not crazy. Nyeli looked at Ling Kong and said, I wonder if young Patriarch Ling is interested in accompanying me for a stroll around the Hagami Myunmyun. Ling Kong's gaze darkened as he looked at Nyeli. He cupped his hands and said, then I shall accept. All right, young Patriarch Ling, please, Nyeli said with a smile. The group walked out of the main hall together. Ling Kong followed behind Nyeli's group with a puzzled look in his eyes. The servants behind Ling Kong looked at each other in bewilderment. Just what is sect master Nya hiding in his gourd? Who knows? A few servants whispered to each other. Under Nyeli's lead, the group passed through a dense forest. In the dense forest that was shrouded in clouds and mist, there were hundreds of disciples sitting around cultivating. They were either sitting on tree trunks or on some protruding rocks. The density of the spiritual chi here could be said to be astonishing. It was dozens or even hundreds of times denser than the outside world. Noticing Nyeli's group coming over, these disciples all stood up and bowed respectfully in the direction of Nyeli. Patriarch, Patriarch, all sorts of greetings came one after another. Nyeli nodded with a smile and continued walking with the group. The servants behind Ling Kong were discussing in low voices. These people seemed to be Dao Dragon Realm experts. Could Hagami Myunmyun have deliberately arranged for these people to be here for us to see? What's there to show off with so few Dao of Dragon Realm experts? Our Soaring Cloud sect has them too. Look over there. One of the servants pointed to a spot in the forest. There should be a formation over there. It looks like it was set up using spiritual stone essence. To actually use spiritual stone essence to set up a formation, Hagami Myunmyun is really going all out. Hearing the servant's words, Nyeli smiled faintly and continued walking through the forest. Lu Piao and the others pursed their lips and did not reply. In Lu Piao's opinion, with Hagami Myunmyun's current strength, there is absolutely no need for them to care about the Soaring Cloud sect. There was no need for Nyeli to bring these people here. Chapter 447. A few days later, the selection for the acting patriarch was about to begin. The elders and deacons of the Hagami Myunmyun that were stationed in various regions had all returned. The entire Hagami Myunmyun was bustling with noise and excitement. Those that had the ability to fight for the position of acting patriarch had all started to move up and down. The acting patriarch already held great authority. As long as one didn't make any mistakes during the acting patriarch position, there was a 90% chance that they would become the next patriarch. Lu Piao, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the rest had gathered together with their brows furrowed. Nieli still hadn't woken up, and Long Yuan was guarding Nieli 24 hours a day. She didn't even take a step away from him, nor did she participate in the selection. Who would compete for the position of acting patriarch? They definitely couldn't compete against Long Tianming. What should we do now? Nieli still hasn't woken up. Are we just going to watch Long Tianming ascend to the position of acting patriarch? Lu Piao said gloomily. If that's the case, wouldn't all of Nieli's preparations go to waste? What else can we do? Gu Bei bitterly smiled. Li Xingyun's brows were tightly knitted as he pondered about how to handle the current situation. Even if we can't compete for the position of acting patriarch, we definitely can't let Long Tianming succeed. Why don't we start supporting Huyin Beiyin? Gu Bei pondered briefly before she said, letting Huyin Beiyin take the position is better than letting that vile Long Tianming take it. All right, let's do it that way. Li Xingyun pondered briefly before he nodded his head. In the middle of the Hagami Myunmyun, the experts of the Hagami Myunmyun sect floated up into the sky. The sky above the Hagami Myunmyun was packed with people, numbering in the millions. After all, it was one of the super god clans. Its influence was quite shocking. Apart from the inner clan of Hagami Myunmyun, more than 360 outer clans had also sent people to participate in the ceremony. At the top of the sky, 5 huge figures appeared. They were the 5 martial ancestor realm cultivators of Hagami Myunmyun. There were 3 men and 2 women, and they were surrounded by colorful lights. It was hard to see what they looked like, but they looked solemn and dignified. They were the 5 ultimate gods of Hagami Myunmyun. The leader was the current patriarch, Hierarch Martial Sky. The rest were Hierarch Charming Dragon, Hierarch Sky Cloud, Hierarch Spirit Jade, and Hierarch Azure Flame. These 5 ultimate gods had high status and were the most powerful figures in Hagami Myunmyun. Although Hagami Myunmyun also had some supreme elders, those supreme elders were usually in closed-door training. Therefore, all matters were basically decided by these 5 ultimate gods. Hierarch Marshalsky's voice was heard throughout the entire Hagami Myunmyun. I'm sure everyone knows why I've gathered all the disciples here today. Recently, my cultivation has reached the 7th heaven of martial ancestor realm. I need to go into closed-door training to reach a higher cultivation level. The acting patriarch will be in charge of the sect's affairs. Today, we're here to select the acting patriarch. Please tell us, patriarch. Everyone in Hagami Myunmyun spoke in unison. The position of acting patriarch still needs to be selected within the sect. Who do you think is suitable? Hierarch Marshalsky's eyes were like torches as he swept his gaze across everyone. At that moment, Hierarch Charming Dragon and Hierarch Skycloud were talking about something. Skycloud, why isn't the Nieli you mentioned here? I'm not sure either. I'm afraid you should know better than me. Why is that? Hierarch Charming Dragon was a little curious. Doesn't Hierarch Charming Dragon know? Long Yuan has a soft spot for Nieli. It said that Long Yuan's mother wants to betroth Long Yuan to him. If this marriage is successful, the child will be Hierarch Charming Dragon's grandson-in-law, said Hierarch Skycloud with a slight smile. If that's the case, I'll have to take a good look at this Nieli. Hierarch Charming Dragon's voice was charming and sexy. If Nieli was present and heard it, he would definitely be surprised. Hierarch Charming Dragon's tone was so similar to Long Yuan's mother's. The 4 hierarchs secretly communicated with each other via voice transmission. Only Hierarch Martial Sky was announcing various matters. The election for the acting patriarch's position will now begin. The elders will nominate candidates. Candidates nominated by more than 10 elders will be qualified to compete for the acting patriarch's position, announced Hierarch Martial Sky. There were over 200 elders in the entire Hagami Myunmyun, so it was relatively easy to nominate someone for the acting patriarch's position. But surprisingly, only Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin were nominated by the elders. Long Tianming was nominated by 61 elders, while Situ Beiyin was nominated by 53 elders. Only these 2 were qualified to compete for the acting patriarch's position. Most of the others knew that it would be difficult for them to compete. Regardless of prestige, strength, or influence, No one could contend against Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin. Now that the two candidates for the patriarch's position have appeared, we can wait and see if there are any other competitors. Long Tianming, Situ Beiyin. According to the previous rules, the two of you will lead your forces to determine the victor, said Hierarch Marshal Sky. Hierarch Skycloud's gaze swept across the crowd, but he couldn't find Nieli. He was a little puzzled. He had been laying the groundwork for Nieli all this time and had already received some support. Several hierarchs were also in the midst of discussion. But in the end, when it came to the acting patriarch's position, Nieli wasn't present. Hierarch Skycloud had no idea what Nieli was up to. However, he wasn't worried. Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin were competing for the acting patriarch's position. They would definitely fight, and it would take at least a few hours for the battle to end. Hierarch Marshal Sky smiled and waved his hand. All right, now is the time to test your strength and leadership. You may begin. The many experts of the Hagami Myunmyun retreated, creating an empty space in the middle. Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin each led a group of people, forming two distinct sides. Both groups had tens of thousands of people each. As the acting patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun, apart from their own strength, their leadership must also be top-notch. When they establish their own forces, they must be able to lead tens of thousands of people. Only then would they have the qualifications to compete for the patriarch's position. This was also the reason why no one competed with Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin. Whoever won and obtained the approval of at least 3 of the 5 hierarchs will be able to inherit the patriarch's position. In the entire younger generation of the Hagami Myunmyun, there were only a few people who could lead tens of thousands of people. Long Tianming was a direct descendant of the Dragon Seal family, one of the 3 great aristocratic families. He was fully deserving of being the successor, while Situ Beiyin was the current patriarch's son. Anyone who dared to go against these two groups would be overestimating their own capabilities. Therefore, before the sacred ceremony, practically everyone could foresee that this would be the final battle between Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin. Long Tianming stood in the air with his clothes fluttering. His handsome appearance and slender figure were truly worthy of being called a dragon among men. Of course, Situ Beiyin wasn't the slightest bit inferior, as he stood proudly in his green robes. Chapter 448. Situ Beiyin glanced into the distance. For some reason, Nieli hadn't come. Could it be that Long Tianming had done something? Could it be that Nieli couldn't come? Regardless of whether Nieli would come or not, Nieli's words about Long Tianming had raised Situ Beiyin's guard against Long Tianming. He definitely wouldn't allow Long Tianming to become the Hagami Myunmyun patriarch. Situ Beiyin coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, a group of experts flew out and began probing Long Tianming's group. Who do you think will win? Situ Beiyin or Long Tianming? The surrounding Hagami Myunmyun's disciples began to discuss. Of course, it's big brother Situ. Situ Beiyin was the patriarch's son. His faction had always been slightly stronger than Long Tianming's. Therefore, the others were more optimistic about Situ Beiyin. However, Long Tianming isn't a weak opponent either. Lu Piao, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the others were watching the battle from the side. They felt depressed. After preparing for so long, they could only watch the battle between Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin. There was nothing for them to do. However, if they had to choose between Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin, they would naturally support Situ Beiyin. Long Yuan stood among the Dragon Seal family's group. She felt disgusted with Long Tianming from the bottom of her heart. She had come to take a look, but she still had to go back and take care of Nieli. Everyone's gazes were focused on the battle in the center. This battle could very well decide the fate of the entire Hagami Myunmyun. Boom, boom, boom. The forces under Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin were locked in battle. Both sides were evenly matched. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 Dao of Dragon Realm experts flew out from Long Tianming's group and began a frenzied slaughter. 6 Dao of Dragon Realm experts. Situ Beiyin was shocked. Aside from these 6 Dao of Dragon Realm experts, Situ Beiyin also discovered that Long Tianming seemed to be hiding a few more experts. With a rough estimate, there were at least 3 more Dao of Dragon Realm experts. When did Long Tianming recruit so many experts? Situ Beiyin roared furiously as he commanded his 5 Dao of Dragon Realm subordinates to charge forward. The battle between Dao of Dragon Realm experts was a complete mess. The 5 big shots conversed with each other. It was Supreme Divinity Linglong, one of the 5 giants. She was Long Yuan's grandmother and an important figure in Hagami Yunyan. It seems that Situ Beiyin is going to lose. Is the position of acting patriarch going to be given to the Dragon Seal family? Supreme Divinity Linglong's voice was very charming. It was very similar to Long Yuan's mother, Long Shuyan. Her voice could make one's bones melt. Divinity Martial Sky smiled faintly and said, "The position of acting patriarch belongs to the capable. What's wrong with giving it to the Dragon Seal family?" "Patriarch, you're wrong to say that. Our Dragon Seal family clearly snatched it with our strength. How can you say that we're giving it to them? However, that brat Nyeli arranged so much and even gave us so many holy elixirs. Why didn't he come and snatch them? How disappointing." Another supreme divinity, Longyan, said, "Linglong, if Nyeli came, wouldn't he snatch the position of acting patriarch away from Long Tianming?" "Longyan, I'm not such a petty person. The elixirs that Nyeli gave us are enough to raise our cultivation by 1 level. Just that alone is much more important than the position of acting patriarch. If he comes, so what if we give him the position of acting patriarch?" Supreme Divinity Linglong smiled. "Linglong, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your words." Of course. The 5 supreme divinities of the Hagami Yunyan were Divinity Martial Sky, Divinity Longyan, Divinity Sky Cloud, Divinity Linglong, and Divinity Qi Shui. These 5 were the pinnacle pillars of the Hagami Yunyan. Because of them, the Yaoshan sect and the other demonic sects didn't dare to disturb the Hagami Yunyan. Every time their cultivation increased by 1 level, it could decide the fate of the Hagami Yunyan. When Divinity Sky Cloud gave them the holy elixirs, they didn't believe it. After eating the holy elixirs, they were all shocked by the powerful medicinal energy. Even the slowest of them increased by 1 level. Divinity Martial Sky increased by 2 levels, while Divinity Sky Cloud increased by 3 levels. In a martial ancestor realm, every increase in level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At the same time, with every increase in level, one's cultivation would increase exponentially. It could be said that Nyeli's contribution to the Hagami Yunyan had already surpassed everyone else. Even if Nyeli was a brat of unknown origin, Nyeli definitely had the qualifications to become the acting patriarch. At this moment, the battle between Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin had already reached its climax. Long Tianming and Situ Beiyin had also joined the battle. At this very moment, they were both Dao of Dragon Realm existences. Situ Beiyin roared as he merged with his demon spirit. His demon spirit was a heavenly blood-raging dragon. Its entire body was burning with blazing flames, and its sharp claws and fangs were emitting a chilling light. This heavenly blood-raging dragon was dozens of meters tall and emitted a terrifying aura. It's actually a heavenly blood-raging dragon. Among dragon bloodline god-level demon spirits, it can be considered an outstanding species. The disciples of the Hagami Yunyan exclaimed. When he saw Situ Beiyan's heavenly blood-raging dragon, the corner of Long Tianming's mouth curled up into a faint smile, revealing a disdainful expression. He coldly barked as his body began to transform. Soon, a huge black dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. This black dragon was much larger than Situ Beiyan's heavenly blood-raging dragon. At the same time, its entire body was emitting a mysterious metallic luster. How is this possible? Long Tianming changed his demon spirit? It's actually the Darkness Saint Dragon. A dragon bloodline god-level demon spirit was already very rare. At the same time, there were some demon spirits with dragon bloodlines that were even stronger. For example, Nyeli's Bloodwing Saint Dragon and Long Tianming's Darkness Saint Dragon were both top-notch existences. Situ Beiyin, admit defeat. You're not my match. Long Tianming let out a long roar as he waved his black steel claws and grabbed at Situ Baiyin's heavenly blood-raging dragon. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the darkness Saint Dragon's claws landed on the heavenly blood-raging dragon's body, sending it flying. Situ Baiyin's heart was filled with unwillingness as he recalled the words that Nieli had said to him. If he lost, no one would be able to stop Long Tianming. Situ Beiyin furiously roared as he activated the heavenly blood-raging dragon's strength and charged at Long Tianming. In the past, Long Tianming's strength was always far inferior to his. He didn't know why, but now, Long Tianming's strength had far surpassed his. Furthermore, Long Tianming even possessed a powerful dragon bloodline demon spirit like the Darkness Saint Dragon. Situ Beiyin didn't believe that Long Tianming didn't have someone backing him up. What Nieli said was very likely to be true.